Alrighty then. I'm sure I've got everything going. Which everything should be working fine. Alright then. Welcome back, one of all, to more Sunless Sea. I once again have a list. Not as intensive as a list, but a list nonetheless to work our way through. As we left off, well, very definitive big boat we got. Suffice to say, we had been working through some things. And we were getting decent progress in those regards. We have effectively bought the best boat we can get. We have it pretty well equipped. It's not full-on equipped of what it could be, but we're pretty well set off at the moment for what we do have, especially on the forward gun prompthood. And in light of that, for as far as our ambition goes, all we have left is just to effectively make a lot of money. We need like 3,000 or so we need like 3,000 in cash, 30,000 in cash for the monetary point, and we have 10,000 to buy a seaside mansion. However, we're not gonna limit ourselves to just money farming, because there's still stories to be told out underneath it. And for that accord, I have a list of places I have yet to find, places I have not fully delved into their stories yet, and all that sort of jazz, which we are going to have a time with. So, name of the game, explorations and doing things, which I always love. And exploration is the best part of anything. It is very much the fun thing. For that, we have those various things. For that, we can look at our map. We have more or less most of the things up there. There's some slightly bigger gaps here, although we generally know that side of the board. Here's our biggest blind spot, unsurprisingly. Because we have not really been to this corner of the map especially. And all of the rest of that side of the map has a lot of evil stuff on it. But we haven't... we're not too far away from everything. We have a fair amount of things that could be found, but there's plenty of stories to be told on a lot of these. And I want to do what we can. Because that, in the grand scheme of things, is the fun part of matters. So, where we'll start off at is that in our hold, we still have a Soothe and Cooper long box. So, we shall go to the station. After touching up on some fuel. Because if we're going to be around, fuel's the thing that's harder to replace. Or rather, less opportunities to do so. And with that, we are off. Alright, so to get to Station 3, we just kind of have to windle our way on down. We want to keep our recent news, because that's it. Well, that helps us with getting up our Isle of the Cat stuff. We do want to do that. Obvious reasons as far as unlocking things there. We do not want to run into the rocks. that would be a bad idea. However, go on here. We'll stop by and snag a report of Mutton Island. We want to snag as many things as we can in that accord. I'm cutting this a bit too close. And there we go. Report, and then off we go immediately. Abbey Rock. Abbey Rock seems reasonable. And so that is the way we'll go. That's a lighthouse. Okay. Either boat or lighthouse. Honestly, we're not necessarily against finding boats. Hello, Jelly Fleur. You have the potential of strange catches. And it's dead already. Nope, just supplies that time. Basic things will, especially Z-Beasts with the Memento Mori, they're not going to last as much with this boat. Because, oh boy, do we have it. We have things going on our favor in that accord. We very much have the firepower. Wait, how many secrets do I have? I have 2, okay. I don't want to spend any then. That 7 mark I'm a bit more comfortable with, but not that. Station 3, we can continue talking to the Smith. Talk to the Acolyte a lot. Not so much the Smith, though. And... Ood. Seems like that, and the fact that you can get a lot of supplies from a lot of things, that definitely makes supplies easier to keep a hold of on a long deal. Especially when you have places like Estival and the Mangrove College. Let's see here. Question for Apply. Where is the Smith? Oh, right, it's that one. Search the place on your own is a mirrors challenge. Have anyone that can increase mirrors some more? That's pages. Our engineer has mirrors. So engineer it is. First officer is always mirrors. Search the place on your own. Who knows what might be in the back storage areas. Armor. Heavy cannon. I just realized I'm slightly... Okay, there we go. Let's fix that now while I notice it. Anyways, armor, heavy cannon, harpoons of a metal wicked enough to pierce the most rubbery hide, sheets of flat heart metal suitable for hammering onto the hull of a vessel, grape shot of heart metal fragments. Some of the inventory is already packed for export. In the last of all the rooms is a dressmaker's dummy. It wears a diver's outfit of oiled skin, which looks about the smith's own size, and covered all over with overlapping scales of heart metal. On the shelf beneath is a right-hand glove of the same design, but the suit is as of yet incomplete. Well, is as yet incomplete. Current's quality is 4. Ooh, but we are still in here to ask him about it. Ask him about the heart metal suit, and pretend you heard a rumor about it, if you don't want to admit to snooping. The way home. Oh, that. When it's done, I can go home, right? He says. walk around where people are safe enough if I just have something to keep the grief out. After that, the conversation gets into intricacies of engineering. He draws you a sketch of how the wrist joint will have to be made, the skin oiled and covered with a fine foil of beaten heart metal. 50 fragments? Quality is now 5. Oh, well, okay. And now we exchange this in. For money. And favor. Turn later. Alright. Alright, now we want to go... Alright, down to Isle of Cats. Cats. That's a friendly boat, we don't have to worry about it. I almost wish it was a hostile boat. That'd mean things to go... What are you doing here, Eastern Angler Crab? You are not in the east. Stagger it, stagger it. Kind of forward, kind of full-powered backwards, and I will have no regrets for that course of action. Oh, it's smirching. Oh, you're almost dead. Just accept your death. There we go. Good giant crab. This is why I'm confused. Eastern crabs usually find all the way over here. Or at least, that's what I thought. I mean, they're Eastern after all. But nope, that one was just... Oh, all the way over here. You've destroyed an Eastern angler crab. The shell is shattered. The glowing lisset lies silent. Oh, butcher it. Wow, 4 supplies. And an unprocessing mass. A wood corner shows. Some kind of case or box is encased in the salty jelly. Oh, hi. A coffin. You lever open the lid, and a bandaged head turns. Already? Its voice creaks. I'm so tired. A tomb colonist. Do you have space in your hold? Well, okay. We found a tomb colonist. Tomb colonist inside a crab. Yeah, don't worry about it. Tomb colonists, you find them in the strangest of places. And they're remarkably resilient to, well, a lot of things. Right, so down to the Isle of Cats. Do not hit this. We can deliver this recent news, and then head further east. Into the dark unknown. We're definitely very fine on the supplies front. Wait, port's up there. Merp. Fast and turn, and we are in. And I forgot to replace that. Whoops. That was part of the problem. Let's do this here. Well, I'm thinking about it. Port Carvadash. Compile the report. We want the Abbey. There's all those various things. We want the recent news. And we have wine, and we're up at 4. Your antics intrigue. We need 5, so we are 1 shy of that. Which is very good indeed. Oh, hello, shark. How's the water doing today? Particularly tormented, you say? Yeah, that sounds about right. We go like that. feel like the shark's a bit stuck. It has submerged. Alright, come on now, shark. I think I did that shark a mercy. It looked very, very, stuck, to say the least. That's fine. Supplies, hunting trophy. Suitable for smoking, it means even more supplies. Excellent. Like I said, especially when we are literally a one-stage wrecking ball of destruction. Well, there's not a whole lot to worry about on the Z's at the moment. Okay, there's plenty to still be worried about in the Z's, but as long as you still approach things with care, you're not, and employ the right strategies, you're not likely to lose a 1v1, that's for sure. That is very for sure. So we have a very big gun. Another friendly one. And those are some waxwind. We want to move through quickly. We don't want to be in the depths of that, but it seems to go fairly far up. That's an island. And here are the boundaries. We, of course, do want to go lower, but while we're up here, we might as well get rid of this band of horrible, horrible, no-good black squares. Eventually, we will have a completely clear map, and it'll be wonderful. For now, we do what we can. There's a light there. Does that mean a lighthouse? Yes, it does. Hello, lighthouse. Jackadandi Stack. That's quite the name. Ah, yes, just taking a bend around Jackadandi Stack. Literally, we are. Oh, did I get a wound somewhere? Huh, whoops. Sleep when you're dead? You're hurt. You should really be in bed. Go try toughing it out. Stuff and nonsense. March on the deck shouting courageously. Spend time in bed. It really is where you should be. This will heal a wound. Time the healer. The sounds of the ship at sea. The toll of the watch bell. Your eyes drift closed. Now we have less wound, which is good. Because, as well remember, 3 wounds will kill you. You don't want 3 wounds. Alright, and back down. I know there has to be something else down along this coast. Just for sheer knowledge of the matter. Ah, yes, the problem with having a tomb colonist on board. The hungry dead. Your cook is outraged. One of the tomb colonists has woken from his coffined rest and found his way to the stores. When the cook came across him, he had consumed a half-wheel of cheese and an alarming quantity of suet. You could fling the villain overboard, he can walk home, or return him to the hold. Perhaps he'll stay put this time. You'll lose the supply either way. Expostulating all the way. If you had provided me with more commodious quarters, if the ship did not pitch so abominably, a man grows bored, you know. Death is deathly dull, and so forth and so forth. It is a relief when the coffin lid closes. If only you could nail it shut. If only. Right, we want further south. Ah! Here we go. Here we go indeed. This is one of the 3 places or so we're missing. Welcome to Varchas. Varchas, the mirrored city where light was always the law. The burning white of Varchas. The walled city of Varchas is a tangle of green vines and luminescent fungal flowers, slow blooming around moldering stone. Quincunx of carved stepped towers rise over the walls and pour burning white light into the bleak sky. A rough, shadowed path leads from the docks to the mirrored gates of Varchas. 2 towering carved stone lamps throw their light on the angled mirrors, and a blue-cloaked guard stands in the reflected pool of light. The city is a beacon against the tree-hushed, sprawling darkness of the outer continent. In the far distance, a vast mountain glimmers. You have some options. Could choke on the smell. It is overpowering sweet. It comes from the fungus growing wild all over the city's stones. The sailors wave you over. They are sitting on some upturned crates on the docks, playing a game with mere chips and stylized snakes made out of bone. Ask the guard a few questions. Never a bad idea to gather a little intelligence before heading into unknown waters, or cities, as the case may be. And tell the guard you wish to enter. Well, what else are gates for if not to go through? And, which we're definitely doing, compile a port report. The Admiralty will want to know. The mirrored city and its glories. Tone down the details of the light and its brilliance. You don't want to inspire envy in the Admiralty staff. The brightly lit town of Varchas allows visitors in limited numbers. Sailors wave you over. Not thinking of going in there, the sailors gawk at you in unconcealed horror. They take turns telling you gruesome stories of Varchas, which they no doubt invented whole cloth. Some are convinced that the Varchasi render sailors into tallow to light their city. Others say they steal shadows and sell them to their masters. All of them are convinced that they blind any strangers who dare to gaze too long upon their city's secrets. We're just waiting to be paid, and then we're off, said one of the sailors says, nervously fingering a mere chip. I've only got one eye left, and I'd like to keep it. Ask the guard a few questions. The blue-cloaked guard only acknowledges your existence when you step out of the darkness of the path and into the light from the lamps. At the mirrored gates, the guard stands in the middle of the pool of light, looking warily at the darkness beyond you. Up close, the guard's blue cloak is threadbare and mossy along the hem. A pattern of embroidered suns runs along the collar, but the gold thread is dull. The kohl around her eyes is smudged. Well, Thomas, she says, are you going to ask your questions, or are you going to just stare? Her tone is brusque, but her expression is curiously eager. You do not think Varchas receives many visitors. Your name is not Thomas. You correct her politely. The guard looks scandalized and tries to stop her ears. All those who are not Varchasi are Thomas. You have been touched by darkness, and it has taken your name. She fixes you with an admonishing look and adds, it is very ill-mannered to pretend you still have one. You begin to see a little why Varchas is not often visited. It looks like you will have to get used to being called Tomas, if you wish to enter. Ask about the light. It all seems a bit wasteful, possibly even ostentatious. We must always lock in Mahir's Light, so we burn our lamps night and day to banish darkness from the mirrored city, she tells you proudly. If we let darkness corrupt, as we would not be Varchasi any longer, but Tomas, like you. You wonder, is that so terrible a fate? Her mocking laugh answers you even before her words do. Yes, it would be terrible indeed, Tomas. And before you ask, she adds, no, I do not have any desire to leave Varchas. The rest of Neath has fallen from Mahir's grace, and I have no wish to join them. Ask about her. Does she like her job? Does anyone? It is a great honor to guard the mirrored gates, she snaps defensively. She gestures to the edge of the pool of light illuminating her post. It is very dangerous. Even a small stumble and I could fall into the dark. Her voice goes thready. I would be banished from Mahir's grace. I would lose my name. That is why they only send the bravest outside the walls. Ask about the city's customs. Best to know before you flout them. Easier to plan an escape route that way. Don't touch the mirrors. Don't even look into the mirrors, she says, her voice hard. And try very hard not to dream. We're expecting something along the lines of don't murder anyone, or only wear red on special occasions. Still, you nod and smile. Customs, you have no more questions. You are satisfied, or perhaps the guard's voice is beginning to grate a little. She looks a little disappointed, but does not try to engage you further. Well, only one thing left to do. Tell the guard you wish to enter. She makes a mark in her ledger before ringing a brass bell. The mirrors of the gates rearrange to give you space to pass, but never once allow shadow to touch the guard. Our ways are not yours, Tomas. Remember that, and walk in the light of Mahir. Currents, your Varchas, the mirrored city quality is now 1. They worship the sun in Varchas, and have banished darkness from the city. And now we have, all the options under the world. Inside the city walls, your eyes are blinded by the brilliance of the light. The verdant rot smell is even thicker. The heat of so much flame and reflected light presses oppressively against your skin. Your head pounds. It is a few minutes before your eyes adjust, and you can look around. Brass lamps and gilded sconces hang from every wall, and phosphorescent fungus grows moss-like upon doors and ceilings. Cunningly arranged mirrors catch every droplet of light, and diffuse it till each cobblestone and rampart of the city is drenched in blazing, and utterly without shadow. Who do you speak to? We have our options, that's for sure. We have the Firekeeper, dressed in all saffron. A pair of thick fireproof gloves dangle from a silver chain at her waist. Tardy lamplighter. I am too important to play guide to you, Tomas, she tells you before you even open your mouth. I'm the keeper of the Western Principal Mirror. She points up at the enormous multi-faced mirrors set atop each of the city's 5 towers. I'm only here because I'm looking for my idiot brother. He is probably busy pouring wine down some pretty dark-eyed boy's throat in a tavern. Is it a matter of great urgency, you wonder? He's late for his lamp checks in the sacred district, is her tense reply as she hurries away. If the Agnathorag found out, he'd be lucky to end up a lake dredger. Getting the memory of distant shores, and the brother of the keeper of the Western Principal Mirror has a weakness for wine and dark-eyed boys. Tardy lamp quality is 1. we have two other options. The white-cloaked guard. The suns embroidered on his cloaks are picked out with gold thread, and the edge is jeweled with carnelian. The fungus carder. Her cart is piled high with fungal blooms, and jars of algae painstakingly scraped from the surfaces of walls. And then the jewel-turbaned youth. He is winking at you. That it a furtive wink or a flirtatious one. Only one way to find out. Also continue explorations. Time to venture further than the outer district. That's fine. We will do this one first. He looks utterly overjoyed to make your acquaintance, the bangles on his wrist flashing as he presses his hands together in greeting. Oh, pardon me. My friends and I would be honored if you would attend a small gathering with us, Tomas. We are so eager to hear about the world outside Varchas' city walls. He seems in a cusses enough enough invitation. But then why does his gaze start around so anxiously as he tells you how to find his mansion in the Eastern District? What's the worst that could happen? Indeed, what is the worst that could happen? Continue explorations. White-cloaked guard. Let's see what's further in. The mirrored city gleams invitingly. You'll get used to the smell in time. The center of Varchas. You walk in galleried courtyards wreathed with vines and fungal blooms. Long straight roadways crisscross the length and breadth of Varchas. The stone worn by the wheels of carts, and the tread of thousands of slippered feet. Lighters constantly check the fuel levels of the sconces, and replace wicks. Firekeepers check the coiled spring mechanisms that control the angle of the mirrors. There is so much to explore. Where will you go next? Entertainments in Varchas. There are bars and gaming houses to the west. The hospital lies in the shadow of the southern tower. The guardhouse, down a side street, you can see the sun-blazoned flag from here. Temple of Mahir, it lies in the sacred district at the center of Varchas. There is Mansion of the Jewel-Turbaned Youth. It is in the Eastern District. And then there's some locked options. We won't worry about that at the time being. Interest, respect of the guard, down-faced nurse. I think that we need to do some things elsewhere. We'll go here first. Well, he did invite you, after all. At the Mansion of the Jewel-Turbaned Youth. You're not entirely sure what you were expecting from the Jewel-Turbaned Youth's invitation. Perhaps a candlelit dinner and genteel seduction. It turns out to be an evening of card games and chilled wine, with his rather eclectic collection of friends. But as the wine is drunk and the cards are played, the gathering takes on a certain political tone. A raggedly dressed artisan begins complaining of the sorry, these are words, alright? Agnahotri's trade restrictions. A novice priest points out the contradiction in Mahir's mantras. A stone carver questions whether his daughter should also have to follow in the same profession. Will you, the jewel-turbaned youth stares at you, licking his lips. Will you tell us a story? You could decline firmly. It is not wise to become involved in politics. Especially politics that are not your own. You will leave and not return. Tell them of yourself. It might be nice to be honest, especially to a group of people you'll never have to meet again. Invent a fanciful tale. It's practically a sailor's profession. Tell a wanderer's tale, full of sea salt and darkness and the creaking of ships. or return to the city center. You're finished here for now, but the invitation will remain open. We'll try to invent a fanciful tale. Are better odds? Your crew would have enjoyed this tale, and probably added their own asides and embellishments. Still, you couldn't have hoped for a more appreciative audience. They gasp and moan and shudder guiltily as your story comes to a climax. Afterwards, the jewel-turbaned youth takes you by the hand. His own is shaking, and his skin is clammy. We are forbidden from the trickery of storytelling in Varchas, he tells you hoarsely. I have never heard anything so sublime. Succeeded in a fails check. An occurrence? Quality is now 2. The first tower bell has sounded. You've gained a searing enigma. Let's see here. Let us... Guardhouse. Just follow the stream of white cloaks. I had to visit all these eventually. The guardhouse, a modest stone building with bas-relief lintels and wide, unshuttered windows. The stylized son of Mahir flutters from a silk flag above the portico. It is a scene of controlled chaos. You can see the white-cloaked guards bustling to and fro within, shouting companionably to each other, while a stream of fungus carters, merchants, and ordinary citizens petition them. What's going on? Is it a particularly busy day, or are they always so besieged? Dream of smoke, don't have to worry about that. Ooh, we can hint at the jewel-turbaned youth's activities. You can leave out the bit where you told the gathering a forbidden story, and glide over any naming in any particular names. There is also train with the guards. There's a formation of new recruits doing basic forms in the courtyard. We kind of want to do both of these, to be honest. We'll hit up this one first. Darkness touch troublemakers, the young guard curses. So far all they do is talk and smoke water pipe and grumble, but I fear that they have strayed from the light of Mahir. She sighs exaggerately. Still, my superiors think that they are harmless. Perhaps it will change their minds. Mahir looked down upon you for telling us, Tomas. Sounds like they're up to no good. Now let's train with the guards. So we can definitely do this check. The sergeant does not object when you slip into line, but he doesn't treat you with any particular gentleness either. You practice hand-to-hand combat for a few hours, and end up on your back more often than not. They fight in an unfamiliar, light-touch-footed style. A few of the more advanced recruits duel with curving, twin-bladed scimitars. Interesting, the sergeant grunts at the end of your session. You're bruised and possibly concussed, but quite satisfied with your morning, and you think they may have learned something in turn. Succeed in an iron challenge. An occurrence, respect of the guard. 1 in bruises and sweat. The third tower bell has sounded. Varchas has 5 mirrored towers. When each has sounded its bell, it is evening. And we have gained 2 iron. Ah, nice, 2 iron. We're over 100 iron. It's our first stat over 100. Not naturally, but gonna wait. Some bug flying in my room. Because of course. Perhaps not. Okay, cool, we can get back in. I did mean to fully back out. Welcome. The guard at the mirrored gate smiles. Clearly she remembers you. You through, walk in the light. Continue our explorations. Okay, and that all carries over as well. Temple of Mahir lies in the sacred district of the center of Varchas. The sound of the bells grows louder and more reverberant as you approach. The Temple of Mahir. The temple tower pierces through the city's heart, taller than the other four towers which stand at each of the cardinal points. Around the temple sprawls the sacred district, vine-covered stone shrines, still the ponds glowing with algae, and flash-finned carpet, priests in white, their wrists heavy with metal chains. There are no mirrors in the Temple of Mahir. The rest of the city has to make do with mirrored light and reflection, but Mahir's most sacred place is filled with hundreds of lamps and lit candles of hard-packed phosphorescent fungus. We have quite a lot of options, actually. Oh wow, we have a lot. Let's see here. Listen to the mantras. In Varchas, the sun still shines, calls the sun priest. In the ways of an invocation, the simple temple-goers raise their voices in well-worn reply. In Varchas, the sun still shines. Oh, double pardon me. The bas-reliefs, every surface of the temple is carved and worked. If you peer closer, the bas-reliefs depict Varchas' fall into the Neath. More of that. Reams of smoke. Don't worry about it. The Agnath... Hotri. The Varchasi equivalent of a king or governor. He is overseeing the rituals and gives you a slanted glance. That is a thing we need for something right there. The Sunseers. The most important priests of Mahir are the Sunseers. They wear necklaces of glowing scintillant beads. They'll pay well for more scintillant. Blue scintillant? How much more will they pay for this treasure? We don't have any of that. The Shrine of Mahir. His stone-carved form is rubbed daily with glowing moss. Perhaps it is guilt which makes you think of placing a lamentable relic among the flowers and other offerings? Yeah, we won't do that. We'll give a shot here. Might not work. It's 61. Oh, we did succeed. You go to pay your respects, and he is at pains to impress upon you that he is no despot or tyrant prince, but rather rules Varchas with his council of sunseers and firekeepers. What do you think of Varchas so far, Tomas? He asks, and you know better than to mutter anything but meaningless platitudes in response. He nods as though satisfied, but you catch him giving you sharp, speculative looks as you wander the temple. It seems you have aroused his interest. Alright, occurrence. We have their entrance. It's a good thing. Probably. And we have gained a Veils. Nice. Oh gosh, alright, keep on doing that. Go back in, go back in. And the hospital. Are you feeling a little fevered? Do you hope to learn medical secrets? Or perhaps you just enjoy the moans and flushed faces of the sick and suffering? The Charitable Hospital. The Charitable Hospital is a lawn-galleried building, divided into a series of curtained wards, with their own light sources and mirror series. A dour-faced nurse glances at you expectantly. Which ward are you here to visit? There are indeed multiple wards. The fungal infections ward. They keep it cool and closed off. The doctors and nurses all wear masks when they enter. How bad could a fungal infection be? Probably very bad. The mirrorless room. The ward is locked several times over, and the dour-faced nurse looks uncomfortable when you mention it. The open ward. You see patients sprawled on their beds, playing card games and chatting to visitors. Most of them have minor injuries. Offer the services of the brisk campaigner. You've won her trust. Perhaps she's prepared to come ashore. Offer the services of the haunted doctor. You've won his trust. Perhaps he's prepared to come ashore. Here's that one. offer your services. That is a very tough challenge. You have some skills. You could help the dour-faced nurse tend the patients on the open ward. I want to... I think my best odds might be with them. The doctor's a bit out of sorts at the moment. Alright. The dour-faced nurse watches you carefully as you assist the campaigner in cleaning wounds and changing bandages. She gives you a satisfied nod. The guards are pleased to have a new attendant, and call you Nurse Tomas with warm, welcoming mockery, which makes you feel part of their crew. They try the same thing with the campaigner, but only very briefly. You see the campaigner and the nurse exchange a glance of challenging, cordial respect. Good work, the dour-faced nurse says at the end of your shift, handing you each a cup of steaming mushroom tea. It revives you greatly. Do you detect a hint of a tree sap liquor at the bottom of the cup? And something else. Something of the south. The 5th tower bell has sounded. It is evening. We have the dour-faced nurse's approval. It is hard-earned. I've lost a terror, gained a memory of distant shores. Ooh, and I've gained a heart, an iron, and a mirrors. 3 different stats. And 5 fragments. Well, well, well. That's handy. Doing alright on our stats. Our Veils is really low, but then again, we're taking like a negative 25 on that for our big-ass boat. We can still enter in. Because now we have... It is 5. We could do this, but we want to do this first because it's interesting. The inn. At evening, after the 5th bell, each Tomas is assigned a room. The light is endless and merciless. Will you sleep? Evening in Varchas. All visitors to Varchas are given one night's accommodation in the city's only inn. It is a handsome stone mansion, arranged around a pleasantly cool courtyard. Frescoes of city life are painted on the walls. And given how few visitors Varchas hosts, you suspect the inn is more usually used by philandering locals. Evening falls. Or does it? The tower's 5 principal mirrors are mounted on coiled spring mechanisms, and alter their angles subtly to create the impression of evening. Across the city, the firekeepers throw pinches of colored powder into the lamps, and the quality of light yellows to a softer brightness. So we have some options. The wine-mazed lamplighter. He is dressed in saffron robes and is indeed pouring wine down the throat of a very attractive, dark-eyed boy. You could tell him his sister is looking for him. The kitchens. The smells of cooking mingle with the fungus rot, but you aren't going to let that put you off your food. The courtyard. Cushions are arrayed around the marble fountain in the middle. Musicians pluck their instruments under the shade of the twisted yellow-leafed trees. There's sleep. The bed is low and wide and draped with cotton sheets stamped with vegetable dye patterns in muted greens and blues. Don't sleep. It won't be difficult to stay awake in this constant light, but the lack of rest will take its toll. Well, first things first. His eyes starts up in horror, spilling burgundy red wine everywhere. His young companion looks irritated. "I'm late," he shouts. "Mahir, forgive me. The Angath is going to skin me alive." He pumps your hand in gratitude. "Thank you, Tomas. I won't forget this. Here, take my arc jewels." It is now 2, and we now have 3 outlandish artifacts. And now we can do a check if we so desire. We'll go in the courtyard. Their songs are curiously prosaic. The lyrics, more than a biographical report than a poetic invention. You listen to a lake dredger's waterlogged, lotus-rooted dirge. You sway to the slow, steady ballad of the fungus collectors, and join in the lamplighter's quick-footed dance, which mimics their evening rounds. The evening finishes with the Song of Mahir, which is sung to the accompaniment of stringed instruments and drums and polished glass prisms, which split the white light into rainbows in counterpoint to the notes. Seated, 3 Memory of Distant Shores, 2 Terror, 5 Lost 2 Terror, gain 5 fragments. It is night, therefore, although there is no darkness in Varchas. Time to sleep. There is sleep, and there is don't sleep. We'll try don't sleep. Gain 5 terror. A meditative evening. Up late, reading, thinking, watching. The shouts from the streets die as Varchas sleeps, but you're tired the next morning. Gain 5 terror. Is over. Time to go. Until next time. Succeeded in a hearts challenge. Dawn in Varchas. Outsider time in Varchas is strictly rationed. Each morning at dawn, the guard visits the inn to eject any tamas they find. They are polite, but very definite. Into the dark. Return, the guard tells you, but not yet. With that, they usher you into the darkness beyond the walls. You blink mere dazzles from your eyes. It is cold out here. And that is our first visit here. There will be more. There are no shops or anything of that sort, so nothing to worry about there. And speaking of being in darkness, where's our... Pardon me, I was going to say, speaking of darkness, these boxes do not want to fill in. They do not want to fill in at all. Alright, I'm going to try to explore what I can here. Oh, there we go, there we go. Now we're making progress. Then turn around and explore further that way, because there's other things we want to do off of that way, but first things point in my book, getting rid of this, or at least some of this. Because I can at least go up the coast, then around. Then we'll be fine. Minus the point where we're steaming through absolute trouble, but other than that... Yeah. Cutting it close, yes. No. Up and away before this Republican dreadnought spots us. Well, now good luck trying to spot us. We are in a wax wind. Because I believe this is what this is supposed to be. Can still pump. Oh god, it's a mustache! You found a mustache. Behold, mustache. Spare us the power of your glorious stash. Or just kill it. That works too. Faster. You've defeated a behemoth stash. The mouth gapes, the eyes are dull. You can harvest its flesh and its mustache. The one is oily, the other is both oily and magnificent. You could dig around its innards. Not a pleasant job, but perhaps a profitable one. Or we could let the beast go, but we already have something waiting for us at the game pool. We have to deal with that. So, harvest its flesh and its mustache. A grand loss. Take its teeth as trophies and its bones for corsets. Regrettably, its mustache is singed beyond repair, and will be lost to posterity. For the next 3 watches, sailors are seen in mourning black. Alas, to the glorious mustache. You've gained 2 hunting trophies, Stygian ivory, and more supplies. 2 more supplies. All of that is good. We will need the Stygian ivory for something at some point, although to get it by pure farming would be a lot of work. Alright, I need to get out of this. Okay, good, I'm out of this. Faster, faster, faster. And now we are heading further east. Technically we could visit Varchas again. I guess we can. And you go down that... Okay, after we deal with this... Good, it didn't reach us. 15 terror. It's a jellyfish. Such a big jellyfish. Alright. You can see it did drop our terror by a little bit for defeating it. Which is good. Jellyfish passing. It was a colossus of toxic tentacles and capped with hardened ramming goo. Now it's a smear on the ocean's surface. Jellyfish dissolve in minutes once they're dead. Scoop up what's left. It might be edible. Parts of it might be edible. And parts of it might be anything. Could let it disperse, but that's fine. A spreading stain. It might serve for soup or sauce. Goo sauce. But what's this promising lump of nasty? A beast within a beast. The greater beast, it seems, swallowed a lesser. Here it is. Ooh. And still within, it's something like a scrappy little shark. It has scales like dark rainbows. A peculiar flint nodule is crammed sideways into its mouth. How did this happen? That's a very good question. Answer being, eh. Let's see here. We can immediately give this strange catch to him. It's a matter of luck, you will at least need 2 useful ingredients. Hand over a strange catch for his culinary masterpiece. Hello, little fellow. Let us see what delights you hold. His filleting knife gleams. Disappointment. Alas, too ordinary. The flesh goes onto his shipboard Athamar stove, an edifice of his own invention that combines the functions of roasting and refinement. Steam rises. The crew lick their lips. Well, the crew's gonna be happy about that. Didn't gain any progress on his deal, but that's fine. It happens. It happens. Go forward. Give that buoy a little bit of a scrape along the sides. Cutting that very close. And down. Back to Varchas. Continue explorations. Now, there was a thing we had down here. The pilgrimage to Emadari. The Agnahatrai seeks wisdom. The sick are ready to begin a long journey. The young and the restless have made their plans. The swords of the guard have been renewed. The pilgrimage is ready to begin. It is hard not to be carried along by the excitement and anticipation of the Varchas. The pilgrimage to Emadari. It seems as though half the city has joined the pilgrimage to the Mountain of Light. The other half lines the streets and hangs out from upper-story windows to watch their friends and loved ones depart. Musicians play stirring tunes, on polished brass instruments and little calabash lyres, all undercut with the rhythmic sound of drums. A tired machine piled high with fungus is wheeled to the front of the procession. The drivers sit in a lamp-lit cabin at the front, their faces grim. The Agnahatrai raises his hand, and a hush falls over all of Varchas. The mirrored gates slide open, rays of light reflecting jaggedly. Outside, the elder continent is dark and hushed and vast. You have the dizzying feeling that it is vaster and onyx blacker than the undersea. Somehow, but that cannot be. Wish us luck, Tomas. The Agnahatari is next to you, at the very front of the procession. His aging face looks suddenly youthful and taut. His eyes glimmer with purpose. You can only nod weakly. The Agnahatari laughs wildly and then shouts a command, and the machine rumbles out of the city gates. It lays down 2 thick rows of fungus to either side of it. The lamplighters dart to the very edge of the darkness and light the fungus with their torches. It blazes up, illuminating the path inland in bright, white, rot-scented light. The people of Varchas cheer so loudly you think your eardrums will burst. The pilgrims stream slowly out of the city in a glimmering procession, leaving it half-empty behind them. You've gained 7 memory of distant shores and a secret. We're up to 4 secrets now. This is good. We're gaining secrets. Gaining them well. Alright, we're good there. Time to leave. You know when to leave. Besides, your crew is probably growing restless. The guard gives you a quick grin as she opens the mirrored gates for you, and makes a mark in her ledger as you step out of the circle of light. The familiar shadowy bleakness of the Leith is comforting against your skin. Your ship awaits. Currents. Your city is now 2. That's all for... well, for now. There's more to do there. We'll be back for it. For now, to find new things to find. Still a couple deals we're still shy about. And more, more things to get stuck in. Oh, the wax wind. Oh, the wax wind. How I get stuck in your slow storminess. There we go. Alright, and now we can zoom on. So yeah, all of down here is very much indeed the Elder Continent. Though you'll notice something new is appearing. Discovered Banning Bluff. I'm just kind of ducking in to see if I can get the exploration on things, but they seem a wee bit uncooperative, which is unfortunate. But oh well, it's fine. Petak's Fury. Nope. We don't want to go into there. Don't want to go too far this way, but trying to explore what we can. Ah, well, missed some shoreline. Oh well. We'll have to live with it. But first things first, we have a deal here. No boy, is it a deal. Welcome to, this place. Not much to do here, although we will be here for other purposes, but we'll still pop by. Ah, we have a ship in the way. When these ships gave us trouble of 2 at a time, well... You know what? See if we can't do anything about it. Bonk, bonk. Let's get some revenge on this glorious dreadnought. We are a dreadnought of our own now. Oh, you have a flare. How cute. You can shoot as many flares at me as you want. As long as you stay in gun range. Yeah, just like that. You've destroyed a glorious dreadnought. The ship is yours. What will you do with her? Scuttle her? Not much dialogue in terms of things, but... Cache of curiosities. Intriguingly lumpy sack. Ah, creative human souls. Disappointed or relieved indeed. We've seen that drop before. Sees the statues. Yeah, no particular dialogue for them, but they are very much a threat. As we've seen before. Oh, as we've seen before. They are very, very much potentially deadly. But anyways, this is the Keen Eater's Castle. It's a place. I'll, show you what I can show, but generally I don't want to show, don't want to do many of these things. You'll see why in a moment. Keen Eater's Castle. Echoes stalk you through the colonnades. An old veracity lives here, in the far reaches of the sea. The priests are long gone, but sacrifices are still made. Perhaps you have come here to make a sacrifice. Perhaps the sacrifice is yours. Stand at the altar with the gnomic Gallivant. He has powdered one of his rubies, and is sprinkled into a vial of wine. It is time, citizen. Oh, right! This guy that I've had on my ship for like ages and since the very start and have completely forgotten about until now. There is the sixth witness. A woman in rags stands on the battlements, staring at the sea. Oh, we probably do want that. Witness to nothing. Sure. Startled by your approach. I'm sorry, I didn't expect anyone else to be here. Sit with me. No, do not look east. I only dare because I know I will see nothing, like the 5 before me. It is my first time at Z. We do not get out much, but you must have traveled far to end up here. Tell me your stories. You barely begin before she interrupts. How about the Gant pole? They say they see the future. If you go, could you ask what the 7th will witness? I happily give in my life to prepare the ground, but to know would be the greatest of honors. Gant pool? 6th witness asks you to visit the Gant pool. Okay. Now, look at some of these options here at this place, and this will tell you the vibe of Keen Eater's Castle. An act of burning faith. Which god holds sway here? Storm? Stone? Salt? Perhaps no god that is elsewhere named. But if you feed it, it will calm your mind. This will expend fuel and supplies to lower your terror. If you're between 50 and 99 terror, it's 1 supply, 1 fuel. Lose your mind. Offer your thoughts at the altar. Do not do this. They're generally not kidding. Locked with no more than 20. 19. Eat your crew. Not all of them will go easily. Do not do this. This will destroy all your crew and any human or near-human officers. The struggle will wound or even kill you. Tear no more than 99. You need 150 iron to even attempt it. This is something we will want in due course. Read about sapphires, the sage, Kennick's secret, 40 of those, element of dawn. Okay. I'm just gonna mark this down for my future reference on things I'll need. Eventually. Engine, we need 1 sapphire. The unsettling sage. We'll need the mechanic's secret. Mechanic's secret. We'll need 40 Stygian ivory. 40 ivory. And we'd need 1 element of dawn. Which elements of dawn we get at the geode. Don't remember for how much you have to pay, but a lot of crew. Offer your stories, all of them. What is one more departure among so many? This will take you elsewhere at the cost of all your Z stories. Choose it only if you are desperate to be somewhere else. 50% chance. Compile a port report. Silence, desolation, the sense of an impending and terrible mistake. Everything is horrible. It's not really an appropriate title for a formal report, is it? Let's find something a little more clinical. This is the place the world ends. Alright, and now let's do this, which I've actually never done before, so I don't know what it does. Stand at the altar with the gnomic Gallivant. He has powdered one of his rubies, and is sprinkling it into a vial of wine. It is time, citizen. A man at a time. He downs the vial and begs your pardon. Before you can ask for what, he is spent double in a violent coughing fit. You kneel beside him. His eyes are wide, but unseeing. His lips trembling. He retches. His teeth are stained vivid red. Master Bourdain, he croaks. It is done. The College of Mortality is one less. We had help, a London captain. He pauses, listening. You hear nothing, but the Gallivant smiles. Oh, that is very just. Is there anything... Yes, I will anticipate them. The Gallivant blinks and laughs. He grins at you, his tongue cleaning the red from his teeth. My master is a man guided by his principles. Liberty, equality, eternity. If his plans are achieved, you will be among the first to receive immortality. I hope we'll meet again, then. A promise of liberty, equality, and eternity. The gnomic Gallivant is on a mission. The board will forever alter. Gain a secret, and we've gained an extraordinary implication. And that's all we can do here, because we're not offering all our stories, and we are not losing our mind. Nor are we eating all our crew. We are definitely not eating all our crew and all our officers and all that jazz. The fallen London and needlessly self-destructive actions. They go shockingly well together. There's plenty of it in there. There's no benefit but to that. Alright, so that's that. There's one more place I haven't found, and we know what this place is, we just don't know where it is. It's Hideaway. It is under the Z. I don't recall where it is. It could be... I think it could be, like, anywhere along this far eastern area. So, it's gonna be a task to find... spiders. I forgot, we're very close to Savior's Rocks. Unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, let me show you horrors upon horrors. And then murder the hell out of it. Alright, where did you go? I saw you over there. You nasty son of a... Okay, where did it go? There it is. There it is. Say hello to the Tree of Ages. Say hello to the horrific noises it's making. Say hello to all that is horrible, all that is evil, all that is just... Ah, I forgot it. It's actually something that can ram us. That is my mistake. I was operating the premise off of a ship. Alright, faster, faster. Calibrate, I still think inducive. Taking more damage than I intended because... Okay, yeah, that's still bad. That's what I was trying to avoid. Then I realized that it can ram us, and the ramming is far, far infinitely worse. Effectively into a contest of trying to off it first. But that's fine. It's a contest we can very much win. Like that. Okay. The horrific evil thing is gone. Long live the death of the horrific evil thing that is gone. Why is it horrifically evil? Well, let me tell you. The Tree of Ages uprooted. The carapace cracks like armored ice. Bulbous, many-legged shapes swarm out, flood the water. The spiders which comprise its flesh, fleeing like rats. It's breaking up. You can learn, watch the dissolution, learn what you can. Loot. The Tree of Ages carries no cargo, only spider flesh and venom. But perhaps you have a need for spider flesh. That's why this thing's horrific. It's effectively a living ship of spiders. Which of these options was it that I wanted? I'm gonna double check this. Just so I don't get swarmed by spiders. Yeah, this is a horrific thing. Alright, what is it I want? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think that's what I want. Alright, anyways, yeah. Loot. Pulsing relics. Here is a writhing organ. There, a twitching limb. Your ship slows as it navigates a slick of stinking, dying spider flesh, awash with bluish, copper-smelling blood. You see and learn more than you'd ever wish. There, in the tubal sheath. Haul it out with a boat hook. What is it? There'll always be another Tree of Ages. The sorrow spiders are patient and numberless. But you have this one's heart. And I have the heart of the Tree of Ages. The heart of the Tree of Ages, the oldest and deadliest arachnid from its chitinous core. Deadliest and now thankfully dead. 5 strange catches, extraordinary implication, 5 terror. Because of course. We just rooted around a dead, giant, spidery thing. Gods, I hate that thing. Alright, let's see here. I'm not seeing any sign of hideaway yet. It might be further up. It's likely further up. So in the meantime, I'm going to take a quick jaunt over to Agile. Some distance to the northeast. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Darn it, there's still a black square here. Begone, foul spot on my map. Begone. Hey, cheery music. This is too cheery for being close to, well, yeah. This that deserves nor needs any sort of explanation or justification. The only thing it deserves is nukes. Many, many, many nukes. Saviors rocks. Yeah, as much as I hate to do it, let's get a full description. Or at least something of a map. No islands within range, no shock there. You will notice, however, there is a thing here. The wreck of the Nocturne. There's nothing really to do here at the moment, but might as well take a glance into the wreck of the Nocturne. Shrouded with shadows, wrapped with webs. The webbed hulk of this once proud vessel refuses to be dragged beneath the black waves. You could board it, if you have a reason. Superstitions of the sea give even cynical sailors pause before ransacking half-drowned vessels. Still, nothing in the code prohibits indulging curiosity. Also, hello, Dimserovdi. Fun fact, there used to be a bug where if you stayed too close to the tile edges, the monsters inside would spawn repeatedly. So you'd arrive to find 5, 10, even 20 plus Tree of Ages. Oh god, that sounds like a horrible bug. Like, one Tree of Ages will wreck you. Having that many Tree of Ages would be disastrous. If not including the fact that'd be utterly horrifying. Also, hello. Well, welcome into the stream. Hope all's going well with your day. I'm just cruising along, exploring storylines that I have yet to touch. Ugh. I think the only proper response to that many Tree of Ages would be just get the hell out of Dodge. Very, very, very quickly. Big ol' bag of nope. Alright, sure. Oh no. The alarming pigs, one sailor sighs. It's always pigs. What's wrong with pigs? The bosun shakes the solemn head. Never ask about pigs, said Z, he insists. Didn't encounter 3 mountain nomads. Ah, yeah, speaking of things where one is enough as is, yeah, that would be bad too. 3 mountain nomads. Yes. Well, good thing that bug is fixed. That would be horrific. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. Now to not bonk. Boop. Gal. What was it in here? Oh yeah, really good place to sell the cask of wine. That's right. And slightly pricier fuel and supplies. Don't surprise there. I do have some soulless fruit. First things first, port report. Bribe the first mate. The crew can't show you around. The first mate keeps the hatch keys. They rarely leave the engine room, but they'll come out for soulless fruit. Gratefully received. The first mate's features are softer than the average Londoners, as though they have become part rubbery men. Their skin is marked in dozens of places with shiny, calcified ovals, around which the skin is reddened. You offer them the soulless fruit, and they receive it reverently. They don't eat it in front of you, but withdraw through a hatch that is usually kept locked. They are gone a long time, and far off you hear a man's deep laughter. It is a surprising sound in the whispering ship. At last, the first mate returns, fingers stained. Acquaintance is now 5, gained hospitality through a gift of solace roots. First mate's sensitivity. First mate grows needles of Varchas while exploring Agao. But how many? Observe the first mate in research. The kettle was a research vessel. Now the first mate sometimes engages in research on the fluke spines that pierce the ship. A gathering of silver in the storeroom. This room is blocked by a thick spine at waist level. The spine is purple-black, but the crew have been working at it with planes, grinding away a silvery powder. The powder is collected on mats and sleeved into bottles. Our export, the first mate explains. It goes to Station 3, but that is not what we've come for. The first mate touches the spine, and for a time their spirit is absent. Then, from one of their few patches of unmarked skin, they grow a needle-sharp protrusion and stamp it free. A memento of what I saw when my mind was with Agao. We have expressions of the first mate's grief at exploring the bitterness of Agao. Observe the formation of spines. Yeah. That would be... oof. The idea of needles growing out of his skin is not one that I like the idea of. Oh, we'll do this, sure. Dine with the crew. There are few people around the Fortis kettle, and guests provide variety. The captain and the first mate are absent. The crew gather and tell stories of when the Fortis kettle was still free to roam the sea floor. The captain was a jolly man, fond of drink, who laughed at icebergs. The first mate was everyone's confidant. The two were meant to be married even when they got back to London, but Agao called imperiously, and the first mate drove the kettle full throttle into the spines. After the meal, the first mate returns from their latest exploration in the engine room. The tomb colonist rises with a sigh. It'll be time to rebandage the captain, then. Duh. Alright, there's needle stuff, but it's fully what I'm here for at the moment. Is one of the wreck ships, or this... oh no, this is... oh, it's a wreck of a ship, but not the enemy wreck of a ship. A wreck? The wreck waits below, a dark shape in dark water. What caused it to sink? And does anything salvageable remain? Retrieve supplies. The cargo hold is intact. Perishables will have spoiled, but preserved supplies may endure. What's in there? Oh wow, legit, just more supplies. You don your diving suit. The hold is a wretched, half-collapsed thing, shattered beams and floating debris. Your navigator helps you move a spar of fallen steel, uncovering sealed boxes. They contain heavily salted biscuits, hardtack, preservatives, and lard. Alright, cool. Free supplies. Never gonna argue against free supplies. Let's just cruise around to the bottom of the Z for a moment. It's fine until it isn't. And then, in that case, it's probably not fine. How much things are around the Falcon's hold, but I guess it makes sense. And, ooh, fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which can burn. Because I need that. Let's see here. We have stuff at the cant pool we need to do, so that's what I'm heading towards. There might be something in the Chelinate too, but I'll check that once I've checked up on the Gant pool. That means we can get back to sending more things there. We're also asked to ask a question. What's here? Something that can move. Boundling. Hello, Boundling. There you are. You only have 220 health. I, apologize to you ahead of time as I absolutely murder you. Alright, up. And then once we trigger this, we need to go back up the surface so we don't pull a repeat of tempting the oxygen gods. Never tempt the oxygen. You have defeated a Boundling. Its corpse is a mound of twisted metal and flesh. Its molted skin further marred by the gaping rends inflicted by your weapons. You could tear the cage from the Boundling. The metal is strong and sturdy. You have a need for it. Carve the Boundling up for provisions. It does, after all, resemble tuna. An oversized tuna stuffed into a knot of metal. We'll do this because this gives us a little bit of repair. Merciful end? Removing the cage is backbreaking work. Rods of steel run through the Boundling's inflamed, swollen flesh. Its body had warped to fit its cage. Even its red eyes are distorted, pulled out of alignment by the band across its face. Before carrying the reclaimed metal away, your engineer wipes frothy slime off it. She gestures to a stain. It'll take a bloody good sanding to get rid of this. You've gained 10 hull, 3 hunting trophies, and fragments. And the desire to surface because our oxygen is getting low very quickly. We don't want that to happen. That would be bad. Oh well, it almost popped up against that. Right up next to lily pads, eh? Which means wisdom. No wisdom. We need something from wisdom at some point. Zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. We are low on supplies and such. Like, supplies I know how to get. Fuel is going to be a more expensive endeavor. Surely, we want port report. Tales for the bones. Someone is crying unusual rares. Follow the sound. What do we need for this? Ah yes, a Z-Story supplies. The Scrimshaw Chronicler. A scrawny man squats beneath an awning of gank-colored whale skin. Bring me your tales, he cries. Tales for the bone. Bring him a tale. See what wonders he can work. Pardon me. Pay the chronicler to inscribe a Z-Story onto a hunting trophy, and you'll receive an outlandish artifact. The bones of the matter. Whistling, the chronicler does his work. With a flourish, he returns you a beautifully engraved piece of bone. A good tale, he concedes. Good enough. He leans closer. You're a Z-Captain, aren't you? Bring me a tale worthy of the bone, and I'll shape something worthy of you. I've long sought the tale of the glory's end. Glory's what we call this beast. He gestures around you at the turtle's shell. None still live from those days when we slew her, but the saying is, the tale still lives on history's beach. Bring me that tale, Z-Captain, please. Has asked you to seek the tale of the glorious death on history's beach. Outlandish artifact, lost supply, Z-Story, hunting trophy. So, we have a task for them now. Let's hear anything in the shops. Place to buy that. I mean, you could technically sell it. It is not worth doing so. For obvious reasons. They have plenty of ivory. Oh, did I get the port report? I think I did. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure before I just swam off. And now to the Gant pool. because we have things need doing there. Then, as much as I want to duck to other places, I do need to go up there. I am low on fuel. It worries me. I might try making a trip to Dahat. A new arrival. Another Thalanate. We shall once again assist the fading Havernisk. A few pointed jabs with the old sailor's own harpoons keeps the mob at bay. Sever the flesh, whispers the Haruspex. Let the entrails form my path. Somewhere in the blood, guts, and blubber, a pattern emerges. She closes her eyes. There shall be a new horizon. All shall know it. But the keen city will witness it first. The flesh reveals all. Approaches her end. Learning the ways. Awaits its next weary beast. Intriguing snippets and fragments. Compile a port report. Speak with the fading Harsvex. We want to sneeze apparently, pardon me. Ask about the traveler. This must be the person the sixth witness meant for you to meet. A matter for later. The fading Harsex shakes her head. I have seen nothing of this, but nor have I asked. If I have it in me once I have my answer, I will attempt the divination. You'll have the opportunity to find the sixth witness's answer later on. Which means continue doing what we have been doing. Which is continuing to send things her way. Jonah's End supplies fuel. Oh. Interesting. Can exchange the Heart of the Tree of Ages for a Colossal Fluke Core. Is that weird of the deal? I know this is taking up a... Is it? No, it isn't taking a spot in my hold. Okay, I can just keep it here then. Monument to my triumph. Harlot Fry. Huh. Alright, we need fuel. We're going to Dahan. Oops. And there's my ceremonial bump across the edge. I don't recall what this is. Oh, torpedo components. Okay, I recall what that is now. We 100% need fuel. Here is this Scrimshander. No particular need for here at the moment. Fuel desires are important. Go around here, and then it's a straight path. Okay. I should be able to get here. Should. In practice. Could turn off my light. It is an option. Although I probably should be trucking around like this, because this is kind of less fuel costly. Like, I shouldn't... I beg your pardon, game? An abyss. A chasm gapes below your submarine, descending into unknown fathoms. Okay. Dive. Explore the abyss. Deeper. Your helmsman gives you a questioning look. You say nothing. You're unaccustomed to repeating yourself. With a trembling hand, she steers your vessel down. You sink to the abyss like a coffin into a grave. Stony walls rise about you. Your vessel's light picks out beds of undulating anemones. Good luck. What are you hoping to find in these depths? The abyss of pomegranates. The walls of the chasm are as abundant as a garden. Rippling lawns of Poseidonia, copses of shadowed kelp, garlands of coral, pulsating with tubular sponges, and here a vine bearing melon-sized nodules, the color and shape of pomegranates. Retrieve and eat one of the nodules. A true sailor will find the taste familiar, it is said. This rite will increase your iron by 20, but decrease your mirrors by 10. Succeed or fail, you will gain the right, but failure will increase your terror. Huh. I could get even more irons. Oh dear gods, I could have even more irons. Depart or dive deeper. Succeed or fail, you will go deeper, but a failure will damage your hull. Something even further down in the darkness. That seems like a bad idea. We could do that. That would give us a lot of iron. Of course, it'd reduce our mirrors to 60, which is, eh. You've seen what you came to see. Yeah, we won't do that for now. It's deadly and out of the maw. But it's there. Where that rift is, interestingly enough. It is noted if we have a particular desire to have even more frickin' irons. We are pretty solid on the irons already. I won't say solid, there's technically much higher. Did we damage our hull? That's what I was trying to get back. That's what I was trying to reverse from. It's like, oh, there's a thing here. There's a thing. There's the hole into here. I don't know what's here. Torpedo components. Not very worth it. Back out and honestly see if this current can kind of help speed us along to Dahat. Ah, the way you know when you're near Polythreme. The sea floor starts screaming at you. Alright, our oxygen's low. Right there, but I'd rather play it safe in that accord. It'd be nothing more awkward than getting this far and then effectively drowning under the Z. Because I didn't just get the hell out. That would be very bad indeed. Alright, there we go. I'm here for fuel. Unfortunately, well, hopefully supplies. They might be a little bit more expensive, but it shouldn't be too bad. I'll look at that later. Shops. Oh, that's actually a lot expensive. Okay, well, that is 19. Oh, there are ways for me to get supplies. We'll see what we can do. Ship of Answers. The wreck has fallen into a crevice in the Z-bed. It lies embraced by the stones. Go deeper inside the wreck. The first sweep of your lantern reveals wreckage scattered across the lower deck. Fallen weapons, fallen lives. Board the wreck. The ship is silent as its watery grave. You'll have to enter to uncover its secrets. You don your diving gear. The hull door opens with a disquieting crunch. A crewman stops to pick bits of skull from his boot. Inside the wreck, bones haunt every surface. Each bone has been split and hollowed out, so that both inside and out could be inscribed. No, pardon me. Some of the bones are dated, the first in each skeleton. It appears the crew were chosen for scrivening one at a time. There is something legible on the right ulnar of an otherwise unmarked skeleton, Shrimpshander. 2 lamentable relics, and a lot of questions. To put it mildly, a lot of questions. So we're not doing hot on supplies. Hello, unfinished pirates. Y'all happen to have supplies? Oi. That I can acquisition. Unfinished pirates are a little bit trickier in terms of not taking damage because they actually have an aft gun. That is paper. Alright, our best bet at the moment is actually to go up near Godfall and hope the pirate poet is looming around. Because we'll get money, but we always at least get one supply out from them. I should have picked up a port report from Dahat. Oh well. Here, does Godfall have anything? Probably not overall. Yeah, no. We need to go up towards Khan's Shadow. Alright, now we do want to go faster like this. Fortunately, it doesn't seem we are lucky with the pirate poet being in the vicinity. Which is very much unfortunate. Yeah, one of the few times I've run shy on supplies. But we at least have a little bit of cashola to work with. Now, once you're at 0, you can go up to 100 before things happen. But we'll try to avoid that from happening. Khan's Shadow. Port report. Shops. Oh, that's 25. We'd be better off. Would have been better off there. Blast. Alright, alright. We're not totally out of the wire yet, but we will be heading back there. As quickly as we can manage. Because, yeah, we were definitely better off at the 19 prices by quite a bit. And I'm willing to run the risk. Why? Because we still have some strange catches. And that's a potential supply changeover. Or we can get lucky here. Z's bounty sustains us. You, fight me, fish. Say, why is none of this? Oh, whatever. Oi, this ship is allowed to do that to me? You have defeated a putter pony. The Khanate submarine is taking on water. Through one of its portholes, a lamplight waves frantically. Loot the putter pony quickly. The damage done to its shell was immense. Already the hull is collapsing. Also, because we're now below half full, we're taking crew damage, so we lost a crew. For some reason, we're not triggering combat with the damn fish. Or hear the crew's last wishes. The putter pony is lost, but you can at least provide a human face at their airlock glass. That's fine. Fog on the glass. Water pours into the putter pony. Its tormented metal groans as if torn by the Z. A woman's face appears at a porthole. It swiftly fogs with her last breaths. Her lips move. Neither of us should be here. The putter pony buckles entirely. She is lost. If for some reason these fish are weird in that doesn't always let me combat them, I don't know why. I was kind of hoping I could combat it for supplies. But it seems to be behaving weirdly, and that just cost me a crew member. And pull into here. Hello, I'm back. Totally for the port report, not because your prices are actually somewhat cheaper. Cough, cough. Boop and boop. We'll go with that, and that'll buy us some time. Time which I will head to Estival for some additional supplies. And hopefully try to kill some things along the way. Because, yeah. We need stuff. Although, considering I have some supplies now, I should stop at Polythreme. Pick up some folks. That'll help get me some income. Income to help replenish what we just spent on supplies. Yeah, it's Polythreme. And then up to Estival. And killing anything in our path. Because supplies and stuff do not bop into a port. Polythreme. Claim men for London. Yeah, I'll sell that there, sure. Not in the position where I'm going for that quite yet. So selling deals there is just fine. Ah, hello, shark. Sharky, sharky, shark. Bound shark, huh? Just, stay in gunning range for a moment. Or not, I guess. Fine, you can be there. No, when it's outside my light, but it's still in range, I can still hit it, but for a slower amount. And now zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Use its meat. Meat, meat, meat. Nah, just hunger reducing. Yeah, well, I guess we can work with it. Yeah, the reason I still want to go this way is because, A, I can swing by Estival, but B, I do need to get to the Avid Horizon. And C, I need to explore around here for Hideaway. So, yeah. Multiple purposes. Multiples. As one always desires and needs. Wisdom. Missing 5 pages. Port report. It's a high-risk challenge for money. That's that high-risk deal for that. Don't want to do it, we'd want effectively excess crew, but that's also just a gambit. gambit on its own merits. Alright, so I've been to those two places. Hello, other shark. Want to be careful because we are past half whole. Get careful, that shark turned on a dime. Speed up our tactical retreat. What did I get hit by? I don't recall I recall these things having a range, but maybe I usually deal with them before they do something. Luckily, I just face terror, I suppose. Plaintive but satisfied. Two sailors complain that the meat sighs melodramatically when cutlery is applied to it. They are probably engaging in mischief, but your crew becomes nervous. Nervous, but satiated. I'm getting lucky on those. Unlucky on those, rather, because... Not getting that. Right, so where is Hideaway? 50% or better. That's a way to repair using supplies on board, but it's costly. And can only be used over 50%, so once you're below that, yeah. Alright, come on game, where's Hideaway? The ultimate question, that where is Hideaway at the moment? It's my last unfound place. Crew's up. I might lose a crew doing this, but it'll be worthwhile to the risk. I mean, I'm mostly checking along this sideways because this side of the map, because this is where I've usually found Hideaway on the few times I played with Submariner. Estival. Port report. Supplies. Excellent. 11 supplies, no loss of crew. This is wunderbar. Something underwater some distance to the northeast. That is exactly what we need. That is exactly what we need. Oh, perfect. Welcome to Hideaway. God damn it. Hideaway. On the back of a gigantic beast live exiles from every corner of the Neath. Here gather the traitors, heretics, artists, fools, and the too honest. Despite possessing a range of radically different ideologies, these outcasts live together peacefully. Assemble a port report. Explore the city, record the habits of those that dwell within. A city of strict custom, most Hideaway dwellers toil to strengthen their city against the Z's crushing weight. Those that don't instead prepare for that night's festival, and all without a word spoken aloud. If they need to communicate, the people of Hideaway rely on a strict system of acutely formal gestures. Have a port report of Hideaway, a city in constant repair, set upon the back of a great beast. The price of peace is profound. Could buy a memento from the slow-blinking vendor. She touches her lips and her head back. Her fingers travel down her throat to her belly, which she pats. That'll be the trade. Goods for food. We can drop off the impolite investigator. This is where he requested you bring him. Aid the sprightly visionary. A small man with liver spots on his head and wispy white hairs on his chin is struggling to roll a wheel of heavy cabling. Join a festival. Though you do not reside in Hideaway, the people of the city will allow you to participate in their festivals if you aid in the preparation for them, but they don't like trespassers learning their customs. Festivals will become increasingly costly to attend. Present a farewell letter to the sprightly visionary. The withered man stares at the letter in silent anticipation. Where do they store their goods? Perhaps they have something to trade. Deliver a scholar of lost causes. The bandaged scholar surveys the miserable crowd with open disdain. Yes, these should suffice. Drop him off first. Destined for frustration. The last you see of the scholar, he is trying to get an artist to answer his questions, and shaking in frustration. A crowd seems to be closing around him. Oh, well, have fun. Hide away. Shops are there. We can ask, where do they store their goods? Something to trade. They do not have much to offer, but maybe you'll find something of interest. And then it opens it up. Exile Bazaar. The people of Hideaway have little to offer, just some oddities from the Z-bed. You can buy strange catches. You can sell... Oh, huh. This is another way for mutter salt, eh? Selling a casket of sapphires for 2 mutter salts. Sell candles, sell fuels, sell supplies, buy strange catches. Oh, okay. Speaking of which, I forgot, we have strange catches. We should speak to him and see if he can make use of any of this. Nope. Disappointment. Oh wait, it just backed me up completely. How about this one? Disappointment. I know it's a matter of luck, but seriously, game, give me something here. Disappointment. Oh, game, please. Why you do this to me? Oh, I'm getting so unlucky on this. So unlucky. Oh, there we go. Finally, I got 1 out of it. Promise. He tastes a morsel on the tip of his knife and shudders. An exquisite find, my captain. Like a devil's lips. Searing. Probably fatal, but utterly worth the risk. Requires more strange catches or live specimens for his culinary research. Well, by buying it, we might get it from other means. Fine. Drop off the impolite investigator. The impolite investigator grins as he disembarks. As soon as he's exited your ship, he spots a small, ancient man, the sprightly visionary. The investigator rushes over to him and shakes his hand while unleashing a barrage of questions. What's your name? Reason for exile? How's the food? The visionary writes a message in the notebook chained to his wrist. He presents it to you both. Welcome. Sorry, must run. You need to register yourself. Go straight ahead. Advice, no questions. Befriend Temptum. Good day. There is a search for truth being conducted in Hideaway. The dwellers of Hideaway are well aware of the truth of their situation, aren't they? What situation? Don't worry about it. It's fine. As we said, there is also aid to this fellow. And together, you roll the wheel through Hideaway. You pass women lugging blowtorches and bags of cement, and men trying to smile as they put on diving suits. Eventually, you pass through an iron gate to a workroom. At the room's center is a deep pit. A large electrical alternator looms against the back wall. The visionary plugs the cable into the alternator, and slowly feeds the rest down into the pit. When finished, he writes a short message in the notebook chained to his wrist. Thank you. Usual help's working on faulty line. May need you in future. As he hands you the note, he looks up, revealing his neck. It's one huge scar. You help the sprightly visionary set up an alternator. He has a mighty and terrible hope, huh? Help the sprightly visionary again. He's industrious for one so old. He's always running around the city, aiding the cablemen or repairing electrical faults. For 7 fuel. The sprightly visionary's ambition. That's the fine fellow right there on screen. He passes a toolbox to one of his workers and rushes over to you. He writes in the notebook chained to his wrist. Supply his engines with fuel. The visionary passes you a scrap from his notebook. Alternator engines near dead. Need fuel. Provide. We do have 7 fuel. My men will transport. Lunch? His room is spacious, if rather bare. A filament bulb shines pleasantly within a pink paper lantern. His plaster walls are cracking. A hand-drawn portrait of a dark woman hangs above his bed. The visionary clears maps of Hideaway from his table and prepares coffee. As he passes your brew, bellows of pain engulf the room. And all Hideaway trembles for a moment as the beast below writhes. But the visionary doesn't spill a drop of the coffee. Once things settle, he writes a note. Forgive Temptum. He hurts now, /then. Coffee? And please, call me Arik. You helped Arik power an alternator. You now have 10 sacks of dark drop coffee beans. You lost 7 fuel. Honestly, a fine trade. Terror more than you have 40 terror. Fixing the fault, Arik passes you a scrap from his notebook. I need particularly steady heads to repair cabling. Assist? We need less terror. So, Hideaway less than... Hideaway less than 25 terror. But now that we found it, we can head straight back here, and... Well, that's good enough for me. Because that makes it easier. Just jotting down my notes. Check on the investigator. The implied investigator ignores the patterns of resting and waking established in Hideaway. He never seems to sleep. At all hours, he can be found asking questions or studying the city. The investigation. The implied investigator ignores the customs. Oh wait, that's all the same. Today, however, he is withdrawn to his room and is unduly quiet. What is he up to? The waters below. 7 diving suits take up the investigator's room. We're exploring the space between Tantrum and its city shell, but we need another 5 divers. Okay, I don't want to do this. My crew's a bit low. That sounds like a good risk crew. Present a farewell letter to the sprightly visionary. Do you want to do this? A farewell accepted. The sprightly visionary tears open the letter, scanning it quickly, then reading it again more closely. His emotions are guarded, but his fingers gently trace the ascot around his neck. In response, the visionary writes only, "Tell Lorenzo he is dismissed from his service." Hesitantly, he gives you the salute of a Khaganate commander, before rushing off to busy himself with other work. Undercrow. We have delivering a lover's wordless response. Hopes to end a complicated life with a clear conscience. Alright, so that was definitely something we need to do. So we need to go back to the Undercrow as well. And that seemed to be well for the guy. There is actually story behind all of this, and it is effectively tied. Well, it's tied behind an ambition that we didn't accept because we chose money. But it is interesting. It is an interesting ambition. I've done it before. Alright, so we want to go up to Irene. See the full extent of Hideaway there. All that lives upon the turtle. Let's get to the surface. You'll note we were giving 10 coffee for 7 fuel. I happen to remember a way to make that even more profitable of an exchange. So I'm going up here to Irene, because we need to hop by Avid Horizon and bruise along this side of things anyways. Yeah, 42 terror. Okay. And go into here, Irene. Compile a port report to mess with someone's head. You can't do stuff with coffee there, but what you can do is sell coffee for bales of parabolan linen. And as far as I'm aware, it's actually a pretty decent trade. Oh, excuse me. Also, we may be able to benefit something out of it. So, I kind of want to do that as well. 20 fuel, 30 for that, 25 for strange catches. We don't need to worry about any of that. And here was just the exchange. Buying very, very costly secrets. Alright. Much as it's not the place to visit, onto the Avid Horizon. Because we had a thing there from that our navigator wanted to visit here. Man, the loop we've made in this travel so far. It's been quite a loop. I haven't been back to London all this time, which is why my terror is so high. The downside of longer journeys: A, you're likely to run out of stuff, as we saw as risking along the line. But B, terror. One's a constant companion. The stars, we do not want to do that. Lead the Sigil Riven navigator to a certain dock pillar. Scraps of paper, stiff with northern frost, are stuffed into its cracks. Oh wait, unlocked with 1 strategic information. How convenient. Unforgiven. A message is carved into the wood. If you wish to return to London, if you seek the forgiveness of the Empress, if you will sacrifice all to make amends, record your name and crime. Your navigator hunts through the slips of paper. They are a library of villains and villainy. Here are murders, betrayals, treasons, and perjuries. He stops, stares at one, pulls it free. "This is mine," he says. "I wrote this." It is a confession. Beneath, in more recent and less careful letters, he has added a note. "You did not answer. If I cannot be forgiven, then I will forget. The Chapel of Lights will help me for a price." He laughs wildly. "Twice. I paid them twice. Once to take my memories, and once to guide me back to them." His laughter deepens to hysteria. 2 crewmen help you drag him back to your ship. Speak to your navigator on board to learn of his confession. To learn of his confession. "Captain, may I speak with you?" In private. His voice is dull, his sigil throbs red as embers in the leafy gloom. His forgotten crime. He hands you his confession, retrieved from Void's approach. Please, read. The Navigator's Confession. A square of paper, folded into quarters to make a booklet. Read the first page. To whom it may concern, I hereby record my full and honest confession in the hopes of absolution in Her Enduring Majesty's service. In May, my brother Richard and I took service on the Bonnie Swan. He as bosun, I as navigator. The captain, Swinburne, was a good man, but ambitious. When we reached Keen Eater's castle, our supplies were low, but we pressed on in the hope of finding land. There was none. Read the second page. Our stores nearly depleted, we turned back, and here I committed the first of my crimes. I mistook my readings and set a bad course. For days we steamed northwest, not west, into the empty dark. Our supplies ran out, and still no sign of port. Hunger set in, and terror, and what I pray was madness. Ravening, desperate, raving, we agreed to draw lots, with the loser giving up life and flesh so the others could go on. Know where this is going? Read the third page. The first of us to draw the short straw was the captain. The second was my brother. My dear, solemn, solid Richard. There were more after. 7 times we drew. 7 of our number went into the pot, and not a one of them quietly. Those of us who made it back to port swore never to speak of our crime. But one of us, someone with a keener conscience than mine, confessed. I fled the noose to Z again. I regret it all. I will do anything, please. Read the 4th page. Here he scribbled his later note when the Admiralty failed to select him for absolution through service. You did not answer. If I cannot be forgiven, then I will forget. The Chapel of Lights will help me, for a price. His eyes meet yours when you look up from the page. They are dull as old iron. I am done, citizen. I am done. I have one last thing to ask of you. His last request. The truth has broken him. Parting ways. He buries his face in his hands. Even if I could remember, I would not want to. But it is only a matter of time until this. He runs a finger over his sigil. Takes something I can't do without. Maybe I will forget how to breathe, or which way is north. Perhaps I will strand us all at sea again, and it will be oaths of silence and straws in the dark. Be rid of me, Captain. Put me ashore somewhere I can be forgotten. Your sigil-ridden navigator wishes to retire. Speak with him to learn where he might find peace. Ask where he would like to disembark. Leave me on Codex where my silence won't be questioned, or at the Empire of Hands where no one will care. Choices. You have heard that the mute exiles on Codex reward anyone who brings them a new initiate. They pay with secrets of fire. There will be no such recompense from the apes of Port Stanton. But your navigator offers to leave you his tools, charts, and notebooks in return for his passage. Abandon your navigator at Codex to earn a valuable item, or at Port Stanton in the Empire of Hands for a lesser reward, but an increase in your mirrors. Or perhaps there is another, less pleasant option. What does that mean? Well, that is a little deal right here where it says, suggest another option. Note you need menaces unaccountably peckish, which we know is associated with cannibalism, up to 3. That means you have indulged plenty. Suggest another option. It would be a release for him, of a sort. And it has a certain sanguine poetry. We're not doing that. I think he's our only officer that deals with increasing mirrors. Yeah, you have it as well, so we don't need to worry about it too much. Alright, next stop, Frostfound. Then Mount Palmerston, Undercrow, Codex, Wither. we have a whole bunch of stuff to fling along the north. Go figure. Sure, we'll pick up a Chapel Lights port report. Why not? As long as we don't spot Port Nomad, we'll be fine. Yeah, the Chapel's bounty. No, thank you. Do they have anything in shops? No, they did. Okay. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Quickly along. The quicker we go, the less terror we get. Which is the important thing for us at the moment. Is that just... That's just a bog standard lifeberg. I don't mind hunting a bog standard lifeberg. I can outpace them. They are not Mount Nomad. And they will give me goodies that I can turn into potential profit, which we need. So, yeah. A lifeberg, you happen to be... we call a prime target. You can also get fuel and supplies from them, albeit with a check. But getting this stuff off of them has very much a potential of profit. Also, killing that reduced our terror, which is another good thing. Yeah, see, you need a Mirror's check for that, but treasures you don't. 2 more outlandish artifacts. Not bad at all. Then onwards to Frostbound, because, like I said, terror reduction, fuel supplies. Then we can drop by to Anthet. Navigator, we did their deal. So we do not want to just go right into. Alright. Up and away we go. What we need, well, it is right here. This will also reduce our terror, which is ideal. Tick T with the squatters, lost 10 terror. Excellent. Go like that, go like that. We shall go below the surface and head for Anthet. Which we most certainly want. Oh, hold up. I accidentally minimized OBS there. That is fine, because it's better than the alternative of accidentally Xing out of OBS. That would just be awkward. Oh god, it's one of you. Forgot you're in this vicinity and you will shoot stuff at us. Back away, back away, back away. Keep firing. As long as we have the big gun trained on this Thalat, we might be able to do this safely. Well, we're kind of side-killed her because we don't want to hit that. Alright, good, 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 good. Want to run into Frostbound. Waits us at port again. And we can send that one to there. Gains of terror, that's fine. We don't have to fight another one of those. Alright, to Anthet. To Anthet, to Anthet, to Anthet. To drop off our cargo of Clayman. And then up to Mount Palmerston, where we will... well, where we'll talk with the Deviless again. Have a chat with her. Last time we were there, we gave her souls. I'm gonna bump this side again. Yes, I am. Of course I am. I'm a fool. Sit down, folks, there. 120 echoes and the lawn box. Good, good, good. On success, this will reduce terror. That might clear up my event, though, and I don't want to do that on accident. Report. Anything in the shop's a benefit? No. Nope, 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 and nope. Want to go to Surface and then Mount Palmerston, which is right here next door, then Undercrew, and then we'll just keep bouncing along the north, because that's where a lot of stuff is for us at the moment. Is north, go figure. Alright, go around here, along there, and in we go. Ugh. Something else we can do here as well. Report. Go up the crater. Visit the wistful Deviless. The Deviless disconsolate. She pours the tea with a shaking hand. Her eyes are distant. The lights, the agonies, the scalding mists of lead. I miss them so. I long to return from exile. I was such a fool. There's no future with the convention. Will you help me? I overhear things here at the gate. The convention's plans. Take them back to London for me. The officialdom of hell will show gratitude for me. And I will show gratitude to you. She hands you an envelope. Unsealed, she points out. I choose to trust you. She's certainly lying. Devils do not trust. Devils has asked you to take something to London. Message from the wistful Deviless. Unsealed, but written in one of the more esoteric scripts of hell. We're not going to read it because, as noted, don't trust that. What we can do is trade 5 of these spare buildings for an officer we don't have. Engage an officer, the merciless Modiste. Ah, yes, you will do nicely. I need a ship, dear heart, and I rather flatter myself that you need me. The merciless Modiste is a first officer who increases iron, veils, and hearts. Welcome aboard. The Modiste neither packs lightly nor suffers fools gladly. One solitary scratch on my steamer trunks from you sniveling little homunculi, and I take the whole blessed lot of you apart at the seams. She turns back, her lips curling into a smile. As I was saying, Captain, you really must try to take the waters here before our cruise. Most invigorating, Brimstone. Appoint your new officer by dragging her from the officer's tab to her slot at the top of the screen. It's nor that. She has no difficulties with blood, but she very much dislikes blood stains. As you can see, she is a first officer. Notice most first officers increase mirrors and pages. She increases irons by 8, veils by 3, irons by 1. So, a lot of iron. A lot of iron. If you want to invite her to dinner, her dresses were the talk of London society before the scandal. Her tastes are no less refined by her exile. A solace fruit and soup. There's also this option. Challenge the Modiste to her favorite game. Knife and Candle, in London, a spirited little challenge of murder, sedition, and subterfuge. At sea, the stakes are higher. The ferryman's grip is tighter here. This will let you wager a secret for a risky chance to boost your veils, up to 125. You may also have other reasons to fight the Modiste. We're not doing that. So that is Zoop. We can buy a Zoop here. For a fair bit of cost, but it's Zoop. Speaking of things we can buy, we can buy a slew of fuel, because it's cheaper here. By a little bit. Oh yeah, and we have this tomb colonist to very much get rid of. We do want to get rid of them. Speak to, and... Nostalgia for darker days. Why, Captain? I hope... I hope I have not been forgotten. I had a most delightful little boutique not too far from the bazaar. Many surface commissions, naturally. Once one has sampled the cloths from behind mirrors, it is quite obscene to return to the mundanity of cotton and silk. Velvet, of course, is another matter entirely. Such a fabric. The modiste cuts a slice of fruit tart, licks the side of her knife. Oh, to show you my finest creations, I would dress you in razors and arsenic, and the dream dies of parabola. Tisk forbidden. When my friends and I first set sail as the set, we knew no such creative cowardice. Blood and ink, my captain, blood and ink. Great art has always demanded great suffering. We simply recognize that its obligation does not necessarily have to weigh upon the artist. I've dined with Modiste, dressed to kill. If we go to her now, you can check in on her, inquire about her time with the set. Have dined, made herself at home. And we'll check in. She has wasted little time converting her cabin into a surprisingly well-equipped workshop. The cutting edge of fashion. A sweating crewman stands exhausted, her arms out and wrapping in flowing parabola linen. The modiste fusses over a stretch of exquisite lace, fixing it in place with a hooked pin thrust through a pinch of convenient flesh. Oh, do stop mealing. If you want something worth sobbing about, you need only ask. She glances over her shoulder, smiling warmly. Ah, Captain, do you perhaps know if the current current style in London is still to the floor, if one might finally show a knee in polite company? No, no matter. First we will shock, then we will inspire. They have made themselves at home. And then you're given some interesting options to effectively boost stats through this. You could commission a new dress uniform. Captain, they will be calling you Admiral. Sorry, I don't know why I mispronounced that one. That was a weird one to do. This will provide a boost to pages. It requires 3 bales of parable linen, royal blue feather, hunt blue profits or milliner bats to find these. And you'll note something here. It'll also cost you your comatose ferret. Yeah, she, suffice to say, the ferret does not survive the encounter. Commission a set of fine clothes. This year's fashion, I think we can do better than that. Boost to hearts, strange catch, skintillac, 3 bolts of spider silk. Commission some protective armor. Ah, a challenge. I shall rise to it at once. Boost to iron, casket of sapphires, bale of parabolin linen, and Stygian ivory. But we won't worry about any of that at the moment. All's good in the time being. For now, we need to go to the Undercrow. Because we need to stop next place. Because we've delivered one deal, so why not deliver the next? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. No, actually, blast with it. All in. Lost a crew. God damn it. I wouldn't get behind it, but the boat did some very, very weird shenanigans there. They do that, and for some reason, because they cheat, they still get weapon progress, even though you're, like, way out of reasonable range. The hold, cash, wild scent. And I got soups. Go figure. Now, let this be a lovely case of what happens when you get below your crew count. Yeah, this is as fast as you can go. At half speed at 1. So, unfortunate. Luckily, we are on our rotation back. We will do what we can. We will do what we can. If you reach 0 crew, of course, you die. You do not want that to happen either. But we are now very much at a disadvantage because we're going a lot slower. Luckily, we still have the Avid Suppressor. Because that means we can do this boosting deal, which helps. It's almost like we're now more cruising at normal speed with it. Alright, we need to go under Z. All shall be well indeed. Well, fitting my title now that I'm just limping along. Trying to get back to London. For more crew. And to take stock of my situation at hand. Bum, bum, dun, dun. Faster. God damn it. Under Crow. Now, you're given some options here. You could give the sprightly visionary's response, which we're definitely going to do. The almost dead man is dismissed from his service. Surely that's good news? You could lie about the farewell letter and tell the almost dead man a comforting lie. It'll be easier that way. But no. It's your familiar flavor. Asking for that. Simple report. We will give the slightly revisioned response, as is. Accepted with grace. The almost dead man asks you to describe his commander's response in maddening detail. He only desists when an attempt to return the Kaganian salute results in a spasm of pain. As the incomparable Aurelian offers him some water, you watch his ribs rise and fall, like the keys on a pianoforte. When the pain has subsided, the old man's grimace settles into a faraway smile. He still wears the ascot I gave him. Deliver the lover's wordless response. Dying grace goes up. Deliver a letter of apology to a flinty Latiturian at Nook. The almost dead man assures you at length that the Latitudinarian is not a man to blame the messenger. Alright, well, to Nook. After a brief consultation with the incomparable Aurelian, the ancient man holds you a sealed letter. I'm told he resides in an etched tooth house in the Maw. When I imagine what he could have been. So let's see here. Undercrow is at the moment at Nook. Jew noted. An important letter once again. We can't do this because we don't have coffee. That is fine. And out we go. Now we need to go to Codex. And technically Wither too, because we'll be there anyways, but Codex is also where we have our mission. That mission that we're given the Admiralty. Sorry, Admiralty. That is how you pronounce that word, indeed. Which will give us, ideally, some strategic information. Because we kind of want to keep getting strategic information, and then in turn, vital intelligence, and look over there, that's a giant goddamn moth. Yes, it is hostile. Yes, it will try to kill you. No, I am not engaging it with below half hull and limping at half speed. Otherwise, I'd give it a shot, but, no. No, and no, and no, and no. We progress onwards. Bum, bum, dun, dun, dun. As we limp into port. Isle of Codex, strategic information for the Admiralty. Make the pass sign to mute exile. Nod, nod, shrug. She hands you an oilskin pouch. 9 foolscap sheets of beautifully written cipher, gathered from who knows what corners of the undersea. She looks up. She points across the water towards the distant lights of Withertown. She shakes her head, and no home there for her, not now. She points to your ship, and raises her eyebrows. Completed our commission? An exile aboard? A mute exile wants to join your crew. Will you permit it? Refuse it, you'll pick your crew more carefully. Permit it. Though other sailors clutch their sea talismans and make signs against evil, the folk of Wither are uncanny. Those who are exiled to Codex must be more so. I will, because that bumps me up to there. Welcome her aboard. She can't or won't speak, but it's clear she knows the Z. She'll do well, this one. We've gained some terror, but we've gained a crew. We have gained Salt's attention, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Compile a port report. Codex, allow your navigator to join the mute exiles. The stones of Codex crawl with sigils. Your navigator steps into the enfolding silence of the gloom, gray shore. His tattoo shivers like a nestling gull. Goodbye. One of the mute exiles brings him a loaf of brown algae bread. Another gives him a chipped jug of water. The navigator does not thank you or say goodbye. From the moment he sets foot on the isle, he does not speak at all. But he takes your hand in his, briefly, before turning to the exile's cave. As you leave, one of the exiles tugs at your sleeve. He leads you to an unmarked stone the size of a church Bible, produces a chisel and hammer from his robe, and strikes the stone 3 times. It splits in half. Inside, a sigil the color of quartz glistens. Trapped in the stone like a fossil, the exile gestures at you to take it. We no longer have the sigil-ridden navigator. He has joined the mute exiles, and we have gained a searing enigma. It's a better fate for him than sticking him with soul-seeking monkeys. Without a doubt. In my personal opinion, for sure. And now, thanks to that strategic deal, which was totally not planned at all, because I'd rather not limped for a bit. Oh, god damn it. I'm about to get rid of you, tomb colonists. Stop taking my supplies. You're part of the reason we were in trouble. You're part of the problem. Let me kill this thing. It's here. I might as well. Lifebergs are a actually decent source of income, effectively. Because when you search for treasures, they give you stuff that you can utilize. And that is a-okay in my book. Because we need some profit. Kaboom. Clear the hatches, all is well. Search for treasures, more outlandish artifacts. Cool, 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 cool. And then we would go for here. Enter the fog bank. It's fine, we're going out of the fog bank now. Go for here, wither, gather intelligence, explore the town. And, we'll try this again. Ah, excellent. Jellyfish, the food of queens. Traces of its venom still remain. just enough to make your tongue tingle and alter your consciousness a touch. Your pulse accelerates, and odd thoughts sparkle in the forefront of your mind. 10 fragments, lost 2 terror, lost 5 hunger. Oh, pardon me. That is a-okay. Anything else to gain here? Let's head to Vendorbyte and sell this tomb colonist. Both profit and stopping him from continuing to eat our supplies. You wretched thing, you. Okay, I am gonna fight that, I don't know, but I'm gonna do this in a way that gets me closer to Vendorbyte at the same time. I want to skirt around here. About can't. And kaboom. Oh god, there's bats here. Last one. Bats. Why are the bats stealing all my supplies? I've never run into that. And the game is not letting me not target anything but the Lifeberg at the moment. This is annoying. Come on. Oh my god, game. This is one of the problems of the games. Sometimes it can be bad about registering enemies. And in cases like this is becoming absolutely devastating to me. I need to get into port. I need to get it port fast before I lose all my supplies to that goddamn bug. Get away from me, you wretched invincible bats. So yeah, the problem with going through half whole, things like that. Yeah. Search the place, make an offering, search the place, gain some fragments and terror, that's fine. Shops, we want to sell you. Get out of here. You're not worth the 15 deals, but feel bad for dumping them overseas. And now we are very low on supplies because goddamn bats. It's time to return to London. To restock and reevaluate. Because, yeah, that was so much supplies lost from that bat. All because we couldn't shoot it. Could have blasted it away in one blow, but the bats were invincible. The invincible bats. Alright. You're finally back. Literally been just around the map. Oh, I did not have... Okay, then. Sell. Okay, I need another port. Didn't realize I didn't have it. But I do indeed need that because, well, yeah. I need fresh stuff in London to trigger. Please, London, give me fresh stuff to trigger. Dun, 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 dun. I forgot that I could actually get to London and not trigger that. Whoops. It's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Alright, there we go. There we go. Let them do their worst, indeed. Click deals. Ah, how convenient. I can sell my Cooper Lawn box here. For a little bit additional more profit. Let's see here. Blue feathers. Right, first things first. Read the paper. Lost Terror. Time with your family. Lost Terror. Port deals. We don't want to do that because we want it in that form, so we need to ask if there's anything in particular he needs. This port. Oh, Codex again, eh? Huh, well that's convenient. I can just pop back up there. Port reports. Yes, please. We will have some new ones. We'll be getting a lot of fuel from this. At least a fair bit of fuel. And money, which is another important thing. 3, Frost Found, Esteval, Shellinate, Codex, Con Shadow, Wisdom. Varchas is a new one. The Mirrored City, eh? Still think we're the barbarians, do they? Yes, indeed. Favors, Fuel, Echoes. Irene. Oh, Irene. Keen's Eater Castle. Ah, Despair's Fastness. 20 Echoes, a Fuel, and another Favor. Quicker's Haven. Agile. Hideaway. A city on a what? Fuel, 60 Echoes. Dahat. As you'll note, submariner places definitely give you the solid amount of echoes. Anth. Undercrow. Strategic information, we do not want to turn that in. Especially with what we can about do. Alright, so Alarming Scholar has a little ooh, hey, supplies. Thank you. That's appreciated. It's in our hold at the moment. 3 of those. Rather, 5 of those. So 2 of them. Keep 3 in case we want to use them for one of those upgrades, like for pages, for example. Those sort of things. And we need to buy some supplies. Boop and boop. And then the Brass Embassy. This is Hell's foothold in London. It's warm, bright, and handsome. Every window blazes with light. There is a screech abruptly cut off from the Excreation Annex. There's some things you can do here. You could sell the creative human souls to the Brass Embassy. On the one hand, devils pay a little better than the merchants of Wolfstack Docks. On the other hand, you are literally selling other people's souls to devils. Yeah. You know, why did you come here? Yes, you have been to the Iron Republic then? Did you want to tell me something? No, this is unlocked with a port report Fallen London. This is a rare thing you can get from trying to do a port report of the Iron Republic. You can also sell a shipment of red honey to the Brass Embassy. Maybe wean them off souls. Worth a try for the price they're paying. This is a very, very profitable way of selling a finkel of red honey. But you have to get into London. For now, we are here because pass on the wistful Deviless's information. The Deviless has provided intelligence from inside the Brimstone Convention, the aristocrat exiles of Hell. Hell will no doubt be interested. A warm welcome. An urbane devil ushers you into a copper-paneled interview room. There are hunting prints on the walls, but the hunters are devils and their quarry women and men. The devil listens, fingers steepled to your story, nodding encouragingly. That's terribly helpful of you, terribly helpful. Could I have the message, please? He reads it with interest. Oh, that's very good. Allow me to offer a consideration to you. Here, for your trouble. Bring me more and I'll give you something else. But, do you mind performing some independent verification? You know how expats can get. Sometimes their imagination runs away with them. Anyway, here's a little present for your source. 150 echoes, a gift for the wistful Deviless. It is beautifully enameled, its eyes glistening like digestive fluid. Carried intelligence to the Brass Embassy. And that is that accord. Just jotting some notes down. Alright. Now, the things to do. Things to do indeed. What else do I have in my hold? Just a bunch of stuff. I go to my lodgings, visit my study. Can create an anatomical cabinet. Cannot create a serene deal there because I don't have a live specimen at the moment. I can get even more irons, though. Because I have 7 secrets. So I think I will, because I've been collecting these anyways. Create an anatomical cabinet. You've learned so much. Now, create an object lesson that will guide you in the destruction of your enemies. As noted, increase your iron by 7. And cabinet worth 7 more. 7 lamentable relics, we have that. A conversation piece. In the cheerier watches, sailors will gather round it and point out scars, quirks, deformities. Mugs of grog in hand, they will discuss the remains as art critics in a Vale Garden gallery might discuss competent paintings. We now have a cabinet, death, laid out for your careful inspection. We have 7 more iron to get us up to 109. And now we just need more secrets and a live specimen if we want to do that. Not doing that at the moment, but engage a Sailor. We do want our Sailor buffer again. 'Cause, yeah. It was unfortunate what happened to our previous crewmen. Do not worry about that, good sirs. And madams. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's the matter. Everything might be the matter. Alright. Everything else, we have recent news that we need to keep on delivering down there. To that, but first things first, to be perfectly honest, we want to just start quickly back up to Codex. Because, well, we have another strategic information waiting for us there. And we do want that. We very much do want that. More vital intelligence, the better, because vital intelligence pays off more than turning in this strategic information. The reason I didn't do this heavily before was, A, because we got our first one in frickin' Khan's Heart, which is a bad location for such. But two, because now that we kind of have the Doctor a bit pacified, he's not going to be stealing stuff from us. he steals stuff in order of moves of the great game to, if there's none of that, to strategic information to, if there's none of that, vital intelligence. And it's bad to lose those things. So, since we have him relatively on a leash and under guard, we don't have to worry about that. Also, I forgot to repair. I need to fix that once I can. Whoops. My bad. We're just gonna get exploration, search warily, picnic. Monumental ruins. The builders of this place worked with great slabs of neath-wall stone, carved with blank-eyed, unsmiling faces and blocky, stoic serpents. You could search warily. The neath is rarely gentle. Treat this place as enemy territory or a picnic. Creepers climb the shattered pyramid. An owl blinks at you from an idol's mouth. In the undergrowth, a cave lizard munches decorously on a white cricket. This place seems peaceful. Rest a while. Search warily. You're not the first to come here. Someone's left a long oak casket under a carpet of creepers. A rich wild scent. Ooh, peaches. We found peaches. Someone was hiding peaches there. We now have the peaches, which means we have a good solid chunk of supplies. Port report. And now up to Codex. And technically we're there for another port report because it's fuel and money. And we'll take it for taking the chant. Revenge! Back up, back up, back up. God damn it. That is effectively a wash. We gained the supplies, we lost the supplies. But the price is in the satisfaction of killing those damn invincible bats. Vengeance. It's satisfying. Life burst. I'm not going to try to sneak by it. We shall get our profit from this and move on. Nope, going too fast. Ding, ding, ding. The bells toll for thee, but not for me. Combined fire makes for all the fun. Gathering chambers, more outlandish artifacts. That's where kind of the profit stands. These outlandish artifacts do add up in selling. Yeah, they definitely do. And it's technically a way of transferring wealth between legacies. We need the money now, more than anything else. So, that's the plan. If we're gonna get another crew member from Codex out of this. Possibly. Wither. Gather intelligence. Explore the town. Can we finally complete this one echo deal? Yes, we can. A cat's shadow. The fisherman grumbles, but pays up. 10 fragments and 1 echo. Yeah. Very worth it. This is our revenge tour. First the bats, and now that damn simple 1 echo riddle. No riddle will stop us until they do. As I said, that's a really good one if, like, you have a reliable check or have no qualms about save scum, because you can get treasures from... You get treasures from that. Alright, we have that, which puts us at 2 strategic information. Which means we do what we did last time. we use it, and then we find a way to move it, which will do the great games. Moves in the great game. The bigger picture, they thought no one would recognize the pattern. They hadn't counted on you. And now, more vital intelligence, which we want to deliver to the Admiralty, because we want supremacy in London to go up. It's a random chance for it to go up, unfortunately. Not guaranteed. But the chance is there, and we will take it. Because us benefiting London, it can be nothing but a good thing. So you'll note there's other factions you can effectively raise their effective standing or luck. Oh god, the bats. Very good. The Khaganate is one of them, the Dawn Machine is another, the Anarchists we've seen. London is the other big pillar of raising supremacy. But this character, they are a loyal sort. London is where they stand, so London is who they will support, with what intelligence and such they can. Now, the Memento Mori, other than the other cell rewards, also influences the various levels of supremacy increase. Obviously, if you give them a really big, powerful gun, they're going to be like, oh, well, that's a power gain for us. And thus, the supremacy of the seas. Dun dun dun. Just a quick little jaunt that one was. Alright, and pull into dock. Once again. Click messages. Oh, another present. More supplies. Curios and more lawn boxes, eh? Huh. Time with family, reduce our terror to nothing. Let's see here, submit port reports. Only have a few. There, and there. We can ask if there's anything in particular they need. Admiral will see you now. And where next they want us to go is... Codex again! There are so many places you can give options to. To have Codex 3 times in a row is crazy. Submit vital intelligence. Favor 350 echoes. No political balance off of this one, unfortunately. That's too bad. That is too bad. Like, you know what? That's fine. We got paid decently out of that. We can now just go back up north for another one. Oof. I cannot believe that's 3 in a row for Codex. Just looking over something. Codex secured opponent. That's an aft deal. Okay. Nature's Desire. I don't really want or need to sell those. There's nothing there. For some reason something's sticking in my head. I don't know what it is. I guess we can sell some of these things. The outlandish artifacts. Increase to 8. 100 echoes. Outlandish artifacts. 100 echoes. And one more 100 echoes. 2 change points. Okay, that was it. Not forgetting to repair. Completely repair your hull. 3 favors, 25 echoes. By all means. All shall be well, and all manner of thing shall be well. Very quickly. Let's bring on crew. Engage a Zailer. Do that, because we're apparently just getting all the freaking Zailers from going to Codex. Can't believe that's... Can't believe that 3 times in a row. But hey, up we go. It's profitable. Like, I'm effectively waiting to be bounced elsewhere, but... apparently the game's like, oh, how would you like to go back up there? Sure, I suppose. And back up there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Grab. So, that which we do not want to blunder into. That'd be bad. Ding tolls the bell. We won't use up anything here. We'll still stop by here for that purpose. Because, yeah, we do need to do so. Go here, and port reports. Full power. Bats. Bats. The bats can only do damage now because I repaired my hull. We still do not want to let them... still don't want to let them do damage to us, though. That would be unideal. Oh, is there another ice lifeberg there? Yes, there is. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, lifeberg. Bonk. Bonk. I know, enthralling stuff, but... wow, it actually caught up to us. That's a first. Also 30 damage, ye gods. Well, that was unfortunate. Rich wild scent. Ah, more zoop. Guess I have more zoop now. Like, no outlandish artifacts that time, just a zoop. I mean, still profit. Still something to sell. Just not outlandish artifact level of profit. Ah. Thought I was on 2. I was not on 2. I was still on 1. And there is another lifeberg. God damn it. Oh well, it's inevitable. Inevitable. A castaway. A woman in an iridescent green gown waves vaguely from a rock near the shore. Sorrowful sighs waft across the water towards you. And indeed a castaway? A mermaid? Of course not. Mermaids are a preposterous myth. Approach. The poor woman won't answer your hails, but she's obviously in need of assistance. Avoid, she's probably a pirate or drowning or someone's feral aunt. Never underestimate feral aunts. We will approach. Why wouldn't we, oh gods? The serpent's lure. A fanged mouth rears from the water, big enough to bite a boat in half or swallow a pig. The woman contorts and slides into the water. She's the tip of the monster's tail. This will be untidy. Obliterated, it's a formidable beast, but you're formidable too. We have 109 irons. This is still a 65% check. Eh? Fling a bait and move on. Strange catch. Fully 41% chance. It is always preferable to fight sea serpents from inside a ship, not from inside a serpent. Withdraw as best you can. Well, these are best odds. We failed. We lost 6 crew. God damn it. A terrible toll. The beast's scales are proof against pistol shot, and wreaks terrible havoc before you manage to bring it down. You harvest its bones and scrape its hatching young from among the rocks by the shore. We now have 3 Stygian ivory. Heart of Fry, we've lost 6 crew. We are going slow again. God damn it. Unfortunate. We will, technically regain 1 from Codex, but... yeah, so, say hello to the value of excess. Prevents you from making awkward long journeys like this. And I actually had a fair decent buffer, too. H is 6. That was indeed a terrible toll of crew members. I mean, we got some things. Stygian ivory and the like. Story. Report. Strategic information. Yes, please. Won't fully make up for it, but it helps. It helps. We do what we can. We do what we can. Then once we're back, we buy more crew. Yep, that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. And hey, maybe once we return, we'll have a different destination to be requested towards than Codex. Or we'll somehow get Codex for a 4th time in a row. Let's hope not. Might be a quick and easy jaunt, technically, but it's a bit silly that it happens as such. Too bad on the Miss Irons checks, because well, doing actually fairly well with that. As in my iron stat. Just goes to show and keep in mind that technically the max for skills are indeed 250. At least that it says that like things like the +7 can raise you towards. Not sure it guarantees that you can't go above it or not. I've never been that high. Because it takes a lot of effort to get that high. Slowly but surely we'll get there to London to buy more crew, hire them on. And when they asked what happened to your previous crewmates, we shall say, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. There is nothing to be concerned about. They totally didn't get eaten by a sea serpent or something of that ilk. They, just took an extended vacation. Yes, that is it. An extended vacation. Nothing more, nothing less. Certainly nothing to concern themselves with. I have 30 echoes. Have some echoes. Full power. We slowly creep through. Apologize for this, I was not expecting that sort of deal. Not expecting it at all. Turn into port. The air trembles, a breath of change passes. Limp on in. Someone wants to sign on. Excellent. Like I said, don't worry about who was here previously. It's all fine. London, Heronmore crew. Honestly, I'm gonna do it again. There we go. Slightly better. Is there anything particular? Ah, the Chelinate. Okay. They're giving up our easy ones. Trading the easy ones for the trade of, oh hey, by the way, now go to the Chelinate. Alright, fair enough. We have the request to go there. And so we shall take a try at it. Since first, there is places I want to visit. And we can do a deal with this. While we're kind of doing a rotation anyways. Pick up an agent. I have a friend, the diplomat says casually, who would be grateful for passage somewhere else. The Connates, for instance, or Port Carnelian. An agent will allow you to establish an intelligence network, and sometimes to grow it later. We're gonna pick one up. A name and address, both are probably temporary, but they're all you need. Networks, a diplomatic agent, this one keeps out of the way. This will sometimes be needed to improve an espionage network. So that's something that they can do. And something that we are given. For the wistful deviless. Harlot Fry, a bucket of tiny but razor-toothed serpentlings. Yeah, we have that now. Right, 1947. That's fine. That is fine. I'll go to shops. That's what I wanted from the start. Sell all this zoop for 70 apiece. And sell this Stygian ivory too. We're looking for money at the moment. We'll keep that. I am indeed going downward still for a reason. Roser's Wharf. Lodging, time with family. Introduce our terror, and was there anything else? Not in particular. Do need to head there. I want... Yes, I want one candle for something. That'll be when we visit the... Yeah, when we happen to head back towards the Gample, because we will be heading towards the Gample. We do indeed know this. But we will be making a southern trip, effectively. Be going to... Yeah, we'll be going down south. We will be hitting up Port Carnelian. I might trim along the lines to the Iron Republic, replenish on slightly cheaper fuel, because that would be beneficial to our wallets. Now, with this agent, there's no guarantees I'm going to set them up correctly, but if I can, it will help matters. But first, I have to get down there. Iron Republic for slightly cheaper fuel. I think the Port Carnelian has slightly cheaper supplies. Potentially. We'll stop by the Isle of Cats with our recent news. We'll hand that over to them. And zoom on into here. I want to go up to the surface. Trade report. That is fine. And down to the Iron Republic. We shall get fuel. Counter anything that stands in our way. Then it's down to Port Carnelian. We'll take the direct route because we don't want to tempt the fate of any glorious dreadnoughts or whatnot around the Grand Geode. They like being there. Almost like it might be their home base or something. It probably is. Get ready to turn. Get ready to turn. Oh, almost too far. Iron Republic. Nothing there. However, boop, boop. Oh, okay. Did say I did not actually want to go too far. I wanted to turn first. And then Port Carnelian is this way. I'll also be hunting for something else in the south, and it is, well, literally hunting. Remember those birds that we encountered once? That I stayed a safe distance away from? Yeah, no, now I want to fight them. Because, we might be doing something with our ferrets, and there's might be a reason why I'm keeping a hold of this current parabola linen cloth. Yeah. I'll just say don't worry about it. We just want excess pages. We do what we can. We do what we can. Anyways, we're here at Port Carnelian. Yay! We're totally not planning on sacrificing anything. Let's see here. There is that. We don't want to worry about that. It's honestly not really that worth it. Oh wait, actually. We want that to take over. Excellent. And we can buy another one. Sapphire Exchange. Buy mounted shirt for 2,000. No, thank you. There. That's that candle. On Port Carnelian. Refer a patient to the Cladary Air. Oh, okay. There is a lady of Murgatoids who dresses in tiger pelts and shows her teeth to customers. Unacceptable. The lady insists that she belongs in the jungle. The tigers disagree. There are questions about where her pelts came from, and how the former owners died. The Cladary Air offers her a consultation. Afterwards, the patient has a curious crescent scar on her forehead, roughly the shape of a claw. But I can wear a hat, it's no matter. She bears the pelts with honors. and buys a ticket for the next ship back to London. Right, that is an irons check. You know what, sure, we'll try that before we switch things. Ah, we failed. The tiger is asking us about our nutritional value again. We should leave. We can call out a room above a bookshelf. I think this is the one of the deals I haven't done. The diplomats of the Khanate were expelled from Port Carnelian following the Galedia incident. Only one remains behind. Not in any official capacity, you understand. Off the record, no, I'm retired now, he tells you cheerfully. His crockery is white as the moon, and rimmed with gold. Over tea, he comments sympathetically on the governor's difficulties. I feel for the man, I really do, and asks probing questions regarding your travels. You manage to squeeze in a few of your own. Oh, the Khan is very fond of sapphires. Blue is his favorite color. Alright, so to institute an agent into Port Carnelian, this place is thick with spies. Who would notice another? Once your agent is in place, you can tap your network for information, or use it to influence affairs here. It is a Veils check. It requires your agent and 100 echoes. Since it requires a Veils check, which right now it's a poor deal, we'll see what we can do. Hearts, pages... That is 8 Veils. That is 7 Veils. Anything will do. Anything will do. Pages, that is 3 Veils on our first officer. Yeah. Alright, that is not a huge increase, but what we can also do is switch that there as well. Puts us up to 63. Carnelian. And gives us a 75% chance, which is better. I wouldn't be surprised if we still failed it, but... Oh good, success. Success! Your agent vanishes into the Carnelian crowds. Within the week, they have found lodgings, friends, rivals, and victims. On subsequent visits to Port Carnelian, you'll be able to grow your network or tap it for information. As it grows, you may be able to affect the balance of power in Port Carnelian. Have 1 times network, Port Carnelian. And as you'll see, we can influence affairs if we get up to 3 for networks. Supremacy affairs in Port Carnelian, no more than 3. Your network's influence over the colony is extensive, but how will you use it? We can also find out what your spies need. To improve the quality of your network, you'll need something. Find out what here. Currents, quality is 23. Carnelian conspiracies. Your network needs something to prosper. What is it? If you provide this successfully, your network level may increase. There's a diplomatic agent, but Carnelian is choked with spies, bewildered surface spies, earnest spies from London, elegant spies from the Khanate, splendid spies from the Presbyterian. But there's always room for a small one. Insight. One of your operatives is troubled. Her temper is short, a flaw in a spy. My ears are full of thunder, she tells you, too loud. Her eyes have turned gray as rain clouds. Ah, she is storm-touched. We have Storm's attention. We can give insight. Seek another opportunity. Perhaps you simply can't obtain what you need. Let the opportunities pass. Come back later. This will allow you to choose another mission when you come back. Usually, but not always, a different one. It will cost you something awaits you. Nothing to roll things over effectively. We, however, can do this. You understand. Your own sleep crackles with distant thunder. She has suffered since finding a package of gouged selenite bones on her doorstep. A curse sent by a rival? You share a bottle of black wine and stories of your dreams. The spears of lightning, the voice of thunder, the prickling weight of the air before the first downpour. Afterwards, she sleeps soundly. She wakes revivified. Our opportunity is gone. Our networks is increased to 2. That's 2 of 3 now. Can find out what your spies need again. In addition to a tiger's library, the governor relies on a cadre of docile native tigers to act as intermediaries with their fellows. One of them has a weakness for potboilers. Or seek another opportunity. Okay then, so our network here requires 1 romantic literature. Alright, which means you guessed it, our favorite way of getting romantic literature, Blemigans. Perhaps not, as you'll note that stays there like that until you either are successful or otherwise. Better your network, the additional this is something you can do. If you have eyes and ears on the Carnelian coast, you can use them to gain more than just a port report. Well, that's fine. We also notice, from something we picked up ago, find the Vacular Broker Snuffer. He wants it captured alive. This brings us to a different menu, which is snuffer hunting. The docks throng, the streets bustle, the blue bazaar heaves, thousands upon thousands of faces. The snuffer could be behind any one of them. How will you find it? You can mobilize your network, which we do have, but it's a low chance at the moment. Or the same way entice any prey with bait. That's a Veils check for candles. Those are your options. We can't really do much of either, but that is fine. It is fine. Good sell romantic literature here. This, by the way, is the Clattery Heart if you wanted it. There's a reason we're not really getting it. I mean, it's not a bad vessel. I mean, 15 hearts, 10 pages, 10 veils, 10 mirrors, 5 irons, 35 quarters, which always, unfortunately, starts at full. Not ideal. That's a lot of supplies. 4,000 weight, 80 hold capacity, 20 less than we have, 150 less there, and it doesn't have a forward slot. It does not have a forward slot, and that is brutal. Because that is a lot of your firepower that you do not have. Alright, we need to go to the Isle of Cats now, but I also want to find birds. Birds, birds, birds. Where art thou, birds? For once I want to find them. As go figure, I actually need those feathers. Discovered Librarian's Grotto. Oh well, fragments are fragments. And fragments are good. Speaking of which, Bubbles Thicket. Also, we're exploring things, and that is also good. The Crine Heights, where the Blue Prophets call the names of those about to die. Yeah, that is... And that is what we're hunting for. We're hoping to find our Blue Prophets. They are the birds we are looking for. Fortunately, I'm not seeing any at the moment. Go figure. One time I want to engage something like that, we can't find a lick or hair of them. For now, let's go to the Isle of Cats, make a brief detour, and drop off this recent news while we have it. While I remember I have it. On Otter into port. There. Compile a port report. Go to the Abbey. Meeting with the Abbess. Cask of mushroom wine. We need that because we need to go into Nook, so that's good. 5, you have his attention. And now, here's the thing. There are 2 offers you can get. The Lady of the Gardens offer. Her name, she says, is Zarya. You should use it. Or, you can go to the Honey Tun. And a meeting with the King's Claw. The Claw keeps a suite in the maze of corridors above the brothel. An offer of patronage. The King's Claw tells you to call them Isiri. They are dressed in azure silk and wearing clawed rings of enameled metal and ivory on the fingers of their right hand. They are very beautiful, if you like them sharp and glittering and ambiguously gendered. You have caught the interest of the Pirate King, and therefore my interest as well, they say, fixing you with an amber-eyed gaze. You seem capable enough. You and I have need of a capable friend. We can refuse. Perhaps you're settled by Isiri's beauty, perhaps by the prospect of working for one so comfortable with the Caddy's Pirate Kings. Or you can accept them or their offer. You can never have too many friends in the Neath. You may only have one patron on the Isle of Cats. Choose well. We'll go with them. Wonderful, utterly delightful. Isiri is all smiles and genial bonhomie. I shall start thinking of a task fit for your talents. Something special. They wave a jeweled hand. Run along now. There's a good captain. Accepted her patronage. Visit Isiri's office. Your patron beckons you into their office above the honeyed tun. I've a delivery for the alarming scholar in London, they tell you, over a meal of fungus blossom and sea lily soup. A delivery that needs to pass beneath the notice of the revenue. Isiri places a casket on the table and slides it open with a dull click. Inside are vials of what is unmistakably red honey. It gleams malevolently. You could refuse their request. You think of lamplighter bees and cage gardens, and your mouth of its own violation shapes a refusal. Or accept a new commission. You are hardly squeamish about smuggling red honey. If you change your mind, you can always turn the shipment over to the Admiralty instead. We'll do that. The scholar will give you some notes in return. Bring them to me, and I shall be most pleased. Isiri slides the casket over to you, and very pointedly does not enumerate the consequences of returning without the notes. Instead, they smile too wide, and you shiver. So that is that. Let's see here. Marking my notes. Isle of Cats. Smuggle red honey. Now, smuggling a prescribed cargo of red honey to the alarming scholar. You also know because of this, pay for an answer. For symmetry's sake, I will make you another offer. Pay me 500 echoes, and I will tell you who and where they are. They smile. I will even award you a discount of 100 echoes, because I am so very fond of you, am I not? But business is business. So we can continue this now for, well, 400 echoes, and that's the cheapest it's going to get for this accord. A melancholy tale. She was a smuggler of our honey, this sea captain, and also a gambler, and a frequent visitor to the tun. Her debts became so onerous, that I had to take her in keeping. Her family paid the ransom to redeem her, but, oh dear, let me be honest with you. I was a little short of operating funds that month, so I sold her to Zara for the Garden of Cages. They smile. The bees have been into her. Who knows how many times? There's nothing left now. She won't remember her name, much less the mere phrase. I suppose that's not what you were hoping for to hear, is it? I'm sorry, my dear. At least let me give you the address of her family in London. I do regret I couldn't be of more assistance. Has given you an address in London. So we need to go back to where we began for that. To London. But first, we have some deals to hunt. Birds to find. Oh, wait. Officers to reorganize because I forgot about that. You go there. Hold. You guys go back into there. What am I missing? I'm missing something here. I thought I had 109 iron. Hold 5 irons there. Yeah, that looks right. Officers, mirrors, you... Ah. There we go. There's where I forgot. Okay. Problem fixed. Now to try to find some birds. What? I do not know what we're in combat with. Something imaginary, clearly. Here we go. Say hello to Blue Prophets. They do indeed call the names of those about to die. And here we are, willingly engaging in them. They have 400 health. They are of effectively a swarm variety, which makes them really annoying to hit, like the bats, and extends their reach out a fair bit. We will do what we can. Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that. But luckily, we are on point there. You've destroyed the Blue Prophets, a mortal battle against parrots. That's the Outer Continent for you. You could record their cries. The prophets speak the names of those about to die. In truth, most of the sounds they make are more squawk than whir. But perhaps you can glean something from the dying birds, if you listen carefully. But what we want, recover your feathers from the prophets. They'll sell in London, and in Khan's heart. Blue as the lost sky, pluck them carefully. Light as a thought, and jewel bright. So, we have that. And, in trade, we, have what we need. Commission a new dress uniform. A boost to pages, which is extremely valuable for us. One of the few ways we can do that. It's by 1, and it progresses her story. The modiste goes to work. You only just avoid saluting your own reflection in the mirror. Such rich linen, expertly cut to every contour. The understated plumage, the fur collar, so... Ah. I know what you're thinking. A damned shame it couldn't have been Ermine. The modiste nods, admiring her work. Come, Captain. Your public awaits. We have gained pages. Yay. Inquire about her time with the set. It is a scandal she speaks of with a deep fondness. Underwater renegades. Of course, you have heard of us, my captain. We are art's last bastion against the cowardly and the mundane. We sail irrepressible beneath the waves, free of censors and censure, The muses are compass and guide. Well, when time and tides permit, of course. It has been too long since our last little salon, and the unpleasantness. The Modise adjusts the bodice she is sewing, pins it in place. Ah, but the wonders we once crafted in the waxlight, the perfidous composer, every betrayal a new operetta, the ender of critics, knives blunt as their wits, the silent sculptress so unjustly exiled when the truth emerged about her torments of clay and bone. Such fine teas she served. Then yes, there was the pianist and our dear, dear poet too, but her finger slips, a drop of blood flowering on white lace. Blast it, she mutters. Not even this year's red. And that is more unto that. Alright, we now want to go... We have that event. We want to we want to bounce up towards the Chelinate, so yeah, Mangrove College is a good stopping point. In that I mean a point to stop, grab some supplies, and keep heading forward. Not to confuse any matters. Because then we will bounce to... Alright, cool. We can move faster now. So you're there. Stop by Agal if we have an event. Then Chelinate, and then the Count's Pole. Yeah, that sounds proper. That sounds proper. I want to go to Hideaway at some point too, so then we'd be heading up towards Esteval. Alright. We have a plan. We have a lonely pirate frigate. Hello, lonely pirate frigate. Goodbye, pirate frigate. Ah, 2 supplies, 2 fuel, and a bolt of fabric, bolts of spider silk. Okay. Fair enough. So let's stop into here, which we can get decent supplies from because we didn't put Blemigans on the Mangrove College. Do not put Blemigans on the Mangrove College. Never. Oh. Ah, checker character. Okay, cool. Gather supplies. That's 3 supplies. To the Wispways, we don't want to go there. Port reports. Alright, so... actually head up to Port Cecile, then bounce to Agao. That sounds like a plan. Because we have a checkered... we can get a little bit of profit from that. Bonk. Bonk. Flies, fuel, parable, and linen. Oh, okay then. Gotten both of the fabric procs from that. Fascinating. Also, the advantage of going up to Port Cecile from this angle, and then to Agal is, we won't have to deal with the giant eyeball. Yeah, we do not want to. We do not want giant eyeball. I'm probably not going to grab Skintalak here because, well... because, yeah. Maybe I will grab that, pop to there, then pop down there? I guess I will, sure. Sure. It's money. Drop off, 100 echoes. Gather intelligence. intelligence. Explore, gather, Skintalak. 3 Skintalak for 2 terror. Okay, I'm glad I did that then. Hello, Alamorai. Yeah, I can pop up to Polythreme for Flamin. There's a reason I want to hit up Argyle, and that's to kind of keep doing things there for the needly things, but maybe I'll just go a maybe I'll just go a different route instead. It is a bit out of the way now at this point. Oh, yeah. It can be saved for another time. There's no rush on matters. There is plenty of time out at sea. Unless something horrible happens to us, then there isn't plenty of time at sea. At least on this character. Then it'd be elsewhere. Oh well, we can head straight over to the Shalonate from here. And we shall. So help with our terror too. We want to keep our terror down. Because, as noted, we want... Well, yeah, for that reason. Hello, shark. Particularly tormented, bound shark. Hello again. Not necessarily again, but hello. We meet another one of thee. Whoever keeps up binding sharks, I have no clue. But it seems incredibly rude. And, well, torturous to do. Use its meat, supplies, hunting trophy, more supplies. Excellent. Grab the wisdom because it's literally right here. Very, very, very literally. Nutmit Harbor. Wisdom. Report. And then on our way. Oh right, we need to hit up Nook as well at some point. That's fine, we can easily hit up Nook on our way back towards London. Almost forgot about Nook. I don't know how I almost did, but we can bounce from there. Then head like Nunico ways. Yeah, that seems proper for me. Right out proper. Remembering we need to smuggle in honey at London. That's always a concern. Always, always concern. For now, into port we go here. Doomed. Meet your contact. A mutilated hunter makes her home in a plastron at the wretched end of the shell. Well, the more wretched end. Her face is half immobile from a jellyfish sting. Give her a hunting trophy, and she'll share sea gossip. It's our objective. She has Z stories for you, drowny whispers, Shalonate murder myths, truths found engraved on bound shark harnesses, and she adds, tell the Admiral, our hunters are eyeing Estival. There is a temptation now. She eyes you, but I suspect you know that, wouldn't you? 2 Z stories, intriguing snippet, strategic info. We'll compile the port report. And now we can go in here, use that, and boop, vital intelligence. We go over here, immediately submerged, and go into the Gant pool. Pull, Gant pull. which is just this short ride over here. These two places will always be close together. Alright, assist her there. More fragments. More learning of the way, and awaits its next beast. More intriguing snippets, too. Report. They have anything new? No, they don't. So I still need to send deals there. This is why I brought the candle. Explore further into the Gant pole. Little light seeps into the maze of ventricles beyond this chamber. You hold up the candle. The flame flickers as you approach the dry tunnels. A slight breeze pulses through them, and carrying with it a pungent cocktail of salt, stale air, and decay. You continue walking through the Gant pole. Every step leads to your final destination. Continue onwards and inwards. The corridors of the heart. You wander, lost in the depths of the Gant pole. Continue onwards and inward. Something at the center of the Gant pole calls to you. To the part of you that feels tired, weary, that craves sleep without the inevitability of waking. The more you walk, the closer you will get. Or return to the main chamber. The writing on the wall should lead the way. Your Gant pole quarters of heart, 0% success. Endless tunnels. You brush your hand against the rippled edges of the tunnel. Another ventricle. Was it flesh before it was stone? Failed it. We have gained 1 quarters of the heart. You're exploring this maze of twisted passage. You continue walking through the Gant pole. And it is now 6%. Failed again, up at 2, 12%, and so on and so forth. $24. Lost. Every tunnel twists and turns. Is a little treasure really so much to ask for in such a grim place? 30%. Endless tunnels. The light of your candle flickers. In the darkness behind you, footsteps. Lost. For a moment, you see a glow in the distance. It fades as soon as you look up. Now at 41% chance. Ah, and here's where we succeeded. The chamber. A glimmer of silver behind sight. The sharp smell of salt, where old sailors go to die. You've succeeded. You have left the Gant pole's ventricles. You've gained 2 corridors of the heart, up to 9. The Gant chamber. At the very center of the heart, the old sailors sit meditating around a briny pool of Gant, the color that remains when all others are gone. Most of their clothes have rotted away to nothing, or been discarded with the rest of their old lives. The oldest of them sit like statues around the pool. Thick layers of salt armor their desiccated skin. You could return to the main chambers. Find the way back will be easy. Or attempt to speak with the old sailors. Their unblinking eyes stare through you. No response. They ignore your words. Their eyes do not flicker, even as you click your fingers by their eyes. They just sit, waiting their next feast of Z-beast flesh. Interesting. Get anything from it, but interesting. Okay. Interesting to note. Jonah's End. That's fuel, that's supplies for... Oh! They sell supplies at a decent price. Well, son of a gun. But of note to us here, we can sell our harlot fries for 10 hunting trophies. We'll do it so it's no longer taking up our inventory. then off we go, upwards towards a hideaway. There's something going buzz 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 over here. I'm curious what that is. Hello, what art thou? The irrepressible. Okay then. I don't know what the irrepressible is, but we are actually taking the risk to fight it. It is definitely probably some sort of submarine. But it's a named submarine, which intrigues me. Also, it's trying to murder us. This does not intrigue me, this just makes me wants to shoot them. You have defeated the irrepressible. Cheers reverberate around the bridge. You've done it. The undersea's most feared vessel, this and founders, with clouds of multicolored gas escaping through rents in her hull. Her stained glass portholes wink and flash like the eyes of a beast, wounded but still dangerous. Ooh, send a boarding party, take anything that's not nailed down, and definitely take anything that is nailed down. Here, don't forget your crowbar. I love the premise of that wording. Yes, take anything that's not nailed down, and definitely take anything that is nailed down. Here, don't forget your crowbar. Go at it. But I like this. Attempt to detach the Irigo cannon. Make yourself focus on the shifting hue. It helps if you close one eye and dwell upon a terrible regret. This will significantly improve your iron if it is not already too high. We do not have no more than our 50, so I want to see what this is. Disarmed and dismembered. The tow cables go taut, and you begin to pull the cannon free. The irrepressible shudders, as though the weapons were being wrenched out from deep in the vessel's quick. The irigo hue fades from the cannon's mouth as soon as it is free of the hull. The weapon itself is no more than a delivery mechanism, but coiled around the gun is the ammunition, stacked in spiral-shaped racks and lustres with sickly shades of irigo. With it, your engineer adds a permanent irigo sheen to your own black powder. The gunners pronounce themselves delighted with your new destructive power. They'll just have to ignore the whispering coming from the powder store. We have gained 5 iron. Excellent. We're at 114 iron. Also super excellent. And we defeated ship. The more feared submarines, apparently. Apology letter Nook, that's not the one we want. I was more really curious about something. About our time with the set. Oh! Oh! Ah! That's why that name sounds familiar. That's the submarine cheese is so wonderfully spouting as, oh yes, 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 that thing, yeah. All full of my compatriots. Wait. What do you mean you just destroyed it? Nothing, bye. Whoosh. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. There's Esteval. We will be dropping back down towards it, but while we're here, hideaway. Oh yeah, I just remembered, because the music has been normal now. The reason my music became muted, at least for the rest of that session, was because I dove into the eye. Apparently, that, well, mutes things, muddles the music, slows it down. It's a very interesting effect, and lasts until, well, you exit the game. It was interesting. It was definitely interesting. Assemble a port report. Help out the visionary. Fixing a fault. In the center of Hideaway is a small building with decorative paper windows, locked behind an iron gate nobody dares touch. Eric unlocks it and then leads you inside. In the center of the room is a raised brass panel and a chair. The panel is covered in switches and gauges. Central control of Hideaway requires rerouting. I'll point the what/where. He hands you a pair of tweezers and unscrews the back of the panel, exposing a mess of wires. The operation itself is simple, if slow, but the results are immediate. The lights outside flicker before shining brighter. Eric flips a switch, the ground shakes, and you're thrown left. He flips another, you're thrown right. Eric beams as he helps you steady yourself, and pats you on the back. Sorry for that. All's well now. You've done a great service. Eternal thanks. You have saved Eric's central control board. He has a mighty and terrible hope. And we have one secret. And let's see here. We have... we'd have to ask for that again. Where do they keep their goods? Visit the shops. Was there anything I was interested in here? No. No, there wasn't. Okay. Check on the investigator. Now we will do this one. We have more iron now. We have a 91% chance check on this. The waters between. Succeeded. Excellent. The investigator leads you to the depths of Hideaway. Did you know there's an enterprise to construct kelp farms on the outside of Temtem's cheeks? We'll use their hatch to study the shell's inside. One after another, you splash into the dark. With your light, you can see the flesh of the beast beneath you. It is bruised, bloodied in some places. In others, it is mere feet from the shell. The investigator points ahead to a thick cable hanging down from above. As it comes more clearly into view, it sparks. The charge results in a convulsing of Temtem's flesh. You return to the city as swiftly as you can, but several of your crew were caught by Temtem's shifting body and crushed beneath his shell and his flesh. As soon as you're back in Hideaway, the investigator strips out of his diving suit and flees. Gained a secret, gained 3 terror, we've lost 3 crew. Unfortunate. But at least I had a buffer. And that was on the success. The implied investigator has discovered a distressing truth about Hideaway. Miserable realizations. The investigator is curled on his bed, but sits when he notices you. I need something to help me relax, clear my head. Anything. I'll try anything. We need wine, coffee, and honey. Interesting. Okay then, I think I'll mark that down. Hideaway. 1 wine. 1 coffee. 1... oh, pardon me, honey. Alright, knock that down. And listen to Terra, we have done that. Alright, so that is where that is at, progress-wise. And now we bounce to Estival, grab a port report from Nunico, and then Nook. We'll get up on the surface, and we will deal with that. Because, A, we can get a good amount of supplies from Estival, a port report. Nunico will give us another port report, and we'll try to get rid of that black square on our map. And then Nook, where we need that letter. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You're doing well on this journey. Estival, sun. Port report. Supplies. We have lost 1 crew for 8 supplies. This is why I had a buffer. Emphasis on had a buffer. Let us try not to lose any more crew. We've already gone through quite a bit of them. Between hideaway and that. It'll be fine. At least this one died relatively peacefully. Hello, Fluke Corps. We're not overly concerned about you. So off to Nuniko. And then off to Nook. Nope, wrong way. Port report. Distant deal. And onwards again. This time to Nook. And we shall go under Z for that. Because, well, that's where it is. Dun, dun, dun. Onwards to the giant mouth under the Z. What the heck? That thing I could hit? Can I kill you? No, those fishes seem to be buggy. It's unfortunate. I think we're supposed to be able to fight them, but more often than not, doesn't. Also, what is my sonar clicking onto? Let us listen again. Ah, there. Literally right next door. What a year ago. Plus? Oh no, that wasn't a year ago. That was violent. An eruption of violent. The color of perilous understanding. +5 terror, +5, +100 fragments. Okay, that still works. Violet, the opposite of Irigo. Hitting the side of docks. Not the opposite of expectedness. That, the beast quivers. Compile a port report. Taste of freedom. And we've been gaining enough taste of freedom that we should search for the recipient of the almost dead man's letter. Where will you find this edge-to-tooth house? Success. A man lost in freedom. A complex exchange of hand signals suggests you should swim up. Oh god, right, I have to read that. That Rudinarian's home can be found in the Great Maw. The Great Maw, which means swim up. To the Great Maw. The Great Maw, a twitching cathedral of ivory, flesh, and decay. The maw curves far enough to be swallowed by the darkness of the sea. Entire shipwrecks have been mulched between hooked teeth that dwarf London's mightiest monuments. You gaze up through the maw. Not many sailors have seen the Z from this angle. Swim down back to the ruptured throat, which is where we entered. And what we need to do, investigate an edge-tooth house. Flinty Lauditudinarian keeps its upper cavities filled with compressed air, allowing a number of activities otherwise impossible in watery Nook. The external surface of the tooth is covered with engravings, rows of battling soldiers, some with the head of dogs, a mountain ablaze, ships riding on a river, and each ship has a human mouth. You swim inside and up to a chamber of eggy air. the flinty latitudinarian. In the cavities of the edged-tooth home, trapped air pockets allow an activity largely forsaken in Nook: conversation. A handful of Nook folk gather there to reminisce. Brevity is admired. The air is precious and rapidly fouls. The latitudinarian watches and listens. He keeps a merciless peace within his house and cares not a damn for what happens outside it. Keep in mind, all these things are different in that they're showing portraits. It's because all these characters are indeed, and it's roundabout, attached through the good folk, Lorenzo up there, is attached to this immortal ambition that we do not have here. You can tell recent news and listen to their stories in turn. Trade recent news for intriguing snippets or other rewards. We can also deliver the almost dead man's letter. The flinty latitudinarian takes it suspiciously. He reads slowly. Correspondence is unknown in Nook. When he finishes, he reads it again. Fool, he says. His voice is rough and fond. Tell Lorenzo that Rosina makes her own choices. And tell him the route was never his damn fault. I took the decision to charge the gate. I missed the hyena's approach. He blames himself for too much, and I'll be damned if he's taking this one from me. It's my fault, and I mean to be buried with it. And tell him he can get his own failures. And tell him... No, never mind. Too late. Too bloody late. He delivered the letter. Delivering a wronged comrade's retribution. Not exactly a retribution. Strategic information. Secret. Nook, a memory of Nook. A triumph, a regret. Either way, it lingers in your mind. Oh, we've delivered it to him. Swim down back to the throat. We do not take from the weak. We return to our Zub. Arrogant. How refreshing. We're just below the 9. All that's in Nook stays in Nook. Nook has supplies too. I was missing all the supplies clearly when I was traveling about. I have to note that. That has supplies, other places has supplies. There's supplies aplenty. You just have to look for them. So let's see here. What is... Okay. Right. Frostbound and the Mount Palmerston. Our normal rotation. Not sure if I picked up the port reporter there. Too late now. I'm off. I am off. We're off to Frostbound. And then to Anth. Or Mount Palmerston, then Anth. Honestly, it doesn't matter which way we do it. We just need to do it. Virik? Minus hunger. Ah, it's just a bit too slow on actually making really good use of that. Oh well, alas, so be it. Ooh, oxygen. Not all that matters, I'll be going up anyways, but... We're avoiding the boats like this. Although, as we know, the Khanate has submarines of their own. And as that lady on that one that we destroyed said, neither of us were supposed to be down there. And we aren't. There's a treaty against this. It's almost kind of an understanding of You don't tell anyone. And that's that. Ignore them. Lose terror. There's a little bit more terror by talking to these fine folk. Stop panicking, people. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Report. We'll go to Mount. Actually, we'll go wherever our... Okay, no, yeah, we're going to Ant first. Presuming our port quality doesn't come back, because we needed that. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. As I have duly said, all shall be well, and all matter of things shall be well. There we go, below the Z. Alright, maybe there's something... Oh wow, we cut that close. Just been a little bit more that way, it would have been a no-go on diving. Zoom, zoom, zoom to Anth. Ah, right, we need to go to the undergrowth. This is correct. We do need to go there, too. There's our ceremonial bump. There's our echoes. There's that, which we know is at that deal. Contribute to celebration. No, 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 no. Port report. Dun, 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 dun. Get back up. Because we do need to have a chat with the Devilis. Though considering we don't have our port deal yet, there's no reason to rush on over there. Oh, we can replenish our fuel a little bit. Perfect. Get our deal. What's this import? Yes? No? Yes? No? No at the moment. Guess I can try exploring some of these black boxes while I'm waiting. Nope, never mind. That sudden just instant turn because I sped us up. Shops. Fuel. 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 Mirrors quality. Mirrors quality. Do we have anything else to increase mirrors? You don't have mirrors, you don't have mirrors. You don't, you do. Switch to there, that's hearts. Your pages, your veils. Okay. It's only them. It's a 45% chance, so... Independent verification. The Brass Embassy has asked you for independent verification of the Devilis' intelligence. It's possible you might be able to eavesdrop on the convention. Somehow. Godspeed. Up the gritty slopes. You scramble up the stones. The ground is warm. You grow tired. Before you are more than halfway up, your mouth is full of ashes. There is a sound in the earth, a profound, complex, overwhelming drone, like the buzzing of a billion bees. You bend your head closer, closer. You feel the sounds tingling in your teeth and bones now. You can make out words. Judgments, dream, Zalt, alliance, ecstasy. The sound overcomes you. and your vision blurs to red and gray. When you awake, you're in the Deviless's cottage. Your head is in her lap. I found you on the slope, she says. I thought I'd better bring you in before you heard anything you shouldn't. She smiles. Strictly speaking, I should burn your ears off. But it's so nice to see you. We've gained a terror. We've gained brimstone buzzings. Intelligence gleaned from the Brimstone Convention. The government in exile of hell. Give the Deviless the news from the embassy, and the gift. The Deviless keeps little snakes as pets now, each no bigger than her little finger. She scratches their heads, she calls them by name, and once, when she thinks you aren't looking, she pops one in her mouth to chew it like a licorice treat. What did they say? She asks. You could also just give the Deviless the news from the embassy, but not the gift. You've already sold it. She'll never know. This will gain you 150 echoes. No. Delight. The Deviless opens the parcel. Emanatia sherry. She pours you each a splashy glass, chittering giddily. She blesses when she sees you push the glass away. Force of habit. I don't really want to poison you. It's such good news, isn't it? Do you really think they trust me? I would so love to get away from this ghastly little rock, back to where the souls glow and the dances never end. So listen, I have something more valuable for them. The names of 7 devils back home who remain loyal to the aristocracy, to Brimstone. Here, take the names, give them to the embassy. Ask them if I can come home. Sail swiftly, my brave captain. All my hopes rest with you. The Deviless has given you a second, more valuable message for the Brass Embassy. Unsealed, but written in the unscripted esoteric deals. Yeah. Alright, we want to switch. Yeah, that was that. Did not pick up a port report. We should fix that issue. Move here. Shift you back into engineer slot. And now to the Undercrow. Guys, that's where we need to go. The Undercrow. And we can do it underwater too. Sure, why not? We don't travel under the Z enough. Partly because I could possibly suffocate. You know, minor details like that. Also, welcome to the area around Port Palmerston underwater. Yeah, that's very much lava and brimstone. Yep. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Ooh, fuel. Or rather, whatever it is that'll burn. That's a bomb. No, thank you. It's a sea mine. Z mine. Totally disarmed. Plunk. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, Hot Fuzz. Good movie. I've got to watch it again at some point. And by again, I mean again and again and again. I didn't bump the ledge. Huzzah. Port report, and share tales of the outside with the almost dead man. Citizen, he rasped. Humor an old man. Tell me of your journeys. The almost dead man is not easy to impress. Though the Aurelian goggles at your tails, his mentor only gives a grizzled nod. Not bad, he allows. Saw a thing or two myself in my youth. The desert of eyes, the listening desert, the desert of delights. Nida, on the mountainside, with their domes of assault and periphery. Intriguing snippet, distant memories. Again gained dying grace. And we can bestow the Latidardarians forgiveness. The almost dead man has less to apologize for than he thought. Just like that, forgiven, the almost dead man is agape. He insists you repeat the exchange, probing it for falsehood or insincerity. Then he shakes his head with some effort and releases an immense sigh. For a moment, he resembles a bloated, beatific cherub. Dine Grace to 4. Deliver a final letter to the burning lady in Anth. One last message. The almost dead man clutches it to his chest. The third letter. She was... The man's voice catches. With the trembling man, he caresses the decorated R on the seal. I never should have left her. The old man's fingers are loath to release the letter. When they do, the most moth trembles in his chest. Then Compare Aurelian has the decency to look away. A pledge of undying love to one in Anth. You've accepted a love letter to be delivered to Anth. So this one goes to Anth. Which, I mean, we can just literally hop back over there. And it's just a hip scotch. Just jump away. Trying to remember the phrasing for just being close, but I completely forgot. I've completely forgot the more fanciful way of saying it. So we're just a short jaunt away. It is fine. Sail, sail under the sea. Going boom boom. To hear the docile tones of the hell in exile. The aristocracy of hell is no longer in control of hell due to revolution. Nice and easy. Anth. And this one is to Rosine. Familiar stare? Rosina's chamber in health. Deliver a love letter to Rosina. She smiles at the author's name. You could also deliver it while she's still trying to recover from her deal. That's a bad idea. For obvious reasons. She smiles at the author's name. A letter savored. Rosina reads slowly. After a sentence or two, she looks in your direction. Her expression is fierce, as though you were talking in church. You step away into the other room until she is ready for you to return. When you do, she says, return to Lorenzo and give him my love. It's too late for me to assist Lorenzo, if I ever could. But if you do happen to see what is born from him, it will be worth remembering. A conclusion or a new beginning. Quality is gone. Delivering news of a lover's warm response. Extended comp. You've gained 1 undercrow dying grace. Yaw. Deuce terror. Alright. To jaunt back. And then I think we'll be heading towards London again. Oh, whoops. I didn't bonk my way on the way out, but on the way in, but I sure as hell bonked my way back on the way in. Out, rather. Oh my god, I reversed those both times. Hi, it's me, the one who sometimes just stumbles over their words. Yeah, like everyone does, admittedly. I just do it spectacularly. Undercrow, where art thou, Undercrow? Yeah. Then, like I said, after this, we are booking it to London. Jane. The Undercrow. Now that's back on coffee. There's two options. Tell a kindly lie about the burning lady's response. What kind of response did this corpse-in-waiting expect? Best to soothe his mind. It won't be long now. But no. Recount Rosina's response to the almost dead man. What did she say? Eagerness is unbecoming on a bulbous cadaver. And tell him quickly. Giddy as an almost dead schoolboy. His wheezing turns to laughter. Even the Aurelian shares his smile. For a moment, the damp cave has the warmth of home. Nothing more to be said. An undying grace is now 6, and I've lost 5 terror. Observe a private moment. A hushed conversation between the incomparable Aurelian and his aging master. A moment demanding reverence and privacy. Or at least discreet eavesdropping. We have to do that. We need our veils up however we can. Veils 6, veils 7, veils 8. You. Sorry if I butcher this. Shokrankor, thank you for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. I appreciate you following, being here, and I hope all has been going well for you. Thank you very, very much. Veils there. Want to go to our hold, and veils here. Yeah, that seems about right. 50% chance. Ah, yes, the coin flip. Let us coin flip. Coin flip, baby, coin flip. Yep, I interrupted. The almost dead man's voice is a hoarse whisper, unrecognizable from the shadows. As you move closer, his sunken eyes catch yours. Was that a wink? My boy, he says to the incomparable Aurelian, his voice clearer for your benefit. When my time is done, do you really intend to pin my only legacy for one of your displays? The younger man looks aghast, and then breaks into warm laughter. Of course not, sir. No spreading board could hold you. Ooh, okay then. Hello, enjoy your Sunless here. Ah, cool. And thank you for stopping by. And yeah, I definitely enjoy Sunless Sea too. The Fallen London I play as well. Sunless Skies I have played and intend to play again whenever I finish this one. So yeah. But yeah, Sunless Sea is a very fun and unique game, and always cool to see more enjoyers of it about. It's a niche game, but it's always fun to see folks out in the wild who enjoy it. Because it is a very fun and unique game. And thus why I'm streaming it. If it can but pique even one person's interest, then I've done my job. So I can do that, but I kind of want a 100% chance on that, which means effectively doing more of these deals. Okay, yeah. So, coffee and stories. Something to keep in mind. Undercrow. Coffee. Z. Stories. Yes, yes, it is pretty complex in that regards, without a doubt. There's a lot to keep track of, especially when you've opened up the map. It's it's why I pretty much effectively have well, I have a notepad on my other screen where I have my streaming stuff and the like, and I just jot down notes on like what I'm doing, what I intend to do, and all that jazz. It helps a lot. And I still enjoy it because it's, well, because I like taking notes on things. Nerdy, yes, but oh well. Yeah, and then there is so much choice-wise that is just, well, whatever you choose, you live with the consequences. And that is that. There's so much to it. Yeah, it's definitely fun. It is a fun ride. Yeah, London. We want London. Red honey. Wine, coffee, yeah. Right. Oh, pirate ship. Hello, pirates. You can give me stuff. Potentially. Hello, crack pirate frigate. Yep. Oops. Ah, yeah, it's not translate, so a little bit complex for you to catch all the details as a Spanish speaker. Yeah, I can understand that. Heck, as a native English speaker, some of the words are like a lot more archaic. Tilt your head, look in a dictionary, sort of things as well. So, I don't blame you at all for having difficulty to catch all the details, because some words are archaic for even native English speakers. So, yeah, do not blame on the slightest bit. That is reasonable. Reasonable for us too. So, you are not the only one that... Ooh, more scintillate. Not the only one in that chord. They go for some words. It's certainly a vocabulary expander, that's for certain. Zoom faster. Alright, I wanted to stop by Barrett. No, I don't. I'm prioritizing money at the moment, though Barnett is a low concern. Although I should add that to my notes eventually. Oh, Barnett. Well, though not slam into London on my way on writing notes. Barnett. Reports for stories. Eventually. Oh yeah, the music is definitely amazingly atmospheric. It fits well with what they do. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things. And oh, thank goodness, I did not get searched by the others. Yeah, the music is great. It fits the atmosphere of the various areas you go to. It's wonderful. London music like this is definitely a very good standoff. It is a very good standout, rather, because it just makes you feel like you're at home, you're in safety. Worry not. Unless you're trying to smuggle things in, then maybe you should be concerned. A little present. And now I have a... I'm not giving you that. I need that for something else. A delivery from Surrey. The scholar drags his Turn over each of the vials. Fresh and quite fragrant. Look at the color. Oh yes, yes, perfect. Or an opportunity offer. Are you sure you didn't lose your shipment on the way? The alarming scholar asked, stroking the casket of red honey vials possessively. Her teeth glint. I have quite a generous acquisitions budget, I am told. I know. We'll do it straight. We do not want to get on her bad side. She hands you an untidy bundle of notes written on what you hope is paper. You're almost certainly imagining how the notes seem to shiver in your grip. Isari will be pleased, at least. You'll be well rewarded when you return to Isle of Cats. Make sure you have at least 10 free spaces in your cargo hold. Excellent. Scholar's notes, sealed with a ribbon. It looks like a ribbon, anyways. Yes, quite so. Alright, what do we have in our hold? Actually, a better question, what do we have here? This was, yeah, the long box. Excellent, you go there. I have vital intelligence for you. Yes. There we go. Some supremacy for London. A hissed breath. I'm especially glad you brought this one to me rather than you-know-who. Our mutual acquaintance is 2 streets over. This should go directly to my friend at the palace instead. Loyal to London? The dark-speckled admiral is loyal to London. This has shifted the political balance. London has a supremacy. Excellent. This is what I've been working towards. Want that. We need... What will mean to the admiral? We need this for elsewhere. It's anything in particular? Oh, the canal. Oh, well, that's in route of other things I'm doing. Like Blemigans. For a romance novel. Okay then. That works out. So our strategic info is in the canal. Our port reports go into you. Money and fuel. Need all the money and fuel I can get. Ross found. Estival. Shellinate. Wisdom. Quaker's Haven. Hideaway. Can't pull. Oh, I did pick up on it, Nook. Hey, I thought ahead. Anth. Undercrow. Strategic information. No, I don't want to turn that in. Doing well on all that. My hold is a bit full. But I can fix some of that. Sell the Skintilac for money. We need a wine. We can sell these 2 things. We need honey for that guy. We need 1 coffee for them. How did I farm coins in this run? I did a mix of things to up to the point of the boats. It's like most of them was just by doing the various quest and story deals up to the merchant cruiser. The merchant cruiser is where I pretty much hauled in most of the echoes that I earned. I had saved the Sphinx Stone trade from the Weeping Stone place. On my map. I can bring up my map. From the Salt Lions, I did that trade once I first got the merchant cruiser, and hauled as much as I could on that. Once that dried up, I did the coffee trade in the Kumian Canal. I did that a couple times. I only had that a couple times. And then I rounded about with a couple cargo haulings on the surface. And that was that was definitely one of the larger farms I did, because that effectively boosted me from getting the merchant cruiser up to getting the dreadnought that I have. The other thing, which was to get up to the merchant cruiser, was predominantly from the first curator stuff in Vanderbite. Getting so many captivating treasures from that quest, and then finishing off for even more captivating treasures, was another huge bulk of the echoes I got. So those were the predominant farms that I did in this run, and very worthwhile runs at that. Definitely your more typical runs, of course, but very profitable ones nonetheless. Especially with the Sminkstone and the coffee when you save that for the merchant cruiser. It's very good. Yeah, no problem. Pass on your independent verification. Doesn't mean much to you, but perhaps it will to your interlocutor. Speaking of words that even native English people are like, what is that? Words like that. A loyalist? I'm delighted to say that this information precisely matches what the Deviless has told us, so we can rely on her, unless you are unreliable in turn. He smiles silkily, and I'm sure you wouldn't try to deceive Hell, would you? Alright, I'm glad for this. I like it when she's loyal and isn't actually intending to betray her. Means happy endings all about. Welcoming with that, and pass on the Devil's second message to the Urbane Devil. The Urbane Devil waits, with a friendly smile that exposes his neat white teeth. Incendiary material. He reads the letter and emits a long, low whistle that resonates oddly in the metal fittings, and gives you the faintest tingle of toothache. There are some very senior names here. Very senior indeed. She wants to come home, eh? Well, either she's telling us straight, in which case Brimstone will have her baked in a pie, or she's trying to swindle us, in which case, well, I'd like her here so I can warm up my own pie oven. Either way, yes, the time has come. Bring her here, will you? We'll pay her fair. Thank you so much. You've advanced the cause of Hell today. The Brass Embassy will send you back to fetch the Deviless from Mount Palmerston. Excellent. So, pick up for London. Add that to my list. What did I have in my hold for the other things? I have one coffee there. I think I wanted one excess coffee just in case for the Undercrow deal. Where was that? Here. Okay. I think... Oh, pardon me. That was not what I was intending. I think I have my next route planned out. But first... Oh wait, we need to do the Widow, but first I will be right back. I need to fill up my water. I'm gonna get my water. I'll be right back in a moment. Alright then. Glad I took that brief step up. It reminded me I need 2 more things. I need 2 more deals of honey. For Blemigans. Oh wait, widower? The widower. Hello, come in, sit down. I believe you have some news about my wife. I paid the ransom, of course I did, and of course I never heard anything more. Please, where is she? What happened? Oh, dear. Your wife is a mindless shell. And tell him the truth, however horrible. The bees, the cages, the slow and agonizing theft of her memories. Or, your wife died while escaping. And tell him it was instant and painless. It's a lie, but perhaps a kind one. Oh, that's... Speaking of decisions... Oof. Oh dear, that is a deal, alright? Oof. What do I do on that accord? It hurts, but maybe I should just tell the truth of the matter. Yeah, might as well tell them the truth. It's horrible, but everyone deserves the truth of what may be. And even if it's a bitter pill of the truth. Hands to the mouth. I had heard terrible things of the Isle of Cats, but I had never imagined. How? How did she come to that? Yeah, it's effectively a lose-lose. It's like you're lying and don't give someone full closure, or you're giving the truth and that's in a sense closure, but oh, it's a painful truth. Case in point, wounding truth. You have told a truth that cuts deep. Yeah, that's about right. And I guess this is the other deal. He asked, how does it come to that? And tell him of the captain's gambling debts and brothel bill. Let him know what kind of woman he married. Of course, perhaps he already knew. And tell him the captain was taken in combat, such as valor brought low by ill luck. Already gone with the choice here. So go the full mile of truths. A long, soft sigh. Yes. When we were married, she admitted certain predilections. I wish, but I know how it is for Z, Captain. I would have forgiven her anything, if only she had returned to me, but why the Isle of Cats? What was she doing in that sump of malice? And here's the third truth. And tell him his wife was a red honey smuggler. Red honey, so vile it's not even illegal. Tell him his wife was a pirate hunter. It's plausible. Any pirate hunter might prowl the waters around the Isle of Cats, or even slip into the harbor and mingle with their targets. We're on the truth train, so the truth it shall be. An open mouth. I had never imagined. You're sure? Of course. I don't mean to question your honesty, but red honey. I'm sorry, I need a moment to collect my thoughts. You know, her captors let her write to me. At the bottom of the letter, she had added a phrase I never understood. Only those who do nothing make no errors. I think perhaps I understand it now. A wounding truth, number 3. You've answered all of the widower's questions, and you know how to open the box. Give him the box. Only those who do nothing make no errors. Is that the phrase that will open it? Did the captain hope the box would find its way to him somehow? Or you could keep the box open yourself, use it from your inventory if so. No, no, no. This is only fair. I gained some things. I gained sapphires. Go figure. I can get rid of... Didn't remember getting stuff from that. No, no, no. Get rid of 2 fuel. That'd be silly to do otherwise. A breath and a click. You explain how the box came to you, and how you began this quest. Irene, the Isle, and now here. You have your sailors bring the box in, and the widower whispers the opening phrase. It clicks open with a sound as sweet and precise as a well-answered riddle. He takes a breath and flings back the lid. A soul glowing like a hidden star, heaped sapphires from the elder continent, a Presbyterian heart cup, a water-stained journal, blurred to near unreadability, an account of a failed expedition to the Mountain of Light. The widower looks him over. Abruptly, he snatches the heart cup and shoves the box towards you. Too many memories, citizen. I'll keep this one memory only. You deserve something. You crossed the sea to find the truth for me. Here, take them, and leave me now. He turns away. A judgment's egg, 2 caskets of sapphires, and an extraordinary implication. Well, alright then. Alright then, indeed. That's a fine haul. I'll keep these in here because there's better places to sell them to London that we will be breezing by. And cool, cool, cool. Well, not cool in that sense, but cool that I've finished this. Not cool in the sense that we just had to break the news to a man of a lot of horrible, horrible truths. But other than that... dear. Let's see here. We need to bounce... We'll hit up the canal. Yeah, hit up the canal, hit up the other shroom. And then bounce back up to Fallen London. Because we need that book. The Romantic Literature. Up, around, and actually I forgot to do something. I forgot to spend time with my family to reduce my terror. That's important. I do need to do that. Like, wait, hold up, I forgot to visit my family. Tokyo drifts the boat back into port. My lodgings. Read the morning papers. Supplies. Time with my family, enjoy their company. And now we're better. And you know what? A new recruit will get... Then we'll get our crew buffer just in case horrible things happen. There we go. Now we do what we said we were gonna do. Can't believe I almost forgot to do that of all things. Whoosh. Around there. And onwards. Yeah, pretty much or less that. Such is the life of a Z captain. Certainly no guarantees you're gonna come back, although with how well armed I am with the boat that I have, it's not as likely to a horrible, horrible death that meets me. It's possible. But unlikely. Alright, so the strategic information is at the canal. Then the other shroom has the blemigans I need. Yeah. Yeah. Turn and we go in here. And boop. What report? Fulfill your Admiralty Commission. Admiralty. Commission. Row out and meet a contact at the foot of the Albertine Gates. The password is The Empire Remembers. In the shadow of the gates, a deeply tanned vagabond waits in a jolly boat. His clothes are ragged and his face is filthy, but his voice and manners are educated. His message is a string of numbers, and the names of 7 towns in Essex, Frostfire, Cumbria. He insists that you repeat it back to him 3 times. He will not allow you to commit it to paper. Alright. We have more strategic information, which we will use and convert into more vital intelligence. Excellent. Hey, Seal's Apple. Good to see you again. Welcome. I hope your day and evening have been going swimmingly. Mine sure has been. It's been a fun chill stream. It is good to see you. New and old faces alike, it is always great to see folks about. So hello. It's been nice? That's good. I am glad to hear so. Semi-productive. Semi-productive, the least we can ask. Amusingly, me streaming and playing games is me trying to be productive. The life of trying to get up to affiliate. That is weird. What mic thing is coming in fine. For some reason I was peeking it and I don't know why. I don't usually peek it. Either way. Yep. I am close though. Last I checked I was at 2.83 average viewers that it said I was on, so I am amazingly close. I'm so close. Just a few good days, and I might actually be able to get it. Try to practice when I'm live. Fair enough indeed. Fair enough. There's our Blemigan. There's our other Blemigan. Now we go back to London. Yeah, it's been steadily increasing. I made a huge jump at one point from one really good night, and now it's kind of been slowly creeping up from there. So I'm super happy about that. Thank you very much for sticking around and chatting with me, Sharankor. I won't be streaming Monday, but I will be streaming a different game, Final Fantasy X, on Tuesday. More Sunless Sea will be next Sunday. So whether I see you on a next Sunless Sea stream or one of my different game days, I would love your company about. And hope you have a good evening. Thank you very much for being along. I appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Ever steadier and onwards. Meeting new and interesting people all the time. Fair enough. Have a good one. I need to be up there. Do I dare stop by Pig Mode Isle at the time? No. I can reduce my terror more. It's like keeping track of my list of things. And always being constantly amused that I literally have just a grand list of things. Coffee Z stories, that's what I want to do now. Bit of an inverse on my usual deal, but I do want to get it out of my inventory. Hello, light boats. I have a thing for you. So I'm about to get more recent news. It's 5 Terror, Z Story, Excellente. But yeah, I'm definitely close enough and creeping closely enough with my view count, average view count, that I really genuinely believe that I can get it this week. And I'm very, very much determined to fulfill that. This is my window, and I will take it as best I can. Market, London. Deliver Blemigans for book. Oh hey, more wine. So much wine. Skinflack and Soulless Fruit. Alright, fair enough. Lodgings, recent news, more supplies. With family, enjoy company. Alright, I have the novel I want. I need to go to there and Mount Palmerston again. Then I can kind of truck my way down to places. What else would I needed? Oh, right, Isle of Cats. So, yeah. Do Mount Palmerston and then straight down. Okay, yeah. That's my course of action. I like that course of action. Bit roundabout, but gets me to the important things I'm looking for. Port's up by that port? Yeah. I amusingly like all this planning out parts of the equation I do. That's... Okay. That problem is solved. They go in the pot. Anyways, as I was saying, I shockingly I really like the whole route management aspect of this game. Just planning out my route to how I want to approach everything. It's a shocking amount of fun for me. Fog Bank, that is fine. Actually, I think we can go under the sea. Let's go under. Bye, pirates. Gonna submarine for a bit. The good old undersea. In good old being, deadly terrifying, and now there's an undead ship trying to attack me. Literally. Alright, wreck ship. I had a feeling you were gonna do that. Who inked this place up? Was that you? Damage, I have plenty that I can take at least. Can't see shit, Captain. Wait, I am the captain. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Now we're destroying them utterly. Goodbye, wreck ship. Gods, it's so inky. The blackness draws in. The bosuns call it the Lady's Mantle. Huh. Alright, that explains that then. Ba-dum-ba-da-da-da. Alright, the undercrow. Now the question, are you going to want this coffee or are you going to want sea stories? We're about to find out. Kinda hope it's the coffee. Went to the effort. Ah, lamentable relic. That doesn't seem like it'd give me what I want. Okay, I'm gonna pass on that for the moment then. Because that seems like not going gracefully into the night. Coffee and Z stories are the ones I'm looking for. Definitely not giving him a potent reminder of his death. I don't know what's up. What I can do while I'm waiting for things to take over, potentially, is find something to kill. Ah. Or bump against the scenery. What is here? And please don't say sea mine. It is a sea mine. I'm not about to go poke a sea mine. That seems like #1 way of, well, dying. Getting blown up, huh? All that shebang. Alright, let's go to Palmerston. Oh, there's something up there. Ooh, Vieric. Gives me terror, but reduces my hunger. Ooh, more stuff. What is here? Bones. Examine the engravings. Harvest Stygian ivory. The bones are intact and valuable. Whale bones. The sea has not been kind. The colossal skull is intact, but the body has been reduced to an odd frame of bones. And carvings have been scored into the bones. Collect unknown toxins. Stygian ivory. You don your diving gear. You set to with the bone saw. While you work, curious shoals of anglerfish swim past, providing a brief moment of light. The beast's bones are notched, as though others had attempted this before. The marrow is curiously absent of color, thin and oily, seeping slowly into the water when the bone yields. We have a Stygian ivory. Ooh, something else. All the wonderful things under the Z. That one's supplies. This is an abyss. A different abyss than the other one I've been in. Sending into the unknown fathoms. Steers the vessel down. What is this one? Oh. Retrieve the abyss of pyres. Pale fires bubble from fissures in the wall, refracted by willful currents into hypnotic cascades of light that shiver across the interior of your vessel. Saint Brendan's fire, a sailor gasps, the navigator's blessing. Retrieve a sample of the fires. A true sailor can carry them without being burned, it is said. This rite will increase your mirrors by 20, but decrease your veils by 10. Oh gods, my veils by even more. Succeed or fail, you will gain the right, but failure will damage your hull. Ah, I see. do we take this risk or not? Mirrors is good. At least as far as what I've been going for. Reduction in veils will hurt a little bit, but, do I get bigger mastery of some? Or keep a balance of all? I guess therein lies the answer. I'm not gonna risk it. I do need Veil's check for some things. I at least know there is an abyss over here. There's a particular need for mirrors that I'll need. I'll know it's about this way. Increase to pages would be interesting, but I doubt that something like that's just laying about. The veils, how many secrets do I have laying around? 5. Okay, I'm actually going to bump up my veils by 1 at least. To 60. Officers, I have... Ah, that's what I forgot to do. That's awkward. Let's, put you back there. Alright, and that makes me realize I had a lot less, I had, indeed, a lot less, a lot less veils than I thought I did. Good to know. You're in the right spot, you're in the right spot. Okay, that is indeed my crew. That's 3 veils, 8 irons, that's mirrors. I'm fine with having more mirrors there on that accord. I will increase my veils by 2 more. Yeah, that sounds good. 114 iron, jeez. No more than 100, okay, yeah. No, oops. Palmerston. Chat there, explore the island, go up the crater. I don't need to do that anymore. Visit the wistful Deviless. Perhaps it's time for a cup. Yes, indeed. Tell the Deviless it's time to go. The Brass Embassy has given you the good word. Already packed. Let's go, she says breathily. The brimstone invigilators will be here soon. You don't want to meet them. She lifts a single manskin valise. This is all I need. Take me back to London. On board, we have the wistful Deviless. She knows the uses of fire, but she's not cut out for the Z. Take her to London and the Brass Embassy. Says that because she winds up being in this lot, but she's only that. Can invite her to dine, but touches unhappily by the rail. The sea air doesn't suit her. It smells clean, she complains. The air's too clean. Alright, let's see here. I do need to head down to the Isle of Cats. But I do also want to see what I get in exchange for that, so... Under the water, we'll chuck back there and see what spawns off of that deal. Oh, I'm in a current. Of course I am. Every time I dare to take a sip of water, it's like, oh, by the way, you need to use your hand. God damn it. Alright, so, go back to the Undercrow, check what spawns from there, and after that, head straight down to the Isle of Cats. Then it's Port Carnelian. Take them to London. Well, I'll have a lot to take back to London after that. And get a new set of deals, strategic information to gather from somewhere. Alright, Danaline, let us hope it is one of the deals that we can use to increase the grace. Because we want him to go out well. We don't want it painful or anything. Through. And in like that. It's the same one. Blast incarnation. Okay, we'll have to come back. We'll have to come back the long way. Oh well. Oh well. We'll live. We'll live. Oh, actually, I do have a potential in here for Guidance Morn. Alright, to the surface. I'm going to check and see if they're offering their trade of drowning pearls for Sunless fruit. Potentially use some Sunless fruit to sell off to the Rose Market. Turn in docket. Juice Blemigans. We don't want that. Mint Sword of Drowning Pearls. Hello, there you are. Another Pebble for the Mountain. That gives us Sunless fruit. We still have a bad chance of getting intel from here. We won't worry about that. And now we want to go to the Isle of Cats. All the way over there. And then to Port Carnelian, where I think I'll be able to pick up some cheaper supplies as well, so that works out. I think anyways. Yeah, it should be. We'll stop by, if our port deal is up, by Jamur Island. Crab. Hello, Crab. Western Angler. Hello, Western Angler. How do you like being shelled by a ship? Clearly you don't. You don't get an option in it. Give me supplies. Choice cuts, the meat sighing again. Gotta hate when the meat sighs as you try to cut it. It's so disconcerting. Timber Island is here, so we shall turn in. Need more crew. We want... Yeah, we want tea. We want port report too, but... Tea gives us more supplies, some fragments, all that jazz. Excellent. Fissioners, we do not want that. Alright, if we cruise by the salt lines, that'll A, get us another port report, and B, it's just a straight gap down to the Isle of Cats. Alright. We have our route. Even if the Undercrow has scuppered some of our plans a bit, we have our route. And then potentially we can start knocking some things off of our list. Ooh, hello there. Hello there, you. Okay, it's class Corvette of ours. Oi. Not supposed to be facing me. You usually don't. Investigate the wreckage. Once again, you are the victor. 200 echoes, fuel, supplies. And we have... oh, drowning pearls. The Fathom King spits these out, your bosun offers. Coughs them up like a cat does a hairball. He catches your skeptical glance. Sure as I'm here, Captain. There's a fancy word for it and all. Nacrobazor, or I'm a lubber. Whatever encyclopedias the bosun has been drinking. These are drowning pearls, alright? They have the heft, the sheen, and the chill. That's also a good line. I love these little clever lines. Yeah, whatever encyclopedias the bosun has been drinking. Encyclopedias of alcohol. I love this game. And its writing. I love everything about it, really. Port report. The north one, a supply dock seems empty below. Pick over the encampment. From time to time, some entrepreneur attempts to continue the assembly of the salt mines. It never ends well, but perhaps they've left something. Remnants. A barrel of Murgatroyd's fungal crackers, a sack of coke, a tear-stained Bible, an odd slick of blood, and take what you can and leave. Fuel, 2 supplies, 5 terror. We'll go with it. Crab. Crab battle. Bonk. Hello, Father Angulus. Welcome in, and... yeah, you take what you can, because the Z will definitely take what it can from you. Very, very quickly. Also, welcome into the stream. Hello, hello. I hope all's been well for you this fine evening. And glad to see a new face. Always cool to see new folks in. So, welcome, welcome. And not let the Z take everything away from us, because, oh, it will. Give not an inch, for it'll take a mile. Our boat. Fast start. Just started this game yourself. Cool, cool. Glad to see it's a very fun game, and it's always cool to see folks who have played or are interested in it. The fact that you just started means that you're a bit newer to it, and that's pretty cool. What have your thoughts on it been so far? I've played this numerous times. This is the first time on stream, but I certainly enjoy it. Wreckage. More. Ooh, 500 echoes. Ooh, and peaches. Yeah. Definitely enjoyable game, although a bit one that I need to take notes on to make sure that I keep track of all that I'm doing. Because there's a lot to this game, alright? Yeah, at the start, definitely making money is one of the trickier things, without a doubt. For sure, your general easy ways are definitely just to explore, do stories, and port reports are just essential. strategic information when you can is definitely worthwhile from the Admiralty once you have access to that. And yeah, then there's just the little other things like vendor vendor buy quests can be a good early source if you know where to look for, but if you're going in blind, then well, you obviously don't know what you're looking for. Although that's part of the fun of it. But yeah, agreed. It is a bit of a grind on the money front at the start, but best one can do is just enjoy the vibe, enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the stories, and as you explore, you will find the opportunities to make money. And that's the fun part of it. Sail the sea and hope you find the stuff that you get. A smuggler's reward. Don't keep me waiting, Isuri pouts prettily, and rustles their silks. Do you have a little present for me? A well-earned reward. You hand over the alarming scholar's notes. Isuri snatches the notes from your hands and starts flicking through the pages. I have a reward sent to your ship. They look up and smile at you vaguely. Eyes glazed as a honeyseeker's. Oh, my dear, what a treasure you are. You summon an answering smile and slip away the moment they're distracted. Alright. Delivered the notes. 3 more casks of wine. I have so much wine. 2 supplies, 350 echoes, outlandish artifacts, and more caskets of sapphire. Oof. In case in point on things like that, it's like, one just looks around and explores, you will definitely find opportunities. There are some very efficient grinds at the game, but honestly, it's like, it's fun just to find things naturally in this game. We need a port report. And what is... this is the next stage. Experiments in red honey. The next time you are summoned to see your patron, it's not in their offices at the Honey Tun. Instead, you find yourself in a well-lit laboratory of book-lined walls and delicate equipment. Isuri does not pause in their task of pouring red honey into a cucurbit flask. It is possible to encourage lamplighter bees to seek out one kind of memory over another, they announce, without any preamble. It's all about what you expose the bee to, once it has drunk the maddening nectar of the crimson roses. But it is an uncertain process, full of guesswork. The alarming scholar and I have been trying to apply the scientific method, you could say. They look fond for a moment, soft. I require you to perform a little experiment for me. It shouldn't take long. Perhaps not. You should. You are not sure that maddened bees and intense emotion should be mixed, especially not near your own precious person. Visa will lock you out of Isuri's patronage. Nah, that's no fun. A passion for science. I'll send a mellifluous sister with you. Just expose the bee to intense emotion. Pick one, and don't get too fancy. By all means. Isuri packs you off to the Honey Tun, reasoning that emotions are bound to run high in its silk-clad rooms. The mellifluous sister follows behind you, holding a crazed lamplighter bee in a filigreed cage. She mutters susurrating prayers under her breath. You're conducting science. Science. What is our science? Isuri's experiment, a purposeful assignment. The Cartesians at the Honey Tun are warm and accommodating. If you have the coin, well, that's one way to do things. Isuri's experiment, sacrifice a member of your crew. She is unwarily drunk on mushroom wine and sitting alone. Fear is an intense emotion, and one you could easily provoke. Or the fun one, iSeries experiment. Start a bar fight. Easy enough in a crowd such as this one, and guaranteed to generate intense feeling. The question is, do you dare? Damn right I dare. Bar fight, bar fight. You end up on top of a table, dueling with a wild-eyed pirate carrying an antique sword. Your limbs feel as though they are touched by fire and wind, and you laugh as your blade strikes true. Your luck holds for your next two challengers, and the two after that. You are almost disappointed when the brawl staggers to a halt. One of the courtesan drops the man she was strangling with her silk scarf and calls for honeymead for those left standing. The mellifluous nun, who is entirely unscathed, of course, catches your eye from across the room and gives you a nod. She takes the caged bee and steps back to iSeries' laboratory. A job well done. Yeah, bar fight. Alright, royal prerogatives. I have been singing your praises to Leopold. iSeries' eyes warm at the name. You could almost envy the Pirate King. Almost. I would like to introduce you to him, yes. I think it is time. Oh, pardon me. They make a mime of thoughtfulness, though each word they say is carefully measured. But when one meets a king, one needs exactly the right sort of gift. It is only polite. You can politely decline, of course, again. You're not entirely sure you wish an introduction to the Pirate King, and you are not terribly keen on the transport of unwilling gifts, as it were. Or you agree to the courtesies. Fetch me someone who has very recently been up to the surface. Leopold rather fancies surface memories, you know. Ah, maybe you don't, but it is true nonetheless. We need something to waits us in port, though, so... Can't do that at the moment. We do, however, need to go to Port Carnelian anyways. So, Isle of Cats, something awaits us in port. Oh yeah, and yeah, another good tip for getting through this game. If you unlock a lot of things and it starts getting a little bit difficult to keep track, well, just take notes. It helps immensely. Good old note-taking. Generally pretty reliable. Alright, let's go deliver a book to help out our network here. Here we are. To improve our network by, just... Let's, talk to a tiger here. Grab that. We will pan for sapphires, see if we can't get... Ah, we finally got a success on this one. A glimmer of truth. Braving the jungle's violent spordrifts, you find a narrow stream. You kneel down among the red-capped agarics that spot its banks. It doesn't heave with sapphires, as the stories promise, but an afternoon's planning yields a pocketful of glittering shards. Yay, some echoes. Fulfill your spy's needs. Yeah, we want that. In addition to a tiger's library. Knowing your audience. The tiger favors plummy heroines, stiff-mustached heroes, and the convoluted social obstacles that keep them apart. Will their yearning passions ever be consummated? You give him a copy of The Footman's Ghost. Its pages practically quiver with repression. The tiger purrs. You've gained one network. And we can now see what other ways we can boost our network here. What do my spies need indeed? Ah, okay then. It's another diplomatic agent is what they need. And that's a risky thing. But we'll make a note of that. Port Carnelian. Network 1 agent. Alright. Need another agent, do you? Fair enough, I suppose. You've only been one person up to this point. Influence affairs. Just give us... Ah. Interesting. We can do something here. Does this reduce my network, though? Before anything else? Let's see here. Yeah, this is a way to influence supremacies, of course. A more guaranteed way at that. And yeah, your three options, as noted, effectively becomes London, the Khanate. Yeah, predominantly between, London and the Khanate. Okay, so that's effectively a free thing, just using this vital intelligence for this purpose. Influence fairs in Port Carnelian. You have an opportunity to guide the fate of London's far-flung colony. You can shore up the governor's rule. Port Carnelian is a vital part of her enduring majesty's dominions, and so it shall remain. You can insert Khanate agents into key positions. There are other empires. Or broker an alliance of tigers. They are, after all, the rightful rulers of the Carnelian coast. We are working towards London. So, we shall shore up the governor's rule. You set to work. No longer is Port Carnelian a year behind London's fashions. Now, novelists frequent the tea shops. Poets from Vale Garden haunt the waterfronts. A string of painters belonging to the nocturnal movement pour from visiting ships, determined to capture the ghostly, pastel splendor of the fungal jungle. I love that term phrase, fungal jungle. British flags flutter over every house in the colony. People sing the national anthem in public houses and mean it. The colony has changed. Little London, they call it. Increase your network to 7 to decide Port Carnelian's fate permanently. Our affairs in Port Carnelian is now 1. You're working to protect London's interests in Port Carnelian. Our supremacy London has increased. It is now significant. And we have lost our vital intelligence. Not a big deal. We would effectively have been turning it in for a gambit anyways. For now, we have to keep on increasing the size. It is currently at 3. We need it to 7. And so 7 we shall work towards. Have any other strategic information? No, I'm starting anew. Okay. That is A-okay. Let's get some slightly cheaper supplies while we're here. That is to buy coffee, buy that, buy that, buy that, buy that. Okay. Alright, so this is that. We need network 7. Current 1 agent. Alright, there's that, there's that. We're heading for London, effectively, now. We might be. Or we might be jumping back to the Isle of Cats. Yeah, Isle of Cats first. Because then we can bounce there and do that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We do need more veils, and I would like to increase our veils naturally, but we need more secrets. We don't have many secrets, and we could need secrets for other deals, so yeah. We will have to suffice. It's like, on one hand, a far cry from starting that off as being our highest stat, but on the other hand, we do have a full-on whopping minus 25 to our veils because of this dreadnought. This boat chunks out our veils. So if it wasn't for that, we'd have like 60, 80, yeah, 80 veils. But we'd have like $90, something like this. And honestly, the higher irons is very, very valuable for just destroying everything in your path. Unsurprisingly. Alright, royal prerogatives. We agree to this. Your patron dismisses you with the advice that the Kuni Canal is the likeliest place to source such a gift. You're now seeking a gift for the Pirate King. Quality is now 1. Well, we have that. We aren't gonna hop on that quite yet because Chakra, I think that requires more Veils checks. So we shall add it to our list. Gift at Canal. We shall stop here to grab the port report because I have not done so. Then we will... And if we have a port waiting for us, we'll stop by... Yeah, if we have a port report waiting for us, we'll stop by... Something awaits us in port, rather. We'll stop by Station 3. See if there's anything new to poke in there. As there's probably something. If not the Smith, we do have additional questions we could ask the Acolyte. Acolyte that we have not asked yet. But if we don't have something waits us in port, then that's fine. We'll just steam on by. It's no big deal. Can't get a port report from here because we've gotten the initial port report, and after that, it's all about discretion. Discretion. Let's stop by for a port report at Shepherd's Isle. Now we have it. In this case, we'll stop by Pigmoat. It's been a while. I've kind of had bad luck with Pigmoat, so I've been worried about stopping by there again, but I must do so eventually. Face the music and all such. Are you in all case class? I hope you are. That's additional money because, honestly, the pirate... you're just a baby pirate. The Pirate Poet is a surprisingly good amount of income once you fail to do the deal. Linen pickings, parable of linen. Alright then, fair enough. That's a better outcome for just a small, tiny little boat. Small boat. Dun-dun. Hello there, Pigmoat Isle. It's been a while, and I worry. Oh, I worry. Compile a port report. Help them solve an issue. We're at 246. Alright, what have we got? Your wisdom once again. The rat's wine is in high demand, Hairless Advisor. It twitches its whiskers. We do not wish to take the joy from life, but it has caused many problems, many injuries amongst our farmers. Our new militia recruits missing their training. Do we step in or turn a blind eye? I think this one Spear 1, Spear 2... I think I'm not getting very clear-cut ones each time I've done it. Pigmont Isle has been a tragedy in that regards. That was what? What was what, rather? Mercy. Okay. Please. Housing. Yeah, not getting the good ones. I keep on getting things like this, and they're, disappointing, to say the least. Minus spirit plus civilization. More spear reduction, in other words. Oh well. New total 1, danger. Spirit is bad. Spirit is in a very bad state, but civilization's up high. I've never had it so bad, but I keep on getting those things, which are just stat trades. I don't want to reduce their might. I don't. They need that might. Look, there's a crab near crab cake. Funny how that works out. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, it's set. Full power towards the sinking crab corpse. Go! More supplies. More supplies. For all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. No, wait. Alright, so... London. London. Although I don't actually know if I have the event to trigger, but hey. Okay, yes I do. I do indeed have something awaits me in port because I distracted myself by killing a crab. Go figure how that works. Go here. Use our terror some, get another Z story. And now into London. Before we have a Devilis to drop off here. And we need to pick up an agent. Collect from here. Excellent. Morning papers. Time with my family. Lose all the rest of our terror. The Brass Embassy. Escort the Deviless to the Brass Embassy. London. Oh, the souls, the souls. I haven't smelt so many since. She inhales, eyes closed, face wrapped. Your hackney carriage approaches the embassy. Hell will welcome the Deviless. You have this. Because she is loyal. A discreet arrival. The Urbane Devil meets you and the Deviless by one of the embassy's lesser entrances. He bows, she bows. They chatter together in one of Hell's hissing, clicking languages, and laugh at a shared joke. For a moment you seem forgotten, but she turns back. To thank you? No, to pay you. All shall be well now, she says gleefully, and all manner of things shall be well. You've done... lost track of where I was. You've done a terrible thing, and I am terribly grateful. Take this. This is a smoldering ruby from the throat of Mount Palmerston. It is scorching hot from her touch. She chuckles fondly as you juggle it hastily from hand to hand. Perhaps I'll see you again. You're so much fun. 2 secrets and a captivating treasure. Alright. Alright indeed. So that is them over with. You? Ah, the principals. Ooh, the principals, eh? The principals is my next strategic information location. And Mount Palmerston is done. Excellent. Excellent. That's one other thing down and dusted. What do I have in my hold at the moment? Alright, alarming deal. Little present from you, some more supplies. The Rosers Market. We have a Sunless fruit we can give. We shall do so. And we need another diplomatic agent from you to drop down there. Is our hold at that? We only need, 1 wine? Yeah, we only need 1 wine. We don't need all this wine. All this wine in our hands. Yeah, we don't need all of it. 3, 4, 5. And we'll stick with 3 at the moment. There are better places to sell it, but this is fine enough to get rid of it here for the time being. Because we won't be over to Agile in a bit. I have other goals. The sapphires I'm keeping in, I will be heading near a place where I can do better. And, so I shall. There's that, because we also need to check up once again on them at the Undercrow. Also, yeah, I forgot to turn in port reports, but that's fine. That is fine. We're just stopping by the Undercrow again, stopping by Anth again, and that'll be that. That's all we're gunning for. In that, let me check something from Low Barnet. If I'm going to be stopping by Anth again, is that one of the things I can trade in? Or the Undercrow, I guess, yeah. I work out. Assuming I have the things from there, I don't actually fully remember. Hello, Low Barnet. Trade stories. Alright, port report. Trade stories with the congregation. We don't actually have an Anth one. Okay, well, good to know, I suppose. We do have the Undercrow, though. Okay, we do have that, and we're going to be heading there anyways again. So, speak of Undercrow. The trick is to tailor the tales to the audience. Wings for water. You talk of the gut moths which inhabit every sailor, and provide their nautical instincts, that taste in the throat which heralds a storm front, the ability to digest food even on choppy seas, the welcome fluttering in the stomach at the sight of a sweetheart on shore. Moths in the gut, growing all the time. Your listeners shift in their seats. One hurries out, clutching his mouth. Oh dear. And we gained of that. And we can use this to up more. We will need to do so. But that'll be fine. That is... I still generally want money from things, but considering I was heading to Undercrow anyways, well, I might as well have. There is no harm in doing such. Alright, now to surface guide us to the undergrowth. I could underwater, but, well, I don't want to deal with oxygen at the moment. Whatever horrors are lurking beneath the surface. Yeah, but we do have horrors lurking up top as well. Alright, let us go away from the bats as quickly as possible. We've seen how nasty bats are if you're at less than one hole. Do not underestimate the bats. Especially when they're invincible. Kant's Abyss? Is this a legit abyss area? Have I been there? I'm about to find out. I might have been to this one. Aha, there's no dialogue triggers over here. Is it just an abyss for abyss's sake? Yeah, okay. Fair enough, I suppose. It's not an abyss that triggers an event, it's just... It's not one of the abysses, it's just an abyss. Add that to my list of research thing. Research benefits? Yeah, add that to that list of off-stream research topics. Oh, I am way too far this way. I need to go over here. Yeah. Almost treaded a bit too far there. That is fine. Hello, Undercrow again. Please say it's coffee or Z stories. Do not be lamentable relics again, or I am gonna be... oops. Very sad. Ah, here we go. Coffee. Report. Share a familiar flavor. Is that coffee I smell? Could I trouble you for a cup? In his eyes, you recognize the desperation of an addict. A cup well savored. The dimness of age and mushroom smoke fades from his eyes. Ah, blood of the Elder Continent. All that's missing is a bright horizon, sapphire streams, and Nidahim to kill. He rummages at the back of the cave until he finds a memento of his youthful incautions. Just a knick-knack, he rattles, pressing it into your hands with his brittle fingers. Payment for the coffee. An outlandish artifact. Ooh, and dying grace. Alright, we need one more thing from there. One more circumstance to increase our grace, and then it's gonna be 100% for him. Okay. Doing good. We have another coffee. If we need to buy another coffee for Hideaway, we can. That's perfectly fine. I can manage that. If it's a Z story, I have plenty of those. If it's a lamentable relic, I'm just gonna stare at it. Be like, you do what now? I hate to say it because it's heresy to some people, including to my own family, but I actually don't really like coffee. Give me a good green tea, or even more so an excellent hot chocolate, and I'm all on board for a good hot chocolate. But coffee isn't really my thing. Never really clicked with me all too well. I know how my family like it, and my family very, very much like it latte style, steamed milk and all that jazz. So I actually know how to make a good latte, amusingly enough, because I know how to steam milk well, which translates well to hot chocolate in that a good hot chocolate is with steamed milk. None of that water nonsense. Just give me good, solid steamed milk in hot chocolate, and I am a happy camper. A very happy camper. We need one sapphire for that. Yeah, we still need a sapphire for our other deal. Alright. Past 3 years, I've been big into pour-overs. Do love tasty teas in the evening. What is a pour-over? I'm curious. I don't think I've heard that phrase before. But yes, a good tea is good. My favorite type of tea, I like various teas, but my absolute favorite tea is effectively green tea with roasted rice in it. It gives a very good earthy tea, and that's absolutely my favorite, but I deal with other teas as well, depending on the mood. Alright, please say you want like a Z store or something like that, good sir. Boop. Undercrow. Ah, hello. You gave me the Z story one. Excellent. And now, we can attend to the hatching with a good solid 100%. The almost dead man's breathing has faded to a rattle. Joylessly, the incomparable Aurelian says, "It's time." At long last. Pour-over is a process for brewing coffee. Ah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. That makes sense. That makes sense. At long last, the passage is gentle, but not without horrors. You ensure that pain is kept to a minimum, while the incomparable Aurelian sits by the old man's side, taking notes in one hand and holding his mentor's hand with the other. There's almost no thrashing, and once everything is still, and translucent wings quiver in the cave's smoke, the notebook is filled. Lorenzo's face is serene and empty. Feathered antennae brush across it. Multifaceted eyes regard you with curiosity. Wordlessly, the incomparable Aurelian hands you a small velvet bag as payment, then returns to meticulously reproducing every scale of the moth's wings in a new notebook. Succeeded in a check? Lorenzo has shed his life. Gained a secret? Gained 1,000 echoes. I have 3 tea I drink often, mint, green tea, and ginger. Yeah, that is a very good selection. Other than the green tea, I think my most common are... let's see here. Where do I have those? I know I have them stored somewhere. Oh, right. Moved them over here. That's it. The more common I go for, in particular if I more like have, it's like I have chameleon teams if I'm feeling kind of sick and need just something that is a little bit more tame in its flavor, or a good peppermint tea, which either for just enjoying for peppermint tea's sake, or for the sake of if my stomach's not feeling great or whatnot. Those are the other 2 I have more common about. Camille is definitely good for just being a more toned down, like, I just want something nice, comforting when I'm feeling miserable. It's great for that purpose. Yeah, ginger is definitely another good one. I like the peppermint stuff because, well, peppermint's delicious, in my opinion. But yeah, ginger is also definitely very good for stomach stuff and the like as well. Really, yeah, it's always fun to try out new teas and such. Generally, I don't do too much with my teas, but occasionally, like for especially for the chamomile tea, yeah, I like to. But for the green tea works as well. I like to dab a little bit of honey in it, not too much, but enough to kind of get that honey sweetness in it. Makes it really soothing and comforting. Peppermint I would not do that with. I'm not insane enough to try putting honey in peppermint tea. That would be that would be a clash of flavors. Too much of a clash. Right. Ah, yeah. Deal with what's left behind. Lorenzo the moss moth stretches its scaled wings lazily. The incomparable Aurelian continues his sketches, without a thought of his old master's corpse shell. Oh, that's a phrase. Corpse shell. Drawn to the fire, reluctantly the Aurelian closes his notebook. If I keep the lighthouse fire burning, I could observe you for a lifetime, he tells the moth. But there's a final matter of his to deal with. He turns to the crumpled remains of the almost dead man. His brother, the factor at Port Demu, will want something to bury. He can make do with this husk. With a rush of wind, the moss moth flies up into the fog, circling the fire and casting flickering patterns onto the cave walls. Yeah, that's fair. I don't do it too often. Honey's nice because it's not just like pure sugar. It's kind of got its own little flavor going for that match as well, but there's no reason to overly sweeten things as is. Making your own Starbucks drink recently, yeah. Only thing you sweeten. Yeah, that is fair. The thing I've heard with how Starbucks brews their things, at least according to my father, who is much more into coffee-related things, is that the way they kind of overdo the beans makes it a little bit bitter. So it makes sense that that's a thing that you would wind up sweetening if that's the case. Kind of balances out that aspect of it. It's funny how much, even if you're not interested in things, you pick up just from secondhand knowledge of being around people who are very into it. It is very amusing. And honestly, as a native born of the Seattle area, I'd be remiss to not have some knowledge of coffee. Probably be considered heresy in that respect. Already a heretic by not liking it, I at least have some knowledge of the matter. Has shed his life, but his light lingers with his friends. Aww. You now have his husk. Not so much a corpse as a discarded mourning suit. Ugh. Nonetheless, his brother at Port Demu will want to know. Lovely. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure with the cost of just of anything nowadays, really. But yeah, it's probably definitely cheaper for you to just to buy the stuff you need to make your own deal without a doubt. Especially as like everything upon everything just gets more expensive these days. Yeah, that is a perfectly reasonable approach, yeah, for sure. Just the flavors. Because if that's what you enjoy, then that's what matters, and that is perfectly fine. Yeah, that's a smart way to do it. If you enjoy it, you learn how to make it on your own, and then you can have it whenever you feel like it. Not relying on other factors. Yeah, That is very smart of you. And generally what I do with what I can, although some things you just can't replicate yourself, but yeah. You do what you can to save money on how you can. Actually, you can make everything at home. That's the best outcome. Not having to buy any specialized things to make it, you can just make it. Yeah, that works out well. That works out super well. Discuss Lorenzo's passing. The incomparable Aurelian sits on the stone table that was his friend's deathbed, listlessly staring at his collection. A quiet celebration. Without looking up, the incomparable Aurelian tells you that your assistance has been appreciated. Studying the moss moth so closely will be the highlight of my career, he says excitedly. I'm sure Lorenzo would want to thank you as well. What about for myself? Do you mean like anything drink related, or just stuff I make on my own accord that I enjoy? Because if we're, I don't do much things fancy with the drinks, but most of the stuff I make my own just tends to be like. Honestly, thinking on it, I don't do anything horribly complex, but yeah, I tend to make food-wise, I tend to do a lot of wrap-related stuff. Just, it's like, I do sandwich stuff as well on occasion, but I like to make as much meals as I can in wrap form, effectively. Just stuffing things into a tortilla and having it just in this compact thing you can eat by hand is something weirdly satisfying to me. To make meals that you can just munch by hand and enjoy, and whether it's a cold or hot wrap or whatever of the like, tortilla wraps are so versatile in that respects, I feel. Otherwise, another dish that I tend to like to make, although haven't made recently, tends to be more of a turkey kielbasa pasta dish, which is just, it's simple, just red sauce with like penne pasta or the like, and you fry up turkey kielbasa first off in slices, then you add the sauce, and then you add the noodles into that, and then you just add like corn, peas, and like whatever else you want. Then you just have a nice compact pasta dish that you've made all in the same dish. It's really compact and convenient. Korean breakfast style taco. That does sound good. What does a Korean breakfast style taco be comprised of anyways? I'm curious on that now. It sounds delicious. So what would you make a Korean breakfast style taco with? While you're typing that out, a fate worse than death. Looking up from his book of pressed moths, the incomparable Aurelian fixes you with his stare. Lorenzo came to the Neath looking for a way to cheat death. I can't say whether or not he succeeded. Tell him Lorenzo lost, an honest death would have been better than what he endured. Tell him Lorenzo triumphed. Some part of him eluded death. He lives on. A triumph over death, albeit a messy one. Life is unreliably pleasant, but it's better than the alternative. Lorenzo found a way to prolong it. It was, after all, why he came to the Neath. The incomparable Aurelian sighs. He has a new life now. Maybe a happier one. He closes his collection book with a quiet smile. Ah. Well, first we see what's here, and then we head back to, let's see here. Undercrow is done. Thank goodness for that. Ah, right, I need to go to Port Cecile. Okay, yeah. We'll go there. Because that is where... Ah, torpedo components here. And boop. Alright, we surface, we go to the principles because that's where our strategic information is. Is there anything else we can hit up along the way? We could go to Hideaway, although that's a bit too that way. Very westernized, but it's runny egg seasoned with granular sugar, salt, and pepper, bacon fried in the bacon grease. Okay, bacon is always good. Running the egg, though. Okay, seasoned with sugar, salt, and pepper. Oh, that's an interesting way to do eggs. Oh, man, I'm usually boring with my eggs. I'm a very scrambled person, but for taco deal, yeah, I can see how that would work well. Bacon just makes everything better, but that I think is just just me being very American, one could say, almost. Ah, the whole thing is fried in the bacon grease. Okay, okay, I see. That's a productive use of the bacon grease, I have to say. Usually, and of course, Kamachi, yeah. Yeah, usually bacon grease is, well, very, very messy, so finding a use for it is handy. Yeah. Generally, the ways that I've ended up cooking bacon just to try to avoid the grease issues has been on the barbecue is a good one that I've utilized, or in the oven when that's not an option, but barbecued bacon is nice to avoid the mess. The unfortunate casualties of bacon and frying anything bacon related. Oh, no, I don't want that. Wrong button. But yeah, that definitely is a pretty simple and a good use of all that you have resource-wise. Yeah, I have to keep that in mind potentially. Look up something in that regards. I always feel like I need to expand my culinary horizons at times, but because I'm an Aspie, I have a bad tendency of running into the fact of if I like to eat something, I just continually buy and eat the same things over and over again. Not like day after day, but like just a similar selection of things over a period of time, because bad routine habit deals that come with the mentality. Yeah, you get it, yeah. Just, you find the things you like, and then you sometimes are just blind to things that you probably can like, but you just haven't delved into because you're too focused on your own things. It's a vicious cycle that I always try to open myself up to new things when I can. All the pandemic stuff has not been good on trying to fulfill that creed, because disease and such everywhere. Really weird about cooking food and eating it. Yeah. One picks up habits. And some for the better, some for the worse, but at the end of the day, I stand by. Get grossed out during the process. That is odd, but I mean, we all, your partner makes the food mostly. Fair enough, yeah. Like, everyone has their quirks, and those quirks are what make people interesting at the end of the day. Like with raw meat. I can understand a bit discomfort from that, because working with raw meat is a very process that requires a lot of cleanliness to it. Like, I'm willing to work with raw meat, but I am very much super paranoid about cross-contamination, making sure I clean my hands constantly and the like. For stuff like that, it's just reasonable safety mentality. A little bit overkill potentially on my part, but hey, the less chance of getting sick off of that sort of stuff, the better. And honestly, you're not even safe sometimes with it, with the vegetable stuff or the like, because there's been so many like listeria outbreaks and such from loose leaf lettuce and all that sort of deal. That yeah, you just yeah, I get what you mean in that sort of deal, because there's so much that you have to kind of worry about and making sure that things are just cleanly and well set so that you just don't get sick. Let's be fair, I've had it, not from food poisoning, but it's a similar deal when you get like accidentally get norovirus and stuff, and well, stomach illnesses are not fun, and I want to avoid that as much as possible. Oh, yeah. I very clearly see it reasonably from that light of the deal. I get you there. I have to fend for myself, though, so I have to get over it. You are lucky enough to have a very kind and considerate partner that helps you out with that, so... Hey, kudos for having that work going out for you. God of our visitors. Alright, let's deliver some remains. Deliver Lorenzo's remains to the factor. The affable factor receives his brother's column solemnly. You console against looking within. A moth, you say? It can't say it was how he'd have wanted to go, but I don't think he ever intended to go at all. The affable factor sighs and lights his pipe. The fungal smoke is all too familiar. Knew he'd meet a bad end with that lot. Too much stirring up trouble, not enough enjoying what they've got. Seven's an unlucky number, if you ask me. He raises a hand on the coffin. Thank you anyway. I'll do something appropriate with them. Not wrong with the number 7 in this universe, that's for sure. Alright. Polythrene Port Seal. Yeah, that sounds like a good route. And back up to Anth, I suppose? You know what, sure, yeah, back up to Anth. I can do that. Maybe Con Shadow, Frosthound, then Anth. That might be a good roundabout. I should go down to Porcia first. Grocery shoppers say I do that. Fair enough indeed. One does what one has to. Also, hey, appreciate you just chatting me with such, even at, well, the late hour it is for me and such. Nice to have company in these hours, so... And fun to chat about these things, too. Makes one think, open up horizons. It's part of the fun of just streaming these things, so... Thank you very much for being around and just conversing. It is very nice to get to know you. In turn, share a little bit about myself. Report. A contact in the labyrinth. The Admiral gave you directions to take to meet your contact. Left, right, down, into the labyrinth coral outside Port Cecile. Over the silvered vein, past the castellations to the unfinished court. Rubbery torment. Here is a rubbery man. One of the squid-faced bipedal things that infest the sadder hovels of fallen London. It looks ill or infected. The pearly glow of the coral throbs from a seam along its shoulder. Its arm pulses in its face fronds. It pipes cheerfully. It hands you a page of notes smeared with tangerine goo. Can Rubberman write? The hand is elegant and disciplined. Times and dates precisely recorded. Ah, Rubberman. They are unique. What are some games I really enjoy playing? Oh, that is a question. I definitely have a lot of different games I play through. JRPGs are definitely a good genre that I stick a lot with too. General survival builderish things, I can get very into the building aspects and the exploration aspects as well. Any game that has a lot of good exploration, I am a fan of. But honestly, of the various genres I play through and the like, the things in a game that really catch me well and will hook me to a game tends to be very good story and very good music. I hold story and music is so high in how I view games, and those are aspects that really just help me enjoy a game a lot. So yeah, JRPGs can have its slew of it. More tactical games I've grown up with a lot, so I do enjoy those. Old Command & Conquer 95 and Age of Empires and like, those sort of things were a mainstay when growing up. But yeah, I definitely have a huge selection though. I think how I can more definitively cut things off is that games I don't play as often tend to be like racing games I'm not huge into, fighting games I'm not very huge into. Sports games I don't have anything against, but they don't really catch my interest as much, but definitely RPGs, JRPGs, good tactical deals, those appeal to my interests very much so. I've been trying out newer things, like when I was playing through Metal Gear Rising, like those kind of hack and slashes. They're interesting, although I'm definitely way inexperienced in them without a doubt. Stuff to get used to. Cask of wine? No, I don't want to sell those. Could sell things here. Don't exactly want to. Okay. What kind of games do you generally play if you have anything of that accord? If you're scattershot as I am, I would not blame you for answering as vaguely as I have been. It's definitely why when I first decided I was gonna get into streaming and deciding what I wanted to get into, I very much decided, yeah, variety of game is definitely gonna be up my alley. I have a wide and eclectic taste, so it worked out well. You know, that's a perfectly fair answer too. Not everyone has to be huge into gaming. If you just like a few things, then that's valid too. As long as you enjoy what you enjoy, then that is more than okay. Love Elden Ring and got into Dead by Daylight and Bloodborne. Okay, yeah, those. Yeah, Elden Ring was definitely a ride when I played through that. Dead by Daylight I've seen, it is an interesting premise. I'm not sure how well I do in it. And Bloodborne is a game I wish I could play, but since I'm a computer person front and center, I don't have any options to play Bloodborne, and it's tragic. But we love to watch games. Yeah, that is a reason. Oh god, fish. That is a reasonable thing to do, even just to love to watch things more than play. Like I'd like to enjoy watching some sports now and then, but I'd never be able to play it. Yeah, it was Elden Ring was one of my first games that I streamed. I have it all. I'll have it all highlighted in my VODs and such. But yeah, it was one of the first games I played. Before I set up my current schedule of things, I was playing it like I was playing it like 3 days a week. Yes, there is. I have it highlighted in a collection on my Twitch page, and also I have it on my YouTube VOD channel that I have linked in my information as well. So, I've been very good about effectively trying to archive all my streams since I've started. I know. Cool. Yeah, it was my first playthrough of it, and then play through it and again to platinum it all. But what was your build? My predominant build in Elden Ring, and in turn what winds up being for most Souls-likes, is I'm very much a spell sword kind of person. I like having access to good intelligence-built magic, but also being able to fall back on just a good old sword in the offhand or whatnot to switch to, in case just I want to or need to go into melee. So I'm very much that spell sword style of things, where I just go in with predominant magic, but if something works better with this sword, or if I need to go with sword, I can just go in and start whacking things. That's what you did on PS5. Yeah, it's a fun deal. For Elden Ring, that wound up being, other than the predominant intelligence spell stuff, I just clung onto the Dark Moon Greatsword and did not look back from that. Didn't finish the game because things happen in life. Yeah, that happens. New PC and planning on playing it soon. Excellent. Yeah, things can definitely happen in life that stops you from playing at things, and as well, it's part of the reason why I go heavy into games at times, is like, I want to finish a game before something creeps up or I get distracted about something new, so it's like, I just go all in on a thing. Streaming has been different in that case because it's gotten me out of the habit of just playing a game for days on end. Because it's like, I have to wait until I stream it next. For better or worse in my mindset. Oh yeah, Strange Catch, excellent. But yeah, definitely sure you're looking forward to getting back into that and finishing it up, because it is a fun ride. I had some issues with some of the game, but overall it was definitely a good ride through and through. Strange Catch. Oh, pardon me. Speak to, oh, the Strange Catch. Can you do something with it? Aha, promise. He tastes a morsel on the tip of his knife and shudders. An exquisite find, my captain. Like a devil's licks. Searing. Probably fatal, but utterly worth the risk. Excellent. Yeah, my streaming record here on Twitch has kind of been a mix of games I've played in the past and wanted to stream, like Sunless Sea here. Chrono Cross was another one of the like. And my other deal has just been first playthroughs like Elden Ring, and just wanting to stream my reactions to it, and it's a fun mix for both of them. And Elden Ring was definitely a fun one to just stream my first playthroughs and reactions with. And and my horrible, horrible track record of getting lost and distracted in Elden Ring. Elden Ring, I might have somehow, through no actual means of knowing, since I was trying to go in mostly blind. I think I spent like the first 18 hours not having unlocked leveling up or the horse or anything. I literally somehow managed to avoid stumbling upon the leveling up or the horse. It was a crazy first 18 hours of unleveled astrologer with no horse, just trying to get through things stubbornly. The Steam Summer Sale? Actually, yeah, I've picked up a few games that I'm actually gonna end up streaming. Final Fantasy X was one of them I picked up that I'm gonna start up soon. That I hadn't played it before, and that I'm super excited to get into, because I've not played any Final Fantasy games except for 14, the newer MMO. So getting into playing another one of the Final Fantasy games through 10 is super exciting. It's going to be super exciting to delve into. Picked up a couple other as well that's interesting. I think Darkwood was one of them. It's kind of a horror top-downish thing, and then Homeworld, which is more an RTS space sort of deal. Both of those looked interesting as well, and I'm still kind of debating over the sale, taking my time, seeing if anything else just catches my interest. But yeah, Final Fantasy X is definitely one of the standout from the sale. It's like, okay, I'm gonna pick this up, and I'm just gonna try it and see how much fun I have with it. Because Final Fantasy XIV I enjoy a lot, so, and JRPGs I generally enjoy, so the fact that I haven't delved into any other Final Fantasy games is something that has been long-standing to be corrected. Ah, London. Good old London. Good old them trying to tax my stuff. Oh yes, you see, London, this is one of the most reasons America decided to say, I'm leaving. But yeah. Excellent, more things there. I do not want your gift. What else did I pick up? Forgotten. What's in my hold, first off? There's that, and that. That's reserved for a hideaway. Cargo hold is mostly empty, so I can go crazy with port reports. Yeah, that's what I need to do. First things first, where is the next assignment? Ah, Khan's Heart again. It all comes back to Khan's Heart now, does it? Khan's Heart. That port. Let us submit port reports. Now, as far as newer games coming out, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak is coming out soon. I'm excited to delve into that one. Because I got into the Monster Hunter games with World, and and Rise has been fun too, so that's definitely a new game that stands out for me that's releasing soon. There's a couple in September I'm looking forward to coming out as well. One's in English port for the Legend of Heroes series. The other's Darktide. Darktide. Okay. You tried World? Yeah. I I had a friend help me get into it, and that helped. Didn't give enough time. Yeah, it's definitely a slow burner of a game to see if you can kind of get used to. I was lucky enough to have a very experienced friend that could kind of get me into it and ease me into it, but it's definitely one of those games that I don't blame. That it take a bit and not exactly clicking fully right off the bat. And Undercrow. All this stuff. Shops, hold. I still need to go to Hideaway. The predominant thing on my list. Poor Carnelian too, that's right. Do. Okay. That was that. How many secrets do I have? I have 6. Okay. Debating actually getting Rise you're talking about? Because Rise is definitely feels like a bit of an easier game to get into between World and that. It's got a bit better of a learning curve on it, if we're gonna be very honest about it. Because, yeah. Thinking on it definitely does. What was I doing? Alright, I had an agent I wanted to take down to Port Carnelian. And then I wanted to see what was what there. And I need to buy supplies. Right. That's my train of thought for a moment there. Give me fuel, give me supplies. And take me down to the canal. Boom. Canal is down there, yeah. Let's see what actually percentage chance I have on that one. Fails check, I'm gonna have to switch things around. Boom. Again, I'm gonna have to do the fail scenes for the agent too. Figure my minus 25 in fails is coming back to haunt me. I did want to reduce it even further. This music is so comforting. Very, very comforting. As I consider the potential of what horrific thing I'm about to do here. Don't worry about it. Yep, that is a Veils check, unsurprisingly. Not that. You don't have veils, you don't have veils. You have the one additional veils. Welcome aboard. You don't. Well, that's what I was looking at there. You do. Transfer that to that. Veils to there. Which is at 66. That puts us at a 56% chance. A gift for the Pirate King. That one looks like a surface sailor. Surely you could coax him into your ship. Time to do something very morally dubious and... Oh wow, I succeeded. Guest rights. You can be charming when you exert yourself. You entice the surface sailor on board with promises of Z-stories and neath delicacies, and bludgeon them over the head between courses. They fall gently into a bowl of sea lily soup. You order your crew to take the prisoner below decks and lock them up. They comply quickly enough, but you see them shoot dark looks at each other out of the corner of your eye. Yeah, not a fan of this, but you do what fits with the character. One does what they can to not upset people in power. Now, Port Carnelian, yeah. I'm gonna go down there and try to implement an agent. Alright, Isle of Cats, we have done that gift. Might be actually getting close to done with Isle of Cats, or at least unlocking everything with Isle of Cats. Carnelian, I need to keep focused on this way. Oh wow, it's already 1:30 in the morning. Make this my last loop, although last loop does not mean this stream will be over soon, but... Considering I'm intending to head all the way back to areas like over there. Oh, I wonder if I can find a beard mustache. Oh no, wait, I sent something to Gamble. Excellent. I did do that. I did think ahead. So yeah, I do have a reason to being over there too. Excellent. Everything's planning out, generally according. Carnelian, I return to thee. To try to build up my network of spies. That didn't rhyme. Oops, I forgot to switch out that deal. Of course I did. I always forget something to switch out. And this time it was the veil scene. Oh well, I'd be slotting back in here anyways. Carnelian. Talk to the tiger. And let's see here. I need... Where's my Veils folks back again? Not the monkey foundling. You. And you. It's still gonna be such a gambit. 26% chance. Well, mercy be upon. Ah, shucks. When next you call on your agent, you find her apartment's cold and empty. A lamp has been knocked over. The floor is scuffed. Lost that. Menace, suspicion. Opportunity is gone. Unfortunate. I am not wholly surprised, but unfortunate. Oh, okay then. Next time around, I should probably just skip over checks like that, but... Echoes, money by secret. It might just work. An embassy clerk has access to vital documents. Unfortunately, they are inconveniently moral. Offended by bribery, impervious to blackmail. But you have a plan. moving the great game, honey mushroom wine. Or bait, a rival agent besets your network. You need to draw them out. I'm actually tempted to do that. I can just head back up to London for another frickin' of prisoners, honey. Okay. Oh, come on. Is stymied by rival agencies. Spies buzz around the clerk and his fabled filing cabinet like sea-bats. You seek less well-marked deals. Yeah, right, well, more Kaganian suspicion. More suspicion. Go figure. Too good to go true. Well, I know what my spies need. Ah, we are back to that. Okay, noted. 2 failed attempts at Smith Network. It's almost like trying to set up a spy network is difficult. Literature. Who'd have thought? Oh well. That's fine. The literature one worked the last time, and I can work with that. Now let us get our regular officers back in line. Launching. Actually, you stay in there for the moment. You tap in. That should mean 99%. Glimmer of Truth. 30 more echoes. Excellent. Alright, now to switch you out again for mirrors. Switch my hold. We are clay. And we are good, set, and golden. Do I buy more supplies? No, I don't. Alright. Some failed attempts at that business, punishing me for my luck in the other one. And now I have more suspicion. That's fine, I'm not going to be overly delving into things that can get me in trouble. At least more so than I've already been doing. To the Isle of Cats, to get rid of this gift. Which, to note, is very much something that can be caught by the special constables in London, along with the red honey. I don't know what happens if they catch you with a literal kidnapped person, but it's probably not good. It's probably not good at all. Unsurprisingly and well-deserved because you kidnapped a person, but yeah. Take the corner. Excellent. Report. A gift for the Pirate King. Your patron is overjoyed at your return. Eager to meet Leopold, are we? Courtesies due. Hand over your writhing, tear-stained cargo. Two attendants drag the prisoner off to the rose garden. You do your best to ignore the screaming. Your patron tells you that it will take some time for your gift's memories to be harvested, and the resultant honey collected. You should return later for your introduction to the Pirate King. Look, I have a gift. Hand it over cargo. 200 echoes. All the terror. Well-deserved terror, I'd say. A meeting with the Pirate King. What might one expect from Leopold, Pirate King of the Isle of Cats? A hulking, grizzled presence with a crimson cat tattooed across his back? An oiled, bearded wrench with a brace of pistols strapped to each hip, and eyes like wildfire? A gaunt-cheeked honey-seeker wasted from years of disillusion? He looks, as it turns out, more like a lawyer than a dissolute lord, though he is at least wearing a robe of patterned silk over his dark suit. Behind him you see a wall of what you think are wine racks. On closer inspection, the racks hold bottle upon carefully labeled bottle of red honey. Captain's compliments, my king. Isari enters with a wineglass of thick honey. Behind them, Zara drags in a stumbling prisoner. It is a sailor you stole from the Kumini Canal, only they do not seem to recognize you at all. Memories stewed in honey. Your patron offers the pirate king the wineglass. The king takes a sip, and the prisoner cries out as though his skin is being flayed from his bones. The spice-scented docks of Malassa, Leopold breathes, before he is plucked away by the honey. He returns hours later, skin flushed and eyes bright. I am very partial to memories of the Far East. Very thoughtful of you. He bestows a humming, honey-soaked kiss on Isari's lips, and then Zira's before holding out the vial to you. You can decline the taste. You just want your reward, and possibly to get away from the grim sight of the prisoner rattling his shackles in the corner. Or take a sip. The prisoner gazes at the ceiling blankly, with no sign of his earlier distress. Each luscious drop coats your tongue like fire and longing. Someone screams, but it feels far away. You are consumed with the touch of a woman's hand in yours. You in the memory turn your face to the right, and there she is, Kanban. You met her 3 weeks ago serving drinks by the docks. Her father threatened to break your legs if you so much as looked at her. But you cannot help yourself. Her hands are softer than anything you have ever imagined, and dappled in warm sunlight, the curve of her smile slices into you like a blade. You come back to yourself in a sudden rush. You are lying on the floor alone, your face wet with stolen tears. On the desk, a key to the caged gardens, which you slip into your pocket, and a gold statuette of a tiger, with eyes of polished ruby. Something about this statuette makes you decidedly uneasy. Still, it will probably sell well for a good price. This and the entire purpose of me going through all this grim stuff is showing off how horrifying red honey is as a concept. Regular prisoner's honey gets you into the kind of parabola, the dream world of sorts, and it goes at it to no cost to others, only whatever you inflict upon yourself. Red honey, oh, red honey is nasty. The painful stealing of memories from other people. And going through this is a good showing of said concept of the red honey. And this is why red honey is so bad it's not even illegal. It is just unmentioned. To not spread the concept of it. Yeah. We now have a key to the cage gardens. Captivating treasure. Both of those are gone. Vision of the surface. And that unlocks more options here, but we are going to leave. Yeesh. Ooh, hello. Are you Pirate Poet? Yeah, you're a Pirate Poet. Money! Money floating upon the sea. Also, helps reinforce, there's a lot of crazy messed up stuff in Beneath. They do not go easy on topics that they delve into. Because, well, bad stuff happens. And people do bad things. And all that lovely, lovely business. Alright, so if I go up to here, go up to Portacil Polythreme, bounce to the Chelinate and Gant pool, I can then make my way up to Hideaway. Okay. Yep. That is my course. And that is a shark. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Vent is in port. Oh, that's why it's going slower. Fog. The fog. Let's go figure the fog. Use its meat, more supplies, choice cuts, lose hunger, lose terror? Did we gain terror? Details. It was one. We gained a lot more from the horrific actions we just did earlier. Go to Mangrove College. We're not going to pick up supplies here. Because I want my event for up in Port Cecile. We will, however, pick up... Ah, perfect. A passenger that happens to be going to Port Cecile. Huzzah. Hello, other pirate ship. I'm gonna have words with you. And by words, I mean guns. By guns, I mean, oh god, you are well, well, well out of your league. Loot and scuttle, supplying fuels. Hey, a frickin' of honey. Honey. We have excess honey now, along with excess wine. Not have excess coffee, but that is fine. Hello, other shark. A less tormented shark, but still bound shark nonetheless. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, there. Now speed onwards. Use the meat, supplies, hunting trophy, and more supplies. This is why I wasn't worried about picking up the supplies. I'm just picking up supplies by murdering all the sea life. It's fine. They'd very much murder me in a heartbeat. Speaking of which, hello. Oh, albino more. You're in the pond on the pizza, the pie. You're under the water, oh amore. Hello, you, come back. Thank you. And that's all the moray gone. Butcher for supplies. Hunting trophy, more stitching ivory. We do need more of that. Getting terror supplies. Alright, fair enough. Port Cecile, drop off the checkered character. Which is amusing because it's they play chess here, not checkers. And gather Skintilac. I failed the check, which is actually fine. 1 Skintilac, minimal terror. That works for me. I will scoot off here, pop up to Polythreme. Kind of a rotation. It's not like it's a super profitable rotation, but it's cash. That's claiming to the Anth to either London or the Station 3 is. It works. It works. Not quickly or speedily in any sense, but it works. Some money on the table. Some more Stygian ivory. More terror, more deals. Ah, Edible once roasted into submission. It will serve. But the smoke brings a kind of horror. A walking dream, a kinesthetic sense of vast things coiling in crushing, lightless black. Exactly what you want on your food. Want your food to inflict upon you. Existential dread, pretty much. Anyways, let's pick up more claymen. Can this backfire on me? Technically, yes, actually. I'm hoping it doesn't. Yeah. Shroom on in. Gather intelligence. Carry claymen. Thing I need to do in the shops? No. Picking up Stygian ivory, which is technically fine. I will eventually need 40 Stygian ivory, so actually starting to hold on to some things now is acceptable. Although 40 is a good chunk of my hold, so... And again, this is just slow building up anyway, so hey. And if in doubt, I can always just sell it for room. Easy. For doubt, sell it. Alright, wisdom for port report, Chelinate for... Yeah. Chelinate for port report, and then into the Gantz pool, where we have stuff we've done. Nupamit Harbor. I think we'd still need all the pages for that. Port report. 3,000 echoes, and then there's that horrible, horrible deal. Do that eventually, but we need not do it right now. Nope. For now, to the Chelinate. To the Chelinate faster. Yeah, this is definitely my last rotation of the night. It's a long one, too. But that is fine. It's only almost 2 in the morning. Yeah, it's about per par. I like this game. I've gotten some good progress. Oh, right, I actually haven't talked to my officer about this. I forgot about that. A squelch, then a quivering thunk. The bandage poisonaire has thrown a strange catch across the galley, and then a knife. Is something wrong? A limitation. The ingredients are fine. It is my hands that are deficient. There are pregnant jewels hiding in the vitals of these creatures, but I cannot extract them. Pardon me. One slip and the taste is contaminated. He paces the galley. I need to improve my butchery. Can you take me to the Chelinate? No one knows more about gutting than the bone men. Oh, pardon me. And that is what's there. First things first, that. And second, find someone to teach the secrets of butchery to the bandage poisonaire. A bone man shows you the glyphs cut into his white dusted palms. They mean separation, he tells you. He will instruct your chef if you can prove your worth. Are you hunting trophies? Easily. An improvement. When the poisonaire returns to the ship, he is red to his elbows. I've learned what I need to know, he says, his voice haggard. Back in the galley, he throws away all his knives but one. You watch it slice, skin, bone, and butterfly, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, as quick as a minnow. Flesh goes one way, skin and organs another. As the crew dines, he seeks you out. It goes well, my captain. I have my initial ingredients. I have my skills. but the flavors I pursue must be coaxed forward, like a hermit crab from its shell. I'm afraid I need a very particular seasoning, mutter salt and soup. They sell the former at Wither, where the salt pools fizz and pop. Soup is made at Mount Palmerston. Its composition is a secret, but anything that can be combined can be separated again, with the right equipment. Okay, not that. Go to officers. Speak to. He needs 1 soup and 1 mutter salt. Cook. Mutter salt. Soup. We are in a route to potentially hit up both those things, but... First things first, I have to get places. Can't pull next. Then off to Hideaway, where we will be quite potentially doing some more morally dubious things. Oh, what's that over there? Morally dubious things get distracted by the shiny. Bones. Scattered bones. Bones lay scattered and gnawed on the Z-bed. Ribcage is yawn open, breastplates shattered. Fragments of skull litter the sand like pearls. Take a closer look. What killed these people? Scavenge the bones. Perhaps something of value remains. Gather up the bones. Perhaps you mean to bury them. Perhaps you have other uses in mind. I don't know, I'm kind of curious what's happened here. Don your diving gear. Many of the bones are blackened with cannon fire. Others are scarred as though by swords or machetes. Scraps of tendons still clean, severed or cut to broken fibula. A row of skulls bear round bullet holes between the eye sockets. Ah, so, the usual. The usual things. Terror minus hunger. Didn't benefit me actually all that much. No, well, it's fine. Not like I'm already bristling with terror anyways. I am. Assist the fading hearthrocks once again. Intriguing snippets, memories. More of that. It's its next weary beast. Compile the port report. Have anything new? Oh, I do have recent news, but I'm already well over things. Alright then, now I just need to send more dying Z-Life to this place. Yay. Alright, we have another shiny thing. Oh, it's the Irrepressible again. Hello there, Irrepressible. I'm gonna take you on again. Because that'll give me more dangers. I like more irons. Sorry, irons is what I meant. It's a dangerous stat, but it is not called dangerous. Ah, 27 damage there. That hurt a bit. But we have done it. A severe vessel list of flounders once again. Well, we can, once again, attempt to detach the Irigo cannon. More iron. 5 more iron, to be precise. Which puts us at 119 iron. I love it. We are the irons person, alright? Alright, to Hideaway. The Irrepressible seems generally in that location. Good to know. Actually, wait, we want to surface. Hit up there first, then go over there, because we'll be dodging around things. Because we'll be going further up north. We're going to Hideaway, and then we'll be heading, like, straight to Frostfound. Both terror reduction and supplies and such. Yeah. That's exactly what I want. Probably. Oh, right, and I need to go to Khan's Heart. That's right. That too. 9 supplies. Excellent. Okay, so yeah. To actually go there, go that way, and then go up. Okay, that sounds better plan. Alright, back under the Z. Briefly. Then I'll be back up at the Z after I do that. Under the Z. What? What lies right behind me? No, that again. No, I don't need more terror. Not need more terror. Nope. We go to Hideaway. Go to Turtle. We accidentally bashed ourselves against everything, clearly. Whoops. That's on me. Hideaway. Simple report. Check in on the investigator. We have all the things they want. Hideaway is doomed. It'll crack or be left on the Z floor, citizen. And I'm the only one who knows. His eyes are bleary red. It's Temtem. The beast is growing. Should have already shed its shell, but I guess it's willing itself to hold on. It can't be biology, though, can it? It's going to outgrow Hideaway. Soon. He drags himself from the bed. Everyone here needs to know. They need to leave. I'll compile my notes, and then we must tell them. Please, citizen. They won't listen to me. They dislike me. But if you said something... Extraordinary implication. There are 2 routes for this, and unfortunately I'm taking the more morally dubious one, but there are 2 routes. You could begin the war for hearts and minds. The implied investigator will hold his own festival soon. He plans on revealing the doomed nature of Hideaway then, using an informative pyrotechnic display. Or speak to the sprightly visionary. He's waving to you from a brightly lit alleyway. A request. The sprightly visionary shows you a page of the notebook chained onto his wrist. He has written a request for you. Between you two, the investigator threatens to destroy Hideaway and everything you and I have worked towards. He must be killed. You could politely decline. The ancient man can't kill the investigator, and he can't trust anyone else in Hideaway to aid him. If you refuse to commit this murder, the investigator will be safe. Or accept. Murder the investigator. The sign showing you accept responsibility for a task. You must cross your arms to grab your own shoulders. Then. Arik tuts and stops you mid-acceptance. He scribbles you a note. No time. You know where he sleeps. Suggestion. Smothering. Less obvious. Once you've read it, he tears the sheet from the pad and eats it. It is 2 days before the investigator is discovered. He died in sleep, a peaceful end. If anyone wonders why his skin has a blue tone, they're too polite to ask. Tale of terror, 1 point of iron, another searing enigma. Truth is that all's well in Hideaway. No one knows otherwise. Sure that Hideaway will be well maintained for Arik. Yeah. Yep, that is that route of that. And it does have its use. He has his use for hideaway. Anything in here I need? Not in particular. Oh. Well, there is that, but... No. I need this cask of sapphires for something else, and I only need one mutter salt. No reason to have a spare mutter salt just sitting around in my inventory. 120 irons, though. I'm rocking it on the irons department. Anything up here to kill? Not really. Okay. So, Nuniko, Khan's Shadow. Khan's Heart, Frostfound. That's my route for the time being. Yes. And... Ah, hello. You know, I might need a fluke core at some point. Hello, Lorne Fluke. I might actually need a core from you. So, just cooperate for a wee bit. As I pepper you with ammunition. It is underwater now. Can't hide forever. And it's doing its range shenanigans. That's fine. That is fine. It is, a higher... It is if it actually gets... What did I say about hiding? Come back out here, you. It still gets that off, but that's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Examine its corpse. Aha! The discolating body is full of incomprehensible organs that collapse at your touch. You sketch what you can, and cock an ear to the departing harmonies of its violent language. At its center you find a vast lump of resin or congealed gall, the size of a barrel, flawed with darkness. In the false starlight it is deep violet purple. Irigo, your doctor whispers, the color of forgetfulness. 3 secrets and a colossal folklore. I might need that for a purpose. One of those, I'm trying to remember, and I think it's something I might need for the cook deal that I'm working through right now. We'll see. Alright, well, I have one at least. It is here, it is in my hold. And nothing can change that fact. I'm bouncing between so many places. It is silly. And it is late. But I've made a commitment of things. I do not stop until I'm in London. No fuss about that. It is only when I am safely home in London. Hello, Rat Barge. I'm gonna be one of the few things that I just go right by. You seem to be having a fun time in that. Do I like to read? I actually generally have. I mean, I got a major in history, so I've done plenty of reading. It's been a while since I've read anything for leisure. Honestly, probably a thing I need to pick up again eventually, but yeah, I've definitely enjoyed reading in the past. I enjoy going through a good read, or whether it's just deals and stuff. Honestly, I think what I've gotten more into, that's why I haven't read as much is that while reading is definitely enjoyable, I also like creating. I just kind of like imagining up stories or character concepts or the like. partly related to why I play D&D. I love the character creation and like in Dungeons and Dragons and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I like that process of just thinking up stories, even if I don't exactly write. I still like coming up with the things and going through them over in my head. A Bachelor's of Science in History, which, yeah, is a bit different because usually it's a Bachelor's of Art in History, but yeah, I got a Bachelor's of Science in History. I was also trying to get a degree in geology as well, but I ran into federal student loan limits, and, well, I ended up just being able to focus on the Bachelor's in History. Which I'm still glad for. Not like obviously not like I have a career of it at the moment, but honestly, what clicked with me of the history and why I loved studying it was, it's like, yeah, a lot of historical history teachers go into memorizing dates and the like, but the thing that enthralled me, and I had good teachers in that respect, is I loved the analytical aspects of it. Being able to effectively take apart historical events piece by piece, look at them, and just kind of parse together how they're influenced by other related historical events, analyzing, comparing and contrasting, just kind of going into the depths of how much factors play into the events that have played out in history. And there's so much to it, and that's just kind of what clicked in my head. Just being able to just piece together all that stuff. Memorizing dates, I was never fond of, but, well, it's because memorizing dates is, yeah, it's just memorizing things. There's no fun in that. Piecing together history and seeing how the world plays out is fun. Think of the future with this knowledge? I do kind of. Yeah, you can piece together those pieces of history and kind of notice the trends of how things are continuing to go forward. And there's definitely a lot of that going on. Events that have been brewing for decades or even longer are, like, erupting current in history. Like, what are my thoughts? There's definitely a lot of things. There are definitely a lot of things going on in the world at the moment. Stuff like with more world processes, with like Russia and Ukraine and all that stuff around the Soviet Union is, or at least thoughts about that and wanting the glory of past deals is very unfortunate and very tragic. Things more local to the United States, it's a case of me feeling like I want a whole bunch changed in the matter. There's so much wrong with politics these days, so much money involved in it that have not been building up exclusively to anything. It's been building up on both within the confines of the two-party system that's influenced things into such wrong directions. And yeah, you can see the trend of money, the military-industrial complex, everything that's built up to the current state that holds money and corporations in so high regards, and it's not ideal for, people's personal rights and the like. It's complex. There's a lot to things. The world is very much in a state. It's in an odd state. We'll say back to the Ukraine thing, it is so weird to see a land war in current modern times. It is, and it's kind of baffling too. It's, the world's in an odd state at the moment, and yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, and I can only hope that, one thing I can generally hope is that people can just do things for people and just be kind and nice. And I think that's kind of why I started streaming. It's like, if I can just brighten up people's days by just a little bit, help make the world a better place bit by bit, well, it needs it. It needs all hands on deck. And that's the kind of stuff that in the past has changed things for the better. Just small people doing small things to help just make the world a better place. And something I can control, at least. There's so many factors that influence things, but I'm such a small part of the equation in the world. But I want to do what I can. Yeah, no, that is fair. I mean, we can't we can't just dodge around the heavy topics all the time, as much as it is, and I appreciate you for approaching it in a respectful manner. There's nothing wrong you have said or need to apologize for in the slightest bit. Yeah, we all have to think upon our place in the world, and as small as an individual person that is, you just, at the end of the day, you just kind of have to do what you can control. And for me, that's just try to be kind, be courteous, try to make everyone else around happy and in a good mood. Because that's, at the end of the day, what at least I can attempt to do. Just make people have a chill place to enjoy and feel better and be safe, feel better, and improve their mood and have a good time. Whatever that may entail. Oh, wow, we actually succeeded on that. Okay, we succeeded on that. So, yeah. Yep, indeed. Just be kind and use your heart. Think of other people around oneself. Because there's more than just one lone person. Yeah. Like I said, I appreciate how respectfully you brought that up. I appreciate it. Heavy topics, but it happens. And it is effectively just us chatting anyway, so it's not like it's derailing anything or anything of that accord. So all is a-okay. Oh, I need to. Not that. That. Hold. Where is that strategic information? Use. No, what do I have? Oh, pardon me. I have a lot of that. Alright, to Frostfound. That's where we want to go. Yeah, and I can definitely understand if thinking of heavy things at the moment. There's been a lot that's not gone on just in this month, but there's so much that's gone on in, like, this past couple years and decades and whatnot. It's prone to a lot of heavy thinking. What a world my generation has been in. I mean, everyone's generations has been in through a lot, but man, just reflecting even on just the generation that millennials have grown up in my accord, it's lots happened. Oh man, lots gone on. Like in the past 2 years, it's been a literal world pandemic, the start of an actual ground war, so much stuff. It's crazy what's going on in the world. Not to also mention more recent events, like from the Supreme Court, and like, ugh, so much. I am now 31. My birthday was yesterday. So, 30, okay, yep, we are right in a similar ballpark. So I literally just birthday to 31, so, yep, pretty much right towards that sort of later-ish end of the millennials. Thank you, thank you. Oh wait, although it's not yesterday, it was the 25th. I forgot the day has changed, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. How I celebrated, amusingly enough, I just kind of spent a mostly chill day. For dinner I had pizza. For dinner I had pizza and cake, and then I went and streamed some Doom 2016, so... just a chill... Just spend it just relaxing and doing things I was having fun with. Actually, good food and good stuff. Yeah, it's like you definitely get to a certain point where it's like all you want really from your birthday is just a chill, relaxing time with no hassle. You always have sushi. That's a fine tradition. Sushi's pretty good. I've actually had more fish in sushi form than cooked form, but I don't tend to have a lot of it because I currently live in Colorado, which is an inland state, and I don't exactly trust sushi unless I'm on the coast. Just a personal thing. Yeah, a little costly, not too much. Yeah, you make it feel like you're treating yourself. That's definitely the proper approach to it. You there, yes. What is this one? I think I've done this one. Share an enraging story you picked up in London. Something to share over drinks. The other sharp-spleened Anthians will greatly enjoy having no reaction. Like talking to statues, you reveal a recent London tale of corruption, folly, and spite, of incompetent people prospering from their incompetence, and kind people suffering for their kindness. Hey, speaking of heavy topics, and perfectly good supplies wasted. Your listeners' faces do not change, their eyelids do not quiver. In exchange, they tell you several infuriating tales you had not heard before. One even rewards you with fuel. I am never sailing back to London, she says. Your story has reminded me why. Candlelight winks in the tip of her tongue. Fair enough. Also, fuel. Report. Up we go. Alright, we need mud salt, and then we go back towards London. Yeah. As far as relaxing and taking it simple goes for birthday stuff, it's like even the cake I ended up getting for it. It's just like it's like a smaller like $6 Black Forest chocolate cake or the like. It's pretty good because it has a lighter frosting deal, and I don't like the heavy frosting. So yeah. Nice simple things like that are great to enjoy. And he's like, I just want to do nothing to celebrate. I think one of my favorite periods of history that I very much delved into was the space race. And partly because I'm a very big technology person and also a space person. I love the concept and really wish we developed more into, but of just going into space and exploring just all the craziness that is out there in just the huge void that is space. So the space race is one of those periods where it's like, just huge developments and leaps and bounds in scientific know-how, technology, and just the desire to explore. And I love that. I really, really love that period for it. Do any music history study? I didn't do any specific musical history studies. I mainly stuck with more conventional history, but yeah, definitely for music, I definitely tread a bit more towards like classic rock and the like. But I have a big taste of things, but I haven't studied anything in specific. Music's one of those things I like to enjoy and immerse in emotionally. But yeah, definitely space race, and in terms of space exploration and the technological developments around that, I adore that period and wish we do more of that, because yeah, I love the idea of exploring into space, and I wish it was a more accessible thing for everybody. Sapphires. Blue jewels are embedded in the rotting fuselage of the Moth's remains. You gather as much as you can, splashing frantically in the ship's boat, before it disintegrates altogether and the remaining jewels are lost. Moth gave us gems. Yeah. One of the papers I kind of wrote in college, as far as my final thesis and like, was effectively comparing the different approaches that like the two predominant presidents during the space race did, Kennedy and Eisenhower, and it's interesting how differing they were. Eisenhower more mythological, like Kennedy more gun-ho and cavalier. Studying music history, I study the history in general to understand why things happen in music. Yeah, they are definitely very much connected together, because a lot of history just is a product of the time. Real world events influence what gets sung about, how things are sung. Yeah, like Harlem being a huge period of that. So yeah. It's why I'm horrible to talk about things, because like I'm always the person of because of how much I've studied things. It's like I never attribute a result of something to one factor. Everything is a buildup of multiple factors that have effectively combined into the events or situation that follows. And yeah, music history, I can definitely see being tied to the periods that spawned from it. Even more local phenomenon, like how grunge developed in the Seattle area or the like. It's just sometimes things combine and erupt into something fascinating. It's the better side of humans with those sort of things, without a doubt. The town. This again. Yay, an echo. One solitary echo. And we get mutter salt. Yeah, I'm some years rusty on a lot of my historical studies, but some things click well enough to the mind that I can just drag them out occasionally. He pokes his head from the galley. Have you my mutter salt, Captain? My soup? I'm keen to investigate their properties. A bracing Aubec bubbles eagerly in the background. Supplies. Excellent. He retreats into his galley and bars the door. Day and night he is jugging crucible blazes. The galley portholes flare crimson across the Black Sea. He does not answer the door. It's ship's biscuits and barreled water for a while. When he emerges, his bandages are yellow with smoke. I am victorious. The soup defied me, but I have broken it. Can't chanterelles from some soggy edge of London, pig stock, a feisty dash of paprika, lament onions, petals from the exile's rose which grows in hell, and tears from a hanged man or heartbroken priest. I believe either would suffice. The method of the ingredients combination is singular. I believe I can make use of it. We are charting new culinary frontiers, my captain, but the Fathom King presides over the drowning feasts. He is accustomed to excess. We must amaze. That night, the crew dine happily on fish stew. The poisonaire keeps your wine glass topped up, and at the end of dinner approaches you nervously. I'm afraid I have another request, Captain. I need something from Khan's heart. A certain book of recipes. If we were going that way. He fidgets with the ends of his bandages, avoiding your gaze. Why is he lying to you? I gained hunger from that. Is he lying indeed? Cooks, speak to. He has a question about your current destination. Do you think we'll pass near Khan's heart sometime soon? The request. My business there should not take long. I only have need to retrieve an old recipe book. He twiddles a loose bandage in nervously. It contains certain, formulae and distillations I need for the feast. Yes, he's an exceptional chef, but a poor liar. About Khan's heart. Make note of that. There. Khan's heart. Yeah, anyways, yeah. Everything in history is such. There's so much to it. So much indeed. It's I think why I've always why I was kind of gunning for geology as well, even though I couldn't complete that fully. And also as a kid, I've always been fascinated with like dinosaurs and paleontological stuff. But it's like history is fascinating for being connected to us as humanity, but geology is the history of the rest of the world of the time and everything else that's on it, and that's what makes it cool. Makes the rocks cool. They all have their own individual history amongst themselves as well. What is my favorite music? I definitely like more classical rock. I'm definitely a fan of things of that period, like Pink Floyd. That's Pink Floyd. That sort of area of time. I like some grunge stuff, but no surprise considering I was born in the Seattle area. I like a bit of that going on as well. Definitely, and I consider its own theme because it's fascinating enough, and there's plenty of good stuff. There's plenty of video game music that is so well done and so well made and composed that I very much put that as equal to just other foreign sources of music as well. So yeah, I like my rock stuff. I like my video game music. It helps to do well things. Grunge is good. Definitely tend towards more of the rock stuff, yeah, definitely. That's a good section of it. In a more niche thing that was more recent thing I found, but I absolutely love, Mongolian throat singing is amazingly guttural and amazingly fascinating. There's not much of it to find on the internet because, well, more niche, but it's some cool stuff, Mongolian throat singing. It is fascinating what people can do with their own bodies as far as singing. Like, wow, you're making songs like that. Try to learn it, yo. Oh, yeah. And failed. Yeah. Unfortunately, not all bodies are made the same to be able to do with it, but it makes one respect what people can pull off all the same, because goddamn, people can pull off some amazing stuff with singing. And scuttle or bearable moon. Okay. That's possible. There's definitely something to be said for that. While self-learning can definitely work out. Sometimes for some things, yeah, just a teacher who knows the in and outs can certainly help. And yeah, there's well, I said about the whole body thing, some people need made differently and all that. At the end of the day, it's like, if someone wants to try to achieve something like that, well, just keep at it. There's no cost, just keep on trying and trying. You want to learn something, then I'd like to think that most people have the capabilities to learn what they'd want to do, at the end of the day. Maybe some with more difficulty than others, but hey, that's just the nature of things. Yay, less suspicion. Invited you to call on them. Oh, you have more supplies for me. How generous of you. You are purchasing the lawn box. I will gladly take that. Dark speckled. Submit vital intelligence. Ah, no deal there. Let's see here. Where else do you need deals? Ah, the canal again. Okay, do noted. Canal saved. Ah, there's that, there's that. That's canal. Up to you, just grab another diplomatic agent just in case I need you. Need that. Port reports. Right, port reports. Boop, ba-doop. Yeah, speaking of difficulty learning things, foreign languages is that for me. I've tried. Oh, I've tried. Some things have stuck in my head with French at least, but oh man, my mindset does not wrap easily around other languages. You mentioning tried and failed reminded me of that. It's like, yeah, been there with attempts at foreign languages. They need to be complex. Oh, so complex. Some more supplies. Alright, read the morning papers. Yeah, free supplies. That's what I thought would happen. Reduce that. Take that in. Go just load up on those. Alright then. Perfect. Alright, do. Oh, jeez. Well, on that note, it has been wonderful conversing with you, Seals Apples. It's been great. I just realized it's almost 2:45 my time. I should get to bed. Oh, wow, it is late. Streaming for 8 hours. Oh, boy. But it has been wonderful conversing with you this evening. I very much appreciate it. It's been a blast, and it's made the hours whittle away very, very quickly. So thank you for that, and thank you for everyone else who stopped along and participated. Yep, you have a great one too. As I was saying, I will be. Where are we raiding? I do not know. I've never really done raids. I've only raided once in someone else's instructions. So, also, I don't think I know anyone who's awake. Dude, is there anyone even online? Not in particular. So I don't know. I will think. For now, though, let me just go through the rest of my spiel. My next stream will be on Tuesday. I'll be starting up Final Fantasy X then. Then after that, it's Thursday with more 40k Mechanicus, and then we wrap back around to Saturday for more Doom, and Sunday for Sunless. Fan of classical guitar? Yeah. Classical guitar is a very, very good sound. Yeah, I like that as an instrument for sure, 100%. It is a good guitar is very, very, very good. Yeah, definitely with that. I don't have anyone in mind to raid because it is late and no one I know is on, so suggest Cactus Room. I'll keep that in mind. I'll definitely keep that in mind. They stream guitar practice. Ah, okay. Well, for the time being, I'm exhausted. It is suddenly very much hit me. I will try to figure that out. I'll be honest, I don't even recall how to raid. How do I raid? No. For now, before this drags on too long, for now, I'll try to figure out how to do that stuff. For now, I hope everyone has a good evening, a good day, a good time, and whenever I next see y'all again, I hope it is a good one. Seals Apple, thank you so much for all the conversation. Like, it is very appreciated. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful evening as well, and a wonderful time until next I see you. Same goes for everyone else. Everyone have a good day, so good everything, and that's it. Well, everyone spread a little kindness everywhere when they can, and so that all shall be well, and that all manner of thing shall be well. Yep, it was great to get to know you as well. You have a good one as well. And with that, I hope to see you all next time. Cheers, have a good one.